clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
Matchup. GreenWings. Kongdoo Monster. Afreeca Freecs. BBQ Olivers. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Welcome, OGN Legion, to the LCK Spring Split. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, my second day, and it's already proving to be a fantastic one because I'm here next to you.
Well, that's very nice of you to say, Atlas, and we're in an interesting spot because yesterday we had 4 top 5 teams. Today, no top 5 teams. Different side of the table, but the stakes still very high. Kongdoo Monster, only a single match win. Jin only 2. Kongdoo's only win was over Jin. Kongdoo, right now, not mathematically ruled out of making it out of relegations. We're expecting it, heavily expecting it, and we might even see these two teams vie for a single spot in the LCK in summer. So there's actually a lot on the line, even though it is, on paper, 9th versus 10th.
Yeah, it's not about winning today. It's about who can stay in the league, honestly. And look, it's still a fantastic story to talk about because you need to try and get your teams to stay in the LCK. Like, this is still very, very important. It's just the other end of the bracket, and we'll see who's going to be able to do it because there has to be a winner. This is like, you watch both Kongdoo Monster.
You lose context of that sometimes, right? When you're watching these teams. Yeah, you most
certainly do, exactly. And you watch both of these teams, and one of them has to win, and often they don't when they're on the rift against some of the other members of the LCK. But let's have a look at how things are stacking up. Because
just to be clear, between the two of them, they have less match wins than 8th place.
Yeah.
So not a lot of wins for them, as you said, 9th versus 10th today. We will see Afreeca in play in our next set, and if they win, they actually might leap vault or jump past Longzhu for 5th spot. So there is some playoff implications today, but it's all about the other side of the table. It's all about getting some confidence, getting some hope. Kongdoo actually picking up a second match win will be the most they've ever got in an LCK season, which again, isn't the biggest thing to talk about, but for an organization low on confidence in League of Legends, it's big for Kongdoo.
Yeah, ever since their inception, they haven't necessarily been able to get themselves to a top ranking spot, so anything is good news as we have a look at today's matchup. And as we were talking about before, GN versus Kongdoo will be #1. GN, of course, coming off a 1-2 loss against MVP very recently, and they didn't look too bad. MVP did still have to try pretty hard to be able to take them down in game #3, so we'll see whether they can continue on that ride.
We will introduce those GreenWings GreenWings first. Actually going to be a bit of adjustment from the last time they took to the Rift. A couple of days ago it's against the Rocks Tigers, so top lane and jungle changes. So second ever start despite being on the GreenWings GreenWings organization for 2 years, and Raze continues his transformation from support on Rucka and actually on Stardust in the Challenger League last year over to jungle. Played 2 games ever. His Elise is his most played in solo queue. Expect that to continue and at least be a pretty high priority for the GreenWings GreenWings. And speaking of priority, they have Kuza in the mid lane, our resident Vladimir, and Teddy, who on a struggling lineup for a rookie has had one of the best rookie seasons I can remember. And honestly, if you compare him to anyone, it'd be Ruler, who went all the way to World Finals in his rookie season. He's not going to go that far. He might actually have to deal with some relegation finals instead when it comes to off-season play. But Teddy has been majestic on a struggling GreenWings GreenWings.
Yeah, and on paper as well. His statistics are certainly phenomenal. But like you mentioned before about Kuzan, I mean, Vladimir has been seeing a lot of play, especially yesterday, now that we are on the next patch, 7.5. So we'll see whether he does bring that one out one more time, now with maybe a little bit more help. But looking over the other side, it's Kongdoo Monster, and it's not as much of a happiness story. There are a few things to talk about as far as GN is concerned, but Kongdoo Monster is certainly a struggling team here in the LCK.
And Kongdoo Monster went over to IEM looking for a bit of form, and honestly, their performance there was decent. You know, they lost to G2 and Unicorns of Love ultimately, but got some confidence-boosting wins. Edge showed some priority on champions like LeBlanc. There were still things to be happy from, and you thought, okay, getting out of Korea, getting a new set of scrim partners and a new experience, maybe they'll bring back some form, but unfortunately, that just hasn't been the reality for Kongdoo Monster. They have not won a single best of 3 since their win against Jin many, many moons ago, you know, on a very, very long a loss streak of 8 matches. So they're going to be looking for something different. They need to try and find some new picks. They will be going with Guger, who is their shot caller, as the starting support. We have seen Summer Secret recently. We're going to persist with Guger, at least for Game 1.
Yeah, we'll see whether that is going to work out for them. But you know that you're reaching when you're talking about a 7th place finish at IEM being a positive thing here for Kongdoo Monster. So it is definitely an uphill battle. But if there's ever a time to start proving yourself, it's right now, because these relegation matches are coming up. Kongdoo Monster is looking like a team that is almost surely going to be taking that spot.
And with Rocks Tigers leveling up, only BBQ can really now be mathematically considered possible. I actually misspoke. I believe it's 7 match losses in a row for Kongdoo. I guess you could say it feels like 8, which is kind of a scary thing to say. Jin have had a lot better form recently. The win over Longzhu, a big surprise, with Longzhu in the top 5, but a game over KT, a game over MVP, sure. Does it lead to many points? No, but in terms of what they showed in the KT and MVP series, there was a lot of personality there. Raze was the win against MVP, so there is still some optimism. Their early game is a lot cleaner than Kongdoo's. So you come in with Jin being actually bigger favorites than you'd think with just looking at, 2-match wins, 13-match losses. Jin have, in isolated fashion, looked pretty good recently.
Yeah, and when you're looking at the bottom of the table, you think, all right, both of these teams are probably not necessarily able to contend with a lot of these others, but Jin have definitely shown that they can take games off a lot of the teams. I mean, not Samsung, not SKT, but everybody else seems to be dropping at least one to this squad. So we'll see whether they can continue that approach moving forward and try and get something decisive here against Kongdoo. A 2-0 victory will be fantastic for momentum moving towards that relegation.
Both our prisms pretty small when it comes to the KDAs here. Nobody really shining. Teddy at 4.2 is pretty insane. 5th in his role, I believe it is, for KDA. CS per minute first in the league at 9.75, which, given they've been going against Bang and Wolf and all these other superstar bot lanes, his solo performances, his DPM 3rd in the role as well. But look at specifically these losses. 3 losses with perfect KDAs. And you might look at the 1-0-2, 1-0-3 and like, okay, they were run over. And sure, they were in those games. But the last time out against Kongdoo Monster, Game 3 of the series they lost, 7-0-7, and this is not a KDA player. We're going to have Kramer in our second series, who I criticize for being a bit too much of a safe KDA player. Teddy actually puts his body on the line, but he's that good that he picks up the numbers. People around the community here in Korea are praising Teddy and wondering what he would be like on better organizations, but he's on Jin Air for now. He's had a great rookie season, looking to try to be the big carry force if they find their third match win today against Kongdoo Monster.
Yeah, and I want to dive a little bit deeper into the CS per minute statistic being first in the league. Is that sort of indicative of how Jin Air like to play the game as well? Do they like to funnel more farm into their AD carry, and maybe this strategy hasn't been necessarily working out as well in the current meta?
And the stats definitely do bore that out. He actually takes the most CS of any player after 15 minutes. So, you know, when laning phase is over, pass it to Teddy, pass it to Teddy. His percentage of CS, as you said, as falls in the line, is the highest in terms of he picks up the most CS of his team compared to any other player. But I don't think anyone else on the team is demanding it, and it's always actually pretty striking when a rookie player is picking up this much CS and this much priority, because that usually says that his youngs or the older players on the lineup, you know, we're a very hierarchical age society here. Usually they have the biggest voices. All those voices are clearly saying, give the CS to Teddy. He will be the one to make us most likely to carry. So I'm pretty sure it's a team decision, and the team is looking for specifically Teddy to start launching the glad planes. It's been a lot of sad planes recently, Atlas.
Yeah, a lot of sad planes indeed. And look, it does actually come out in the numbers. If you have a look at damage percentage, if you have a look at gold share, things like that, you know, him and Kuzan are relatively similar as far as the amount of gold that they get, but it's an extra 2% damage that you get out of Teddy as well as you move into the late game. But we'll see exactly what he picks up as we hop into Champion Select. And already the Zyra has been taken off the board by Jin Air. We'll see exactly what Kongdoo are going to focus on.
Bans against Kongdoo are always interesting to track. The only champion that they've really shown multiple great strategies around is Graves Jungle, which is a pretty frequent ban or first pick away if you're on the red side. So we'll see if they're able to nab that one.
Already the changes are showing here, with Lucian being the first ban away from Teddy. Don't want to give him someone who is powerful at every stage of the game, especially now with how much more smooth he is moving into the late game.
And it's just cool that such a fluidity buff, because, you know, you can remember nerfs in the past where things felt bad, where you're like, well, this... I remember when Zed was first changed his shadow speed, you're like, this champion, I can't even play it. And
yeah,
now
but it's exactly the same type of change,
And
right?
now you watch YouTube videos of original Zed, and you're like, wow, that was really fast. So the fluidity changes and what it's meant for Lucian, specifically the combos in the late game. Deft was pulling off some great stuff. Yesterday, Bang as well. So could be a pretty frequent ban, especially with the ban pool being pretty fluid. We haven't really seen a champion banned every game so far. We've seen many champions pop in and out of the Rift. There hasn't been a consensus must ban, but we're still very early in the 7.5 meta that we expect to extend all the way to playoffs. And we might see 7.6, which is now live. As looking at the picks, we had a feeling Graves wouldn't get over to Kongdoo one way or the other. It's going to be a safe first pick for Raze.
Yeah, so Raze is going to lock that one down. And of course, Graves definitely a coveted pick even on this patch, as this is an interesting one. The hover of the Varus. I mean, Varus we've been seeing still have a relatively massive priority, but the build has completely changed. How he works definitely has changed. A little bit closer he has to be in order to really get that damage off, but it shows that when he does get there, my god, he can do some work.
One of the amusing things is that both Kongdoo and MVP, actually, when they were coming through Challenger and making it into Summer, the big story for them, going through Spring, sorry, well, the big story for both those teams as they've come into this, they were both big Varus teams. So Kongdoo actually, when they were last in LCK and in Challenger, have had the flex Varus. Of course, it was mostly mid lane Varus, as AD carry Varus is a much later thing, but they've always had priority on the champion. We've seen great results from it situationally. We saw 3 games from Maha on the Varus against KT in that series they won. So, as you say, build has changed. We don't even know for sure that it won't be Essence Reaver Hurricane as on 7.4. Right at the end, when clearly players have been playing on the live patch, we saw the return of that build that we saw in the first couple of weeks of LCK. But
yeah, exactly.
with more Blade of the Ruin King and with the Blade of the Ruin King buffs, it is heavily expected to be Blade of the Ruin King. And hell, it might even be a Blade of the Ruin King Ashe again, Atlas.
Well, that's exactly what we saw yesterday, which is very exciting. Notably, of course, Blade of the Ruin King pretty ridiculous at the moment.
So we're looking at probably support here for Kongdoo unless they want to pick up a top laner. Rumble and Nautilus gone, and everything else is pretty much on the same level, so you don't have a must snatch away. So there's going to be support to match, and we start to look at potential second round picks, because Kuzan's Vladimir is a champion that's available.
Well, may not be, as a couple of bans are available here for Kongdoo if they'd like to get rid of that one.
Edge hasn't played a game of it this season yet, but what we often see when no solo lanes are taken is you take the safe blind pick mid laner as the first pick of the second round and then counter pick top. Yeah. So Vladimir is going to be that first ban, so clearly Edge is not willing to play it.
Homework has been done.
Orianna and Ryze seem to be the ones that Edge is most comfortable on, so I expect that to be one of the potential first picks here for Kongdoo Monster.
Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising to see that Orianna banned away as the second option here, as Syndra is going to be the first. Haven't seen her get through to this last phase of picks too many times.
A little bit on, I believe, the first day of 7.5 at the Gangnam Stadium. We saw a bit of Mickey playing the Syndra.
Yeah.
So still the Syndra specialists are picking it up. And interesting, a Kennen ban. The on-hit Kennen. Really something that So1's been playing. I believe he's played a single game of it in competitive. I may be misspeaking on that, but he had been playing it in his solo queue, so still a decent ban. We saw a lot of Fizz bans yesterday, you remember, Atlas? As,
yeah, a bit of the on-hit Fizz, a possibility.
Trinity Force Echo as well saw some play. So the answers to Rumble were relevant then, obviously less relevant with it banned. Talia means that Ryze and Orianna, again, are the most staple blind pick champions.
Could potentially just be the trade here.
And Ryze's, Edge's best champion has been Ryze in terms of performance, but Orianna won them a game that he hard carried against Jinair last time out, so a lot of blind pick Orianna this week, and it continues.
Yeah, they're going to lock that one away. So he's only played Orianna 3 times compared to the Ryze's 10, but like you said, a little bit more dominance in that performance. The Jace is actually going to be picked up here. Could be going to So1 or Kuzan. We'll see who's going to pick that one up.
So1 is known first as an aggressive laner. Back when he first debuted in 2015 summer, I was told, this guy's a Riven God. And so you can understand
How
that
many times do you hear that about top laners?
There's a lot of Riven Gods that struggle to make it into competitive, because it turns out dominating lane on Riven doesn't necessarily make you good at teleports.
It's true. It's true. Thankfully, Huni did learn the error of his ways, as that is going to be the victor. So confirmed for the Jace towards the top side of the map, and a lot of damage, and a lot of long-range damage actually coming out of Jinair.
I mean, pressure draft. This is all about sieging and wave clear in the mid lane from the victor. Not a lot of force. Well, Ash Arrow Malzahar is certainly some force as we look on the side of Kongdoo, needing a top laner.
There's going to be the Gragas locked in here, so Roach going to be going a little bit more tanky, but does have the wave clear available. I do like the option.
Well, the only carry top laner that he's shown much proficiency with is the Camille, which obviously had to be banned early. So he went for the tank with the most early trading and the early sustain as well from Gragas. So it's the safest of tanks to choose in this particular environment with Nautilus banned, but doesn't necessarily inspire confidence. However, a good siege tool, anti-siege tool, is the explosive cast, specifically for bouncing someone like a Jason to the front line and being deleted. So.
And anti-siege is like exactly what they need against this composition as well, because there is so much push available to Jinair at the moment with all of the wave clear that they have in so many lanes.
And kind of the amusing thing for Kongdoo is they have the Gragas Orianna, which used to be, back when we were casting together in LPL, the ultimate anti-synergy, because explosive cast spreads people out, and the Shockwave wants to bring people in. But now, because you have the mini stun on the body slam, you can be a really good ball carrier because you're stunned for that 1 second of the Shockwave cast time, so it still can be relevant, but very strong wave clear on both sides means that don't necessarily sit too far forward. Get back in the chair, get comfortable, OGN Legion, and you and I, Atlas, because this one could be a long one.
Although, I mean, we do have a Lee Sin coming out here, so could be an opportunity to capitalize on some of those pushing lanes.
It's Jinair. It's your first Jinair series. There's no silver lining. We're going long, boys.
Look, I'm always looking for a silver lining, Papa Smithy. That is me. My optimism cannot be cured. We've tried it before, but ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Looks like not too many enthusiastic fans in the audience at the moment.
I mean, let's not mince words. It's 5 p.m. on a Thursday with 9th versus 10th. It's not that people were being quiet. So we don't have that many fans here, Atlas, and we're in Korea, where, it's the land of the winners. We've had so many world champions here. Koreans like winners. they're not a big fan of losers, and unfortunately these two teams only have 3 match wins between them. So even though Jin Air have their pockets of loyal fans that have sat through many, many disappointing seasons, Kongdoo predictably still building up their fan base. Fan base in Overwatch actually looking pretty good, but the League of Legends success has been few and far between.
Unfortunately, not getting the spillover this time around. But the good news is, one of these teams is going to be a winner today, Papa Smithy.
And maybe they'll both be winners in our hearts. Look at me, I can be glass half full
well,
too.
I know that we're both going to be winners because we're here commentating it together.
We could be here a long time, Atlas.
And that's why it's better to stay positive.
I mean, Jin Air have always been consistent in game time. They've always averaged over 40 minutes. 42, longest in the league, of course, this season. It used to be Samsung next to them, interestingly, whether they were at the bottom or the top of the table.
Look at this, actually a very aggressive start here from Jin Air. Might be able to pressure them off this red buff, but it is being taken from the other side of the map. As Ray's just going to walk, straight in there. He's going to have to flash over this wall. That's a big flash, but does make it to safety.
We've seen this strategy before, actually, giving the level 1 red buff over to the bot lane, specifically to Ash. This was against Bang. I forget who SK Telecom were playing on the day. It might have been BBQ Oliver's. But basically, they donated red buff level 1 and stole away or contested the enemy Raptors, in this case the red buff, in order to set up a winning trades in the bot lane. Varus is a very strong laning champion. Varus Lulu, hard for Malzahar, only really gets relevant in the 2v2 at level 6, sorry. So just trying to accelerate Teddy, which, given the statistics, probably a good idea.
All eggs in the Teddy basket. I do like it as well. You're capitalizing on the fact that you do have the Malzahar, who's so fantastic at leashing any buff early.
I imagined a basket of teddy bears. It was adorable.
Tiny teddies? Like little bits?
No, not tiny teddies. We're not going full oceanic just yet.
Okay, not yet. Sorry, I'm just jumping.
We can say Australian now. We don't need to say oceanic anymore. We're not on a Riot broadcast, just Australia. I've never even been to New Zealand.
I have been to New Zealand, and they had tiny teddies.
Did they?
So, yeah, I'm sorry, it's still an oceanic thing.
How many of the other things that Australians think about New Zealanders was actually true?
New Zealanders aren't silly enough to like Vegemite. Oh. Thank goodness.
They don't adore their Vegemite?
No, they don't.
They're not growing stronger every week? One person in the chat is
like,
yeah.
Yeah, you called me out for starting too early, and then you just go fully deep on the Vegemite ad.
Yeah, I'm a hypocrite, Atlas.
I like it. It's one of my favorite qualities of yours. Well, Kuzan just clearing out this minion wave. Edge does have the push on him, though, which is certainly handy. Help Punch move around.
Because you have good pushing advantages on Jace, you can certainly be ganked, and Gragas, even early, pre-6, is a very strong lane to gank.
Well, you can see So1 actually playing very far back here. Ray's playing with his life at the moment. He is trying to take down these Krugs. Does so successfully. There we are, sub 100 health. Punch gives up on his gank attempt, and we'll be having a look for some jungle camps, but there is no Gromp, no Wolves, and no blue buff.
It was actually a super greedy clear from Raze. It was actually the jungle contest at level 1 steal into a full clear, because of course Graves can kite around the camps and make through with very few potions.
Well, there's the flash body slam here as So1 does have to leap his way over to Punch. Knocks him away as well. Flashes very, very late and dodges the Sonic Wave. That was necessary. And he's going to save his own life, but that is a big Summoner Spell down, so still successful gank for Punch.
And they need to relieve that pressure because there are so many pushing lanes for Jin'Ao. The moment that Kuzan picks up his first buy, his first Hextech upgrade, they could have 3 pushing lanes, which would be a big concern for Raze in the laning phase.
What the heck was that? Snowflower with the first blood solo kill off to the side.
A solo kill, not even an assist for Teddy comes through as that was a 9th versus 10th occurrence right there as Gugu just died straight up.
That was hilarious. It was like the 80 carries were having their own battle and Snowflower's like, yeah, I can take this guy because his friend is not paying any attention.
If you're wondering how that happened, Gugu miscalculated that Snowflower, you now max the Q on Malzahar, not the Voidlings after they were nerfed. It was just more burst damage. He thought he could take that trade then back, and clearly he could not.
And Sol as well didn't recognize it either because that heal is still well and truly there. Possibly could have saved him, but didn't want to blow that Summoner Spell, and of course the miscalculation relatively evident.
Pushing lanes and now a solo kill in the bot lane is pretty concerning for Kongdoo Monster. I'd like to say this never happens, but it does sometimes happen.
I think it's fantastic. Goes back, grabs himself his Frostfang as well as a Ruby Crystal as the Chaos Storm.
Doinby style.
Yeah, casually roaming around the mid lane. I am not Surprised by this particular move. I've been casting Doinby for quite some time. I've got Chaos Storm quickly. Let's use it. Man is efficient when it comes to cooldowns.
And I think a lot of people watch things like that and they're like, oh, he's silly, or why would he do that? But if you can just blow both the potions of your enemy or push the lane in before you get Hex Core upgrade, you're not going to be getting a kill, most likely. I mean, Raze is on Graves, so at level 6, you're not going to be getting a kill in mid lane with Raze not 6 either. So might as well just use it to push in. It's not going to be relevant till the next time it's up. We're going to see one of those invades. Remember, with the pushing lanes, these invades are safer.
Well, in goes Raze. Actually steals away the Gromp there as Punch is in a lot of trouble. Has to flash, gets himself out. That is a big deal, especially for the ganking prowess that you do have with flash up as Elise in.
It's just spilling over into every lane. Now in bot lanes, BF Sword versus Vamp Scepter. So Ashe can have a big pushing advantage over the Varus. We already saw Chaos Storm used to push in mid. Jace can, of course, push in top whenever he gets intel. The enemy jungle's on his side of the map, which he just got with Punch having to flash away. So 3 pushing lanes almost always is the victory in our 2017 meta. And for now, at least, it's definitely going to be the first Mountain Drake, as the snowball draft from Jinair is working out against the 10th place team in the league.
Yeah, Snowflower definitely capitalizing, as well as those Voidlings help tank up this Mountain Drake 7 minutes in. Smites that one away, does Raze. We'll head back to base. And one question I did want to ask you is, just looking at the Keystone Mastery here for Kuzan, how do you think about the Deathfire Touch now that it has been smacked around just a little bit on the Victor?
And it's one of those things where you hear, okay, it's been nerfed, and it has, but only for physical damage champions. The AP ratio actually wasn't adjusted at all.
Yeah.
It was just the AD ratio. So you might see Jhin, for example, looking towards something like the
Warlord's Bloodlust.
Warlord's Bloodlust is definitely the one I've seen the most on Jhin, as Punch comes through with a cheeky blue buff steal. But
casual.
When it comes to the AP champions, why not? You know, still very much an option compared to the Thunderlords, so no change there for AP champions. It's the real takeaway message. Rumble and Victor very happy.
Yeah, still. Victor, of course, is known to mix it up, so Kuzan going for the more consistent damage route, utilizing the Deathfire Touch, and I like it, especially for late game damage.
And honestly, I think both those keystones have kind of fallen out of favor recently, because we've seen a lot of mid laners swap to Storm Raider Surge. A lot of champions in general. You see Graves used to be Thunderlord's exclusive and now has gone to Storm Raiders because movement speed gets you more damage, and whether it's the auto attack or just another Q from the Victor or an E, for example. Extra spell rotations in long extended skirmishes. Movement speed is often king, as we're now seeing a Jinair attempt to steal.
Yeah, see whether they can actually get something done here. Piercing Arrow, lots of damage onto Raze, and it does mean that Punch is able to secure it, but does take it away, I believe, unless Edge was able to lock that one down. Okay, Snowflower's got it, never mind. Was that a Malefic Vision steal?
I think it was just a Voidling auto attack. I didn't really catch it completely.
I didn't know you got that fed from getting First Blood on a Malzahar. Your Voidling's able to outsmite a blue buff.
I mean, we saw a Thresh steal Baron yesterday, Atlas.
That is true. Crazier things have most certainly happened, and no longer than 24 hours ago.
Here's a question for you. You know, we've all played a lot of games of solo queue, normal games, etc. What's the craziest Baron buff steal you've seen in a game?
Howling Gale.
Was it fully charged?
No. just the old quick shot. Let's just throw this over and see what happens. Blind as well.
Shout out Trevor. The two I've seen, or the two I've ever been a part of, is Rumble single harpoon over the wall from the backside. The red side Rumble steal. And my favorite one ever was when I was playing Alistair, and my ultimate was down. I was level 9, and I walked past 5 people and single auto attacked it to death. I didn't have ultimate. It was literally just an auto attack.
I was hoping you were going to say you trampled it to death with your
I
passive.
just literally just slapped it as Alistair does. I felt pretty good after that.
You gave them the horns, Papa
did.
Smithy. That's fantastic. Kuzan continuing to push things out. 1 CS in the lead so far. Mid lane, nothing to really talk about, as both are just clearing out the waves. But Kuzan with that upgraded Hex Core can be out. Oh, okay. Oh, no.
It's 9th versus 10th, Alice. We're going to miss some cannons. We're going to miss some cannons.
Oh, no.
No, you can't afford to get triggered about missed cannons. We've got plenty more coming here, Atlas.
It started so early. Oh, terrible. Well, Warrior Chan actually done first here for punches. Soul didn't know which way to juke and walked straight back into it as Snowflower. Now we'll be able to wander up. Doesn't quite get the ultimate range. And Soul's able to walk out.
I mean, Teddy's first priority there was just stopping the back. He wants to continue and be able to push in. Remember, he has Berserker Greaves and a lot of attack damage with the BF Sword Rush. So even if this just gets some turret damage, it could be first brick here for Jin Air. It's so low, I think almost confirmed for sure. So while it wasn't really communicated to Snowflower to get in range for a flash ult, speaking of flash ults.
Yeah, Punch just going to safeguard over. Really nice shockwave from Edge. Gives the ball over to the Lee Sin, and that's an easy kill. So evening it out does Kongdoo. But first brick, like you said, goes over to Jin Air immediately.
Still super clean stuff from Kongdoo on probably their strongest jungle and mid lane champions respectively. Doesn't get the objective. Raze can just walk over and casually steal the minion wave away. But Kongdoo are getting punished for allowing Jin Air to get access to 3 pushing lanes, and specifically how bot lane has gone, where the buy timings have been heavily punished by Teddy. Predictably, Teddy's got a massive lead. You know, he's against what will soon be Blade of the Ruin King, but thing about Ashe versus Varus, if the Varus has lane control, it's the same as Illusion, any Blade of the Ruin King user, and you're forced to 2v2 lane, then okay, it's a terrible time. Your support leaves, you get bladed, you're Ashe, you're very sad. If it's this situation where you just have boots 2 and flat attack damage, you just take turret and start roaming, so it's actually a pretty damn comfortable spot for Ashe.
Yeah, and speaking of Ashe, goes back, grabs a Zeal, another dagger there as well, so probably looking towards the Hurricane, but we might see something like a Phantom Dancer. We saw it yesterday.
We did, but that was with a Blade of the Ruin King first for just a different type of build from Prey, who actually had 3 different builds in 3 games on the same champion.
All arguably relevant as well to how those games were going. Snowflower actually looking for a gank here towards the top side of the map. Just wants to clear out some vision now, understanding that Roach knew exactly what was up.
And Jace 1v2 is what we get here, which actually, you know, we all remember Season 2, Season 3, and a very long patch of 1v2s. Jace 1v2 was actually always a thing because off the screen you instant cleared the backline with your accelerated shock blast. So despite being a squishy 80 carry in many ways, he's safer. Speaking of safety, none here for Roach.
Yeah, Snowflower actually just going to ult him straight up. The exhaust goes down. He's still tanking this turret. There's the flash as Roach tries to get something, but no. Teddy's going to be able to grab that kill. Punch is getting a red buff steal off the other side, but it's another turret going over to Jin Air.
And the excitement is that this is the Jin Air that's been taking games of some of the best teams, KT and MVP. Early aggression for a team known for stall, known for long games, is something they've been showing. And speaking of early aggression, they can even get some damage onto an inner turret, but they don't have a minion wave. We're seeing if the tempo advantage can be there. Seems slight advantage here for Kongdoo, but could be turned very quickly. Yeah,
everyone actually running out of minion waves happening for Kongdoo on the bottom side of the map as well. Here is the minion wave now, as like you were talking about, just trying to clear out the minion wave with that accelerated shock blast, but immediately the inner turret falls on the top side, and it's going to be traded a little bit later there by Kongdoo. All of those minions now going to be eaten up by So1, who does have a decent advantage as far as that CS, and the Black Cleaver now under his belt.
So a lot of gold going over to both sides. Still a turret lead for Jin Air, because they already had 1 down before the 2-for-2 exchange. But kill extra over to Jin Air. 1,700 gold's not massive in the early game, but they're basically trying to take as many immediate structures, while specifically Kuzan is powering up on the Victor, and then they have a lot of pick tools to try and guarantee something like Baron. They definitely need to do a Baron by sheer force of will, forcing it down quickly, because they can't trade tank it. They have very, very low HP bars across the entire team. So a couple of Voidlings maybe, but everything else is just going to be brute force. So another Mountain Drake would actually set up what they want to do, which is put some aggressive wards around Baron, to get a pick, and then DPS it down as fast as possible.
Yeah, give Snowflower the ability to possibly have enough Voidlings to tank up the Baron until it's dead. But maybe not going to be a possibility, as Punch is hanging around the area. Does have Guga there with him. Snowflower gets a silence. Just need to replace some wards now as well, as Jin Air do look like they really want to try and contest with this. Arrow flies forward. Edge clipped from the side, as there's the safeguard to try and keep him alive. He gets out, as there's the shockwave onto only Raze, but they secure the kill. Sol now trying to get his damage round from the side, but look at this. Punch frontlining beautifully. Snowflower is going to go down as Teddy gets polymorphed. He's going to get smacked apart as well, and a double kill comes in for Sol, as Kuzan says, team, what was happening?
It just seemed like they went too far in, overextended into 4 members with almost no vision, and the turnaround was there. They couldn't one-shot Edge, and from there, shields and many other things lead to the turn. Speaking of turns, Kuzan's alive. So1's here. They're going to try and poke around, but they don't get the objective.
Yeah, Deathray not going to be able to steal that one, and I'm just so surprised that Kuzan didn't walk down, because that could have been almost a triple kill with a well-placed Chaos Storm, but no, just doesn't get himself round there. So one's here as well, as Roach still struggling at the moment.
They do have a lot of turret damage. They want to get this as low as possible. Already have all the other outer turrets, but for now, Roach can hold strong.
This game all of a sudden extremely even. 400 gold in it. Teddy with his Hurricane. Looks like he's building towards what could be that Phantom Dancer next, wanting as much attack speed and movement speed as possible.
It's one of those games where evaluating the comps in the late game is actually pretty tricky because Victor and Orianna both very strong in the late game. Maybe slight advantage to Orianna with the utility. Jason late game falls off, but Gragas does as well. However, against a full damage lineup, the explosive cask, if it bounces 3 squishy people in, it basically wins a team fight straight up. So scaling's pretty similar between the two teams. So it's going to be more about who outthinks, outwards the opponent, which with 9th versus 10th, you never really know how to read that situation. It feels like on the day, either team could show us a level of performance they just haven't been able to in previous games, because it's not like these two teams are just terrible and the rest of the teams in the LCK are strong. It's just these two teams are not as good as all the superstars that have been put together in most of the other rosters, so they've just been a step behind. And when you're a step behind in standard lanes, the game snowballs quickly and the game is over very quickly. Despite Jin being good at stalling, there's been a lot of games where they've just been artificially extending the game time. So outclassed they have been against some other teams, and that's why we're looking to see now, on a more level playing field, what are they both capable of.
Yeah, and it's going to be about who can orchestrate these fights effectively as well. I mean, both teams wanting to do different things. Jin probably looking for that pick into snowball effect as far as a team fight goes, whereas Kongdoo Monster will be able to disrupt if they can find Jin in a group. We'll see who's going to be able to actually get that one down. And you saw a massive fight for vision towards the top side there. It's going to come down to these wards. So who can actually keep things working out.
So far, very defensive vision for Jin and actually now offensive move Kongdoo. There's a teleport coming in. It's going to come in looking for the turret dive here.
Yeah, looking for the bottom lane as Snowflower is going to get caught by that Chains of Corruption. Teddy staying close as Roach will be able to body slam his way over. There's the explosive cast, but Teddy still able to get into a decent position. Raze here as well as Punch is going to get ulted up and destroyed. They trade out Snowflower, but that's 2 kills already over to Jin. Roach still tanking up a lot of damage, but tanky is exactly what he is. They should be able to actually get some priority on this turret, although the minion wave does fall down.
And it's 2 kills in a 4v5. Kongdoo unfortunately misjudged the situation. Snowflower still relevant despite being focused down with the ult killing Punch first, and then you have Graves galloping in with the extra movement speed from his keystone, and reactions from Jin are good, and all this time. The meanwhile is very relevant because this might actually be a deleted turret from So1. There's actually only 18 minutes into the game. There's no home guards coming through after the recall, so they just get the turret.
Yeah. That W does a heck of a lot of damage to those turrets as well, so So1 easily takes that one down. So Jin now actually extending their lead. 2.2 thousand gold, and I actually told a lie before Papa Smithy. It's going to be the Blade of the Ruined King, of course, as the theoretical 2.5 item after the BF sword into Hurricane from Teddy.
Kind of stuck between a few different things, but yeah, you'd assume it's going to be Blade of the Ruined King second. And
I like that though. You know, it's what you used to do on champions like Tristana who wanted to siege early on. It's like build the BF sword for some baseline damage and then build attack speed.
The BF sword into completed Zeal item into Hurricane is kind of a bit meandering because you get a lot of power in finishing recipes, and
yeah,
you're kind of caught between 3 different identities. But as a 3-item build, I agree. It's not bad at all.
I think it's a cute way to try and work in the superpower that is the Blade of the Ruined King to Ash, who needs a certain amount of things before she gets going.
Just sell that Doran's Blade for a null-magic mantle for a QSS later. Just have the most options.
I just want as many bits of recipes as possible.
And then, like, if you have a cheeky 3K, you finish them all, and the power spike is amazing.
Oh, yes! It's like having all the bits of a Trinity Force and the bits of other items as well. It's like, oh, wait until this all comes together.
It's when you want a Sheen, and you want a Sheen and a Phage real bad, and you have Sapphire Crystal and Longsword in your inventory, nothing else.
Feels like, real bad, man. And then it's like, why didn't you build a Ruby Crystal instead of a Sapphire Crystal?
I just needed some mana.
In fact, Sapphire Crystals on anyone other than Rise bother me so much because it's doing nothing as far as combat stats are concerned.
It reminds me of the time that it was an international tournament and a non-Korean support was building towards Zeke's Herald.
Yeah.
And had Glacial Shroud. Oh, it's So1 gets ulted. Not going to lead to anything. had Glacial Shroud and double Amp Tome in his inventory, so couldn't fit in any control wards.
Oh,
and
no.
the Korean support was like, why is he trolling? Why is he holding the double Amp Tome?
Just build a revolver and move on.
Well, just don't build the double Amp Tome. Build one Amp Tome and two or three pink wards as they were at the time.
I like the double Amp Tome. Just turn it into something else, please.
They lost because of lack of vision, just to be clear.
Unsurprising. Well, that Voidling is looking very sad, moving towards Sol, who just shoots it in the face. Another Dragon's going to be up in about 13 seconds.
What you noticed from the previous engage, where we saw Kongdoo try a 5v4 on top and lose, that Kongdoo's comp is actually way better kiting backwards than it is initiating. When you go for this Hurricane auto-attack Varus, he just wants to be sitting at the back shooting, which is difficult to do from far away, as Sol casually sidesteps the arrow.
Yep,
so if we see
wander to the side move.
Whichever team hard commits, especially if Jin Air hard commits, I think Kongdoo can still win a fight, even though they're 2,000 gold behind.
Yeah, well, that was always the way with, picks like the Gragas. Disengage, always fantastic, as Shock Blast is trying to soften up the members of Kongdoo Monster. This Infernal Drake going down very quickly, is secured by Edge, and now Roach looking for a fight. Deathray not going to do too much damage, as end of the line not showing Roach too much of a hard time.
Yeah, initiation in an open spot of the map, like mid lane, is almost impossible for Kongdoo. Not going to be in range for something like a Explosive Cast max range or the Chains of Corruption. So, while threatening, was never really going to lead to too much of an outcome. We go back to the farming phase. Sol's going to find a massive wave in the top lane.
Yeah, and despite the 2,000 gold lead for Jin Air, it's looking like they don't have the confidence that they were showing in the early game to really try and take it to Kongdoo Monster. Kongdoo have been bullying them a little bit around the last two Dragons and around these grouped up situations.
The problem is, as you look at the comp, if they hit an Ash Arrow, they have a go button. But if they don't, Malzahar will just die if he dives in alone without vision. So the only real go button is specifically hitting an Ash Arrow. So it's kind of all on the accuracy of Teddy with that specific ability to force it. Because they don't have a tank, it's Jace who wants to poke around. So initiation, despite the fact they're ahead in gold, is actually kind of tricky for Jin Air to pull off.
Yeah, now all of those arrows that were flying at Sol, not going to be as much of a big deal. The QSS has been completed. So this Varus a little bit more safe, and at exactly the right time as well when these fights are going to start breaking out, especially around this Baron buff.
So this is a KT Rolster comp. We saw KT Rolster run a lot of comps very similar to Jin Air's.
Yep,
Pawn on
lots
Victor,
of damage.
And then lots of damage, right? No tank. And I think a lot of people have criticized these comps, and they're certainly tough to play, but the way you win with them, which you don't often see, honestly, we do see this comp losing a lot more because execution heavy. The way you win with them is about the vision. We come back to someone like Mada, warding up the enemy jungle, because, hey, if you're face-checking Jin Air, they are super powerful. If you're getting to lanes the fastest by cutting through the enemy jungle because you have control wards around their red side jungle and thus can get to top lane and hit a turret faster, which is not relevant in this game, but just as an example, that's how you win with the comp. You need to be first to rotate, so you need to be first to have vision supremacy, because if you don't have vision supremacy, you can't flank teleport, and you have to hit an Ash Arrow, you have nothing.
Wow, Shockwave actually used on the minion wave here as Edge was just... He was smelling a gank, and you saw Teddy actually lining up that arrow as well. Didn't throw it out, but nice disengage.
But this is the struggle. They don't have that vision supremacy, so they're only really swapping farms with the opponent. They're fast pushing a wave, it's going to the enemy, and they're not gaining any objectives, because right now they haven't sussed out how to get the vision they need to actually be able to push with this comp.
Yeah.
So with lack of force, with no teleport flanks, with only an Ash Arrow, Jin Air, predictably, are going to have the game stalled out.
And it was something that we were prepared for, Pub Smithy, of course. Just Teddy, volley, not going to be able to stop it, but at least does a little bit of damage. It's immediately healed in the fountain. Nicely done.
He's just shooting for the post-game damage dealt to champions graph.
Well, we know that Teddy's stats are real good.
He's got at least 127 damage.
Exactly, at least
120
extra damage on top of the easily above 12 that he's hit already. Given the fact that he's got a couple of assists and a kill under his belt, I know he's been doing some damage to champions.
You're pretty perceptive.
I
Max.
know. That's why I'm a caster. I see things. Death Ray, not exactly living up to its name under Punch, who does have his Locket of the Iron Solari already completed. Giant's Belt there as well. Very defensive build on the Lee Sin. No cheeky Hex Drinkers or more of Malmortius to be built up just yet.
Not really anything going on at all, Atlas. This is wave clear versus wave clear. No team is ready to pick. We might see a turret die. I guess we could cheer for that.
Woohoo! In fact, relatively soon, given the lack of health on that one there. Gromp is the priority here for Teddy. Wants to get more money. We know that he's good at getting money, as statistics have shown. The tower does indeed fall down. Minion wave dies, and I feel like this may be a rinse and repeat type situation for quite some time. Do you have any limericks that you know?
Limericks, you say?
Yeah,
I'm not really
limericks.
a limerick, man.
I have an Australian one, but it's not exactly the best limerick.
Is it broadcast friendly?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead. Let's hear your limerick.
You want to hear my limerick?
I do.
All right. There once was a man from Melbourne who got hit on the head with a wombat. When asked if it hurt, he said, "No, not a bit. You can do it again if you like."
Well, speaking
Arrow's going to land. Thank goodness. No more limericks. As Edge just immediately cleanses that one off with his QSS. And it's not the exciting times that I was expecting. Back to the limericks.
Cool limerick, bro.
Thanks, man. My dad told me that one. You can tell. It's a dad limerick.
I've got some dad jokes to follow up on that one with.
Oh,
in the
really?
future. I'll get there. Don't worry.
I got a few of those too, surprisingly.
But I can get away with them because I have Papa in the name.
Oh, no.
I'm hiding in plain sight, you know?
Yeah. I don't have any children, so I have no right at all.
I don't either, but I have a cool name, so I got that going for me.
All right, well, Teddy once again clearing out that top lane. And Kongdoo Monster are stacking just a little bit. Smoke screen goes over. There's a very cold sprinkler system. Edge just seems to be oblivious to everything else other than the mid lane minion wave.
So1 and Roach having a gay old time fighting in the bot lane, just shooting each other, but not leading to anything.
Yep. I've got bullets. You've got barrels. Oh, there's the flash. So1 could have almost flashed short there, get himself some extra distance, which would have been cool in a time where not many cool things have been happening other than minion waves dying.
Some people are into that, you know? I don't judge. You know, some people are just into seeing minion waves die a lot. Monte Cristo, one of the big ones on no champion genocide, only minions dying.
If it's being done in a creative and cool way, I think is when the old Monte Cristo likes it.
It's true.
Maybe not when they're just generically running down lanes, getting slaughtered. He doesn't like death for death's sake.
Has anyone ever realized that the minions are kind of trolls? They just int. They run down mid, they run down the lane. They never stop for anyone.
Nope.
They're just intentionally feeding the enemy, literally.
Well,
they were designed to. They're made of gold.
Hey, that's true. Why do they only have gold inside?
That's something that was never been. I'm waiting for the League of Legends movie to get the real skinny on that one.
And have you seen their corpses? They just sink into the ground. Why does nobody else have this quicksand effect? Champions don't.
That's true. They stick around, but then they disappear.
Yeah, there is some intolerance going on here. Poor minions being treated differently. Oh, well, we'll go into that. I feel like that's more of a political discussion we can have later. There's Edge.
There's plenty of time for that, Alice.
Not very high on the old health bar is Edge in the mid lane. We'll have to go back to base. Might be an opportunity now for Jin Air to do something.
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of downtime. Trying to get my report ready for the minions.
All right, yep.
Intentional feeding's not allowed. Riot have said very clearly.
I'm not going to report them. I feel like they're making a stand. They're intentionally feeding because they're not feeling like they're being treated like the other people on
7
the 7
years of sobriety as the Baron's getting low.
It's actually going to be taken here as Raze is going to be able to lock that one down. Roach as well altered, so big tank removed now from the map. Collateral damage sneaks in between both Guga and Sol, so no damage. The Kongdoo Monster just have to watch the big purple worm be taken down. Jin Air are just going to head back to base, buy some more items, and get this siege happening in earnest.
And surprisingly, it wasn't the pick into Baron. We knew they had the Baron damage, but they saw the recalls. They had the wards to spot that. And very smart of them to make the first decisive move of about 20 minutes of the game time. Get the Baron, grow a gold. It's still not massive, still Kongdoo with a shot. We know how strong Kongdoo are if you dive into them. But out of nowhere, the game finally gets through its infancy phase, gets through its awkward teenage phase, and now the mid-games come up, Atlas, so we might have some action.
And it was absolutely beautiful to watch as well from Jin Air. I mean, we were talking about other things, but they watched Edge have to go back to base. They knew that a lot of that wave clear was now removed. They had to then move the rest of the Kongdoo members that could help with that wave clear towards that mid lane, meaning that no one was there to scout out that Baron. They knew they had the vision, and Jin Air just did the math, knew what they were able to take. It's beautiful to see.
Yeah, and Kongdoo just caught off. You know, the game had reached such a lull that out of nowhere, instantly deleting of the Mountain Drake, and Jin Air will even get a second Mountain here. The first Mountain helped with the Baron capture. This will help with turrets and no doubt the inevitable second Baron of the game.
Teddy's just being stubborn now, Papa Smithy.
How so?
He just never wants to finish that BF sword. He's like, BF sword is a completed item.
The interesting thing is he has a second Vamp Scepter now.
Yeah, so Mercurial Scimitar looks to be coming in, but that doesn't build out of a BF sword.
No.
That's pickaxe. So I'm bothered. That Infinity Edge is going to be quite late, if it is indeed what he's going to
I wonder
build.
if an AD carry's ever held onto a BF sword this long. Probably not. I mean, I guess if you were feeding and couldn't buy anything, but like, given how the game has gone, I don't know if we've ever seen a scenario like this, where they're like, BF sword, that doesn't build into anything.
Never before seen in the history of the LCK. BF sword held for basically, what, first back until 32 minutes?
Now what I really want is a YouTube video.
That is a stat that we need to find.
No, now I really want a YouTube video that's like, you'll never believe what happened in the LCK. It's just 30 minutes of a BF sword in an inventory and a guy farming.
And it's just like the slow zoom on the item slot the entire time.
But if it's a slow zoom, if it's less than 1x speed, it could be a very long video. It might violate some terms of service.
Well, it depends on like where you're getting this video from, because I've seen some very, very long videos.
True.
And,
Me too. They're often Jin Air VODs.
Yeah.
When I'm doing the VOD review, those are the long videos I like.
In fact, the longest one that I've seen is, in fact, an incredibly slowed down version of that Monsters Inc. scene where Mike Wazowski nads himself on a pole.
Oh.
Yeah. It goes for 2.5 hours.
I'm not going to explore that. I feel like that's not a conversations broadcast ready.
Yeah, how I even found that video, or how whoever showed me that video found it, is beyond me. But look, it exists on the internet somewhere. As there's the inside track being gained here by Jin Air. That takes a lot of damage, that turret, as Roach gets ulted. Can't actually engage anything, and another minion wave now to crash down. Meanwhile, Sowan on the top side of the map, and you can't leave a Jace on his own to take down these turrets, because he will do so. Punch just gets destroyed. There's the damage from Kuzan as once again. That is going to be a hula hoop to remove minions. Minion genocide is a relevant topic this game, Papa Smithy, because that has been needed quite a few times. Shock Blast just to clear out the rest of these. Sowan does not want to give up on this turret.
But I'm so impressed with how decisive Jin Air have been. Sowan, okay, you're probably not going to be able to finish off the turret just now. Just wait for the rest of your team. They're going to start coming up.
Yep, it's exactly what he's doing, though, and Sol actually tanks the second tick of the death ray damage. Not what you want. Very close with Sowan on that.
So much turret damage on this team.
It's huge. Teddy actually smashing them down as well. That's that BF sword that's been charging up in his inventory for so long.
I think you're being facetious on that one.
Just a little bit.
But this is the sort of pressure that Jin Air can apply with a Baron buff. That's why actually taking the Baron has led to a massive purse of gold on multiple members. They haven't quite cracked the base, but you know, another visit to top lane, and we'll see Jace being able to do that. And now Kongdoo make one mistake. 2 members die. This game is probably going to be over from Jin Air at a very Jin Air pace. They average 42 minutes a game, and okay, most of those losses are them extending the game. But Jin Air so far, the moment that they've been given a real obvious invitation, like taking the Baron when Edge recalled, have been relatively decisive.
Yeah, but if you're going to look at a, like, I guess, gold graph for a Jin Air game, generally you're not going to have a gold graph that is this linear. This is Jin Air just slowly and incrementally building a lead until they decide to take down Kongdoo Monster. Whereas normally, I mean, things are fluctuating. They're making mistakes. Teams are finding their way in, things like that. This is a very controlled game from this team, who've just grabbed themselves another Mountain Drake, now moving back into siege mode.
And that's why little things like Snowflower ulting Gragas on site are actually relevant, because that was a disengaged Malzahar ult.
Yeah.
We don't normally talk about that as a mechanic, but it was literally the Gragas wants to come up and either stop the siege or pop someone in. Ulting him bought time for the rest of the team to back off and for Jace to get turret damage at top. So it wasn't even for a single objective. It actually won them a massive trade in terms of tempo on the map of getting turret damage and getting the allies away. So even something as small as that isn't going to win an MVP, won't even be in an MVP highlight video, was a good use of resources for Jin Air, who now find themselves 8,000 gold ahead, and Kongdoo, unfortunately, the position they found themselves in so often this season, really don't look like they know what to do.
Yeah, and it's this level of intelligent play that we don't expect out of, you know, 7 and 8 on that list. So
well, we got 9 and 10 today, Atlas.
Yes, 9 and 10, sorry.
7 and 8, maybe, you know, on a good day. To be fair, our 7th place team has 7 wins and could still actually make the top 5.
We had. Oh, dear.
It's okay. I just have to correct it.
No, thank goodness.
Don't want to mislead the OGN leader.
That is true. It's just 2 teams have disappeared. Just gone. No, Teddy just going to push up this minion wave. Sowan doing the same thing, and it is rinse and repeat. But my point is that this is the type of forethought and intelligent play that you expect other teams in this league. So the Jin Air fans that have turned up will be pretty happy with how this game has been played out even if it is against Kongdoo Monster, because a lot of these thought patterns are intelligent against any team. It doesn't even really matter.
And a lot of people are sitting at home wanting us to make, the big hyperbolic statement, like Jin would win NALCS. Clip that out and be like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Jin is not a bad team. If Jin went over to NA, I think they would be close to a playoff spot. And it'd be somewhere between 6 and 3, let's say. Hard to say. It'd be a very different regimen. Could they keep up the Korean training regimen and, for example, the scrim culture being different? Hard to say. But they are not a bad team by any means, just overshadowed by many better teams around this league. And a lot of talent where they just can't field rosters with Deft Tomato. And even that only goes so far, as we learned yesterday. So Jin have had times, specifically recently, those wins over KT, the game win there, game win here and there, have looked pretty good. And against weaker opposition, they actually are taking the lead role we hoped, given their recent form.
Well, Roach is actually looking to try and force something here. The flash comes out of Snowflower. The ultimate is going to be what's traded, but Roach not a huge cooldown on that one, so isn't going to be upset. But not finding the fight that they wanted could be a problem, as So1 continues to push up this bottom lane. And that teleport is available from the Jace. Still has the
boy's
flash
done
as
it,
well.
Atlas. I got to cut you off. He's built a BF sword.
I know, 36 minutes was when it came in, so that's a 30-minute BF sword. It's a long time to be held, and we'll see whether that statistic actually does come out to be true, as that's 30 minutes is a long time to have the one BF sword.
Get on it, Twitter analysts.
Yeah, please, someone. This is the important news. We need to try and
We don't have Spellsy anymore, sadly.
No! He's still there. It's just in the EOS, yes.
Yeah, that's the thing. We can't send the intro riot email and ask about that one.
Yep. Might be able to add him on Twitter.
Maybe Martin will be excited. I'll message the official, but I need to know. Maybe that'll help us out.
Can we have the big news?
Hey, sometimes you have to backdoor yourself into the stats, Like, you don't have the stats package, but you know someone that does.
There's an XPK reference here, I think. There's actually another thing to talk about is exactly what that BF sword was turned into. It's the triple lifesteal coming out from Teddy.
Frontline.
Wanting that massive siege.
It's kind of a frontline Ashe build without necessarily, we see frontline Ashe from, say, Prey yesterday, but this is literally, if you take damage, you can lifesteal. If you try and poke around a turret, let's say Command Attack Dissonance comes in and does 60% of the Ashe's health, pop into a minion wave, the next one, or even into a jungle camp.
Yeah.
It's going to be basically full life, because remember, it's a sheer amount of lifesteal, 15, I want to say it's about 45 to 50% lifesteal,
yep,
I forget exactly.
close to that.
But remember, Hurricane Bolts also proc lifesteal on the secondary target, so literally
100% lifesteal items almost.
Exactly. So basically that's full health very fast.
Yeah, very, very fast. And a Wraith Camp has a lot of extra little raptors.
And what does his team have? Damage. So he doesn't even need to worry about not having Infinity Edge or the highest damage build, because he's got Jace, Graves, and the Victor to carry the load.
Yeah, and like we were talking about before, it's about taking down these turrets. It's exactly what Jin has been able to do very, very well. He's been in the right positions, sneak in a little bit of time, and if you can kill a turret in that time, that's exactly what you need. And it shows. 2 inhibitor turrets have been taken down. These inhibitors still sitting there, but getting split pushed at.
Now, they're not playing 3 lanes, so that's one of our criticisms for specifically the bottom teams, is actually bringing up the minion waves in both lanes. And right now, no one's paying attention to top. So there's only 2 lanes from Jin when it could be 3-lane pressure. And also, top turret, we remember, is very, very low. So that would be probably the highest priority lane to push in. We remember it being 20% HP about 4 or 5 minutes ago, so it's probably sitting around 50% with the turret regen. Is looking for a pick.
Yep, Punch is going to get picked off as well. That was a lot of health gone in a very short amount of time. Chaos Storm was used though, but that is a jungler down, and that means Jin really want to take this Baron with double Mountain Drake and a heck of a lot of damage. They will be able to do so, especially without Roach there to try and disrupt. And see you later, Baron. This is number 2 for Jin very easily. Just another day in the office for this team at the moment.
And a single pick into Baron on anyone other than Punch, there's still a bit of thought, because remember, no tank, still a chance that you're going to be able to turn on the squishy members of Jin as they DPS down the Baron, but when it's on the smite, throw that out the window. Very easy claim. They're now finally pushing up this top lane minion wave to take down their first inhibitor of the game, and it feels like the cavalcade of objectives is coming just in a moment.
Yes. Well, it can't really be too much of a cavalcade. There's only 3 turrets and 3 inhibitors left. I don't know exactly what you mean. It's feeling like the beginning of the end here for Kongdoo Monster. We will need to make some massive readjustments for game number 2.
Jin's just waiting for 42 minutes.
Not long to wait now. Even if they manage to get the ace and push on through, I think that 42 minutes is optimistic. These inhibitor turrets are inhibitors taking a heck of a lot of damage, and So1 is able to take his down. Was just given a little bit more time than Kongdoo Monster probably would have liked to give him.
And Jin Air decides to be clean. They decide they really want the Elder Dragon to take away any ambiguity. 4 DPS dealers, and hell, a Malzahar too.
Yeah, I call
With
him a
the
DPS.
Elder Dragon is going to be a lot of damage. Even every tick of the E from the Malzahar applies the true damage. So periodic spells like the Equalizer and the Malefic Visions in that way are even more effective with the true damage burn as, well, Snowflower's got some actives, that's for sure.
Yeah, damn right he does. That is a silly amount of protection that he has available to him. Even a cleanse for the rest of his teammates.
And the only one he can fat finger is the Locket, which is probably fine.
Yep, absolutely. Even Redemption to a certain extent.
You have to cast it. I guess Smart Cast item, that would be another fat finger.
I Smart Cast all of my items, proper speedy.
That's why you're so good.
It means that I can accidentally do stuff, and sometimes it's good.
Well, sometimes your brain don't work so good, so
yeah,
just a Smart Cast by accident.
Guess I'm a play-by-play.
I like how you were like Southern and also finding League of Legends very hard.
Damn it!
I was
saving my bad American accents for when you call me Achilles, but it didn't happen this time.
I got it on the mind. Not going to call you Achilles.
Damn it! I reminded him. Just wanted that moment. Kongdoo Monster having a real rough time trying to defend this one. Roach looking for that last-ditch effort fight, but they're not able to save this turret. And Teddy, give him any time with that inhibitor, is able to take that one down. That's 2 dead. 1 final one remaining. Death Rays flying through. Lots of poke damage available here for Jin Air. They don't even need to start a fight, because look at these health bars. Just looking at this team seems to be burning away that health, and that's all 3 inhibitors now gone.
The only time Kongdoo won and engaged when Jin Air over-engaged on an Ash Arrow 20 minutes ago. They're not even looking to engage. They don't need to. 3 inhibitors down, and even if there is a heroic defense from Kongdoo, I don't think they can keep their base up.
Yeah, Baron-empowered super minions as well. They hit super fast as these inhibitor turrets starting to fall. Look at the health bars evaporating. Roach cannot tank anything up. Soul has to flash himself out, but I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough. Rays well and truly up in the faces of them. Roach lasts a long time, but eventually falls, and the turrets also get taken down. The Nexus falls now as well as Jin Air take down Kongdoo, now 1-0 in this series.
A bit of a slow cap for Jin Air GreenWings. Slow clap, sorry. They actually closed out the game, regardless of a bit of slowness in the first 20 minutes. When they finally got the Baron, they played order. That was very clean from this squad who haven't shown that level of decisiveness, haven't been able to in many games, often found themselves behind, but went ahead after finally getting the Baron. Everything locked into place for Jin Air GreenWings. They stuck the landing, and while it's only the first game, good chance of the Glad plane being able to come out for the 3rd time only this season, because Kongdoo Monster, unfortunately, another game from them where it was decent at the start, there weren't any big gaping holes, and then they fall behind to a point, and it looks like they're never going to find a way back into the game.
Well, hopefully someone does find a duster, gets into that hangar, and that Glad plane can make its way out, because that's exactly what we did want to see from Jin Air. We saw some signs of hope, signs of life from them against MVP, but this was just constant pressure.
But the scary thing is, kind of still looking for that proof of life from Kongdoo Monster. Unfortunately, they take to the Rift, the mechanics are often fine, but when they start losing, they're not even going for the, well, we're 10,000 gold behind, why not make it happen? We saw, for example, Longzhu doing that recently. They're not even trying that, they're just kind of rolling over Atlas.
Yeah, and Roach, we saw, was, you know, he went for that flash play, he went for the ultimate to try and lock down Snowflower. They had some ideas of what they needed to do, but it seemed like even their composition didn't quite help them. They didn't quite understand what they needed to do to make that comp work, because we didn't have too many things to say that were negative about that one.
Yeah, not much to say here, unfortunately. Jin Air, cleaner than you expect for 9 spot, but Kongdoo, same old story.
Yeah, it's very, very unfortunate. But of course, still early days. We'll see exactly whether or not Jin Air or Kongdoo can come back in game number 2. Don't go anywhere after the break. We'll be back with game 2. Welcome back, OGN Legion, to LCK Spring. I'm Atlas, this is still Papa Smithy, and we are into Game 2. Surely soon enough, between Jin Air and Kongdoo Monster. Jin Air taking Game 1, looking pretty good while they did it.
Relatively clean, you know, honestly. Like, sure, it wasn't the 25-minute destruction that another team could do on another day, but when it comes to drafting these no frontline team comps, can honestly, one bad team fight can fall behind because they can't put down wards and can't force things. Jin Air kind of stuck the landing. It was really good stuff from them, relatively speaking, in Jin Air pace, above 40 minutes, and MVP will actually go over to Snowflower, who's disengaged Malzahar ultimates to complement the standard flash engage ones, for a treat to see.
And I honestly would have voted for him purely for
the
solo kill in the bottom lane. That solo kill was right here, in fact.
So Gugu thinks he's fine, takes some main aggro, and I bet he is surprised to die from 100 health, but 2 points in Q will do that, not respecting the second point in the Q that you now max. And from there, honestly, it was a good pressure game from Jin Air after the laning phase has ended. Making some turrets. Look at this, ulting Roach. Hit that Malzahar skill shot.
And notice as well the fact that Snowflower was the one that was moving around the map, translating what was his gold gain on the bottom side of the map to everywhere else. And then after they rushed down this Baron, it felt like all she wrote here against Kongdoo Monster, who didn't have many answers.
It's a welcome return to form for Snowflower as well. For the longest part of the season, he was trading first rank challenger with Peanut. Fell away as his team did in recent weeks, but he's had a good time in the solo queue, and now he's translated that to, once again, a good time on the Rift, as we're going to have a substitute for Game 2. But which side? Could be on Kongdoo Monster. We could see a new support for them. But it's actually going to be a Jin Air substitute, despite winning with the Jace. Goodbye, So1, and the return of Ixu in the top lane.
Yeah, we'll see what Ixu's going to be able to change up. And I find it interesting because So1 was looking pretty good, honestly, on that Jace. But, you know, chances are he doesn't get it again, things like that. And it means that Kongdoo Monster aren't going to be able to draft as defensively, I guess, against that particular playstyle.
And what this basically means is that it was a pre-planned swap. They wanted to get time onto both players, decided to start with So1, and now going to bring in Ixu regardless of results. So after a victory, now the storyline becomes a bit of extra experience. You know, another win for Ixu, theoretically, if they're able to take down Kongdoo Monster, gets a bit more confidence on the side of Ixu, who they kind of need to be one of their confident players. He's one of the oldest players in the teams, the most experienced playing competitive, so him being on form is something that Jin Air will need if they're going to make it out of this predicament. If they're to win here, it will be at 3 match wins and still an outside chance of leapfrogging BBQ and getting out of the relegation playoff.
Yeah, and of course Ixu has a long history of playing tanks up there towards the top side of the map as well, so it might mean that Jin Air do want to change up that playstyle as we hop into Champion Select, and once again the Lucian is going to be banned away. Camille, of course, understandable, and there is the Malzahar ban. So Snowflower not going to be able to get his hands on that champion for all those interesting starts with the red buff, things like that, and potential solo kills at level 3.
And we talked about how the bans have been evolving on 7.5. How teams hadn't really figured out a consensus 7.5 meta because some of these teams are still playing their first competitive games on patch 7.5, and this Lucian priority clearly seems to be one of the things that's flowing through. If we see that again in the second series, maybe we'll be able to make a codified point on it. So an AD carry ban, a support, a jungler, and a top. So a bit of a random sampler with the bans.
Yeah, just making sure that players can't get on, I guess, the best options in these particular roles. There is the second top lane ban, though, as Rumble gets taken away again.
But if it is that random sample, let's say a mid champion was banned here, which is not likely, but if it was, then it actually favors red side, because then they're going to be getting to basically the second best champion in every role as an advantage. We could now have 2 jungle bans and 2 top lane bans. Regardless of this, looks like Kongdoo might be putting a heavy priority on the Zyra.
And it's the first time we've seen Zyra get through, actually, over the last couple of days in many of these games.
It wasn't picked in some games where it was available, but still a bit of a reach, I would say, with how much power is left. Sure, maybe not in the jungle, as now we're into the second round of junglers, but a champion like Varus that has been contested on both blue and red side could have been a consideration. There's other power picks, but it seems like the power picks for now will be the pick champions on the side of Jin Air. Raze looked pretty stoked about getting back on the Elise again.
Yeah, well, 100% win rate on that champion so far. Sample size of 2 games. Well, 2 games in the jungle and only 1 game on Elise, so definitely looking good.
sick statistic there.
I know, right?
Caster.
They're the type of statistics I like, the ones that can be just molded into whatever the heck you want to say.
That's all statistics, Atlas. What was the statistic about how many statistics are made up on the spot?
That's about 60%.
Yeah. You just made that up, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. It's the best. But Ashe is going to be picked up here. The Ashe Zyra, the classic Cloud9 bottom lane of old. And at least in there for punch.
And if you see a first pick Zyra, you're like, okay, what does Zyra do? Pushing and disengage.
Yep.
Match it with a pushing support. So they just go for the Karma in the first round, so just matching AD carry support and jungle. Which makes us wonder, now mid lane bans, very high likelihood that Jinair are going to get something like the Taliyah, Ryze, Orianna, these blind pick champions in the next round of the draft. Feels like Taliyah and Vladimir would be their gold standard. So will we see a double ban from Kongdoo, or specifically Taliyah and Vladimir, the best performing champions for Kuzan in recent memory?
Well, it is going to be Vladimir first. So on track. Something like that. See whether Jinair sticks into the mid lane as well, because it might mean that that pool is quite thin.
Could ban Orianna or Ryze. Those are champions that Edge has prioritized. Obviously not a lot of game wins means not a lot of high win rate champions for Edge in particular.
You have to have a look at how many times he's played the champions as well, and having 10 next to the Ryze name is decent amount.
And half their wins also. Three out of their 6 wins were on Ryze. So now Kongdoo have to decide, do we ban the Taliyah? Because that really should be the first pick for Jinair. Kuzan actually had a really good game, or two really good games on Taliyah. He's actually 2-0 on the champion, but the Weaver's walls were really clean from him, so...
Well, he has 2 positive win rate champions, Taliyah being one of them, so definitely something that they would want to look at, and they are going to, taking that one away with the Vladimir. So we'll see what Teddy wants to do, whether he wants to lock away that mid lane champion or take something else. I mean, top lane is an option as well, and Nautilus, definitely high priority. Could be taken.
And it feels like with every champion that's left, there's a meta champion that counters them in terms of mid lane pool. So why not just take the Nautilus, know that you're never going to get an abysmal matchup for the Nautilus with how strong he is in the laning phase, and then try and counter-pick Edge. That seems to be the strategy coming through from Jinair, so I can't fault them. They would have first picked in the second round Taliyah or Vladimir, both of them banned away, so safety first. With the Nautilus, and speaking of safety, there's a Maokai.
Yeah, there is a Maokai most definitely, and pairing that with the Orianna makes a heck of a lot of sense. They've got so much lockdown now, does Kongdoo. This team fight actually looking fantastic as far as controlling areas, lots of AoE, CC, things like that.
Is it going to be a Lissandra here from Snowfall? That's an option. I thought maybe something new, and Azir is not a champion we've seen a lot of, even though it has been on the winning end for people like Pawn in recent times. It could be a pick champion like the Talon or the Lissandra, or it could be something more normal, or it could be the most wave clear. I guess you could do that if you want, Jinair. This would be the most Jinair choice.
They are going to lock it away, so thankfully sticking with their identity, Pup Smithy.
Everyone can wave clear a lot.
And I like how they cycle through all of these. Ooh, interesting. Ooh, interesting. Ooh, Victor.
Everyone on this team is sick at wave clearing, so...
Everyone on both teams seems to be pretty sick at wave clearing.
Poorly sin.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, Elise still doesn't have a great time as far as clearing out
Hey,
of
W with the Runic Echo is something.
Yeah, it was true, true.
But the most generic comp possible. Sticking to type, but if they start winning the early game, they will certainly be in a good stead like they were in game 1, and we can't really be too much wavy fingery about the team. That's right, wavy fingery about the team.
That's brilliant. I'm going to use that one.
You have to be careful with that one. It can go dark places if you mess it up.
Well, we'll see. See what I can do with my attempt at wavy fingery is. Punch back on the Lee Sin. We'll see whether he has a better performance this time. Had some trouble in his jungle last time around, but maybe not going to be so much of an issue without the Malzahar to contend with that interesting start.
Not a lot of action in the mid lane. The wave clear between the two, unless the junglers become involved, and then Paris and Ashe. A strong wave clear in the bot lane as well. It seems like at least this time, there's no big wave clear discrepancy. Both teams, apart from the Victor pre-Hex score, are in a good spot wave clear-wise, so that should mean that the jungler that has the most initiative in the early game, or the team that sets up best around their level 1, could grab a pretty significant lead.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting. I mean, our AD carries have switched over, changed them up, but these supports are very, very different. So we'll see whether that is what's going to make the change that either of these teams need to try and get things done in the early game. But, ladies and gentlemen, Game 2 happening right now. OGN riding that momentum, and the fandom certainly showing that as well with the limited amount of people that we have here at this early hour in the Soli Stadium.
I mean, I have so much respect for Jin Air fans. They've had a core group of fans that have stuck through. You want to say thick and thin, but there hasn't been much thick, honestly. It's been thin and thin for the Jin Air organization. And there's been times when they've made the postseason, but not gone very far. The last excitement for them in many ways was when, in summer 2015, GBM's last season on the roster, they had a big run in the World's Gauntlet before finally falling.
Edge just lets himself get cued to the face there by Kuzan. I mean, the last time I got excited about a Jin Air roster was a long time ago, to be honest. I mean, names like Trace and Captain Jack sort of spring to mind.
They were pretty good in that specific run. They didn't have a great summer season, and then GBM was by far the best Gangplank player in Korea at the time, and basically hard carried them 2 sets of the way through on the mid lane Gangplank before. It wasn't enough, it wasn't to be, and people realized they could ban it. I miss GBM.
Well, so do I.
GBM was the first pro player to really welcome me with open arms when I came over to the LCK. I would often get to the desk and GBM would be sitting in my seat saying, I'm the caster today. His English wasn't as good as it is now, but he still was able to say, I am the caster today, and I knew exactly what he was talking about.
Yep.
Hope he's having a good time in Europe.
I think it would have been really cool if he had have been the caster of the day. I mean, I
told him we should go for it.
Yeah. Just get that double analysis cast going on.
We had that. That was Monty and me that season.
Oh, God. Yeah, I remember those.
The good times.
I mean, as a play-by-play, I'm fundamentally against that option.
Well, you don't want to give rise to the double color cast. You're like, wait, if they realize that they can both cast together, then my job.
I am irrelevant.
You said it, not me.
Yeah. Well, look, come on. Let's be real. I was close to that anyway. But it is going to be Punch getting to his blue buff eventually. That help with the Raptor camp was handy.
Ixu's going for a walk.
Ooh. I like that Nautilus skin as well. Construction Nautilus.
Now I really want to see that Nautilus skin versus the Scion skin.
Oh, God.
Transformers everywhere.
And it's all a bit Bumblebee as well, if you think about it.
I know what you did there.
Oh, dear.
I'm a little bit country. You're a bit Bumblebee.
But Guga and Sol are actually getting pushed in here just a little bit. Teddy being able to throw those piercing arrows across, helping him clear out these minion waves, not to mention Snowflower being able to add some Qs to the back wave. Has netted a little bit of a lead.
I have to assume that the Zyra reach, which I want to say, because it's so early relative to recent weeks, must be comfort for Guga. That's the only reason I think you would first pick a Zyra. It's not like, I mean, if you think about the comp that was run last game, it was kind of like this laning phase we're seeing from Jin. It was very pokey. So the melee champions disengage with the Stranglethorns wasn't really something where you're like, okay, if they run that again, we need Zyra. It just feels like they're going for ultra comfort. And that's why it's concerning to see them being pushed in and still losing 2v2 trades pretty handedly.
Yeah, and right now Guga actually completely out of mana. He's eating a bit of that back with his biscuit, so we'll be able to throw out at least another couple of spells, but not a whole lot, showing that Jin Air do have almost complete and utter control. Does mean that Punch able to spend a little bit of time down here towards the bottom side given the push nature of this lane, but it's not a good news story. It's showing how much pressure Jin Air already have on this side of the map.
And Punch might have actually gotten around that vision.
Yeah, a lot of damage here. There's the flash into the root. Still gets Teddy after the flash. Double exhaust come out as Teddy is so low. Another auto attack will come in and it'll be Punch that grabs the kill. And nicely done there to save this bottom lane.
Yeah, Snowflower tried the conga line approach. Wanted to stop there being any Q from the Lee Sin, but not enough. Really creative pathing around the vision cone means that Punch wasn't spotted. And hey, hit the flash grasping root. So pick success for Guga. Actually reaching for the Zyra and making the play happen. And Kongdoo, for the first time this series, have an advantage.
Yeah, legitimizing that first pick is definitely going to feel good for Guga. Did have to use both of his summoner spells, so opportunity maybe for Raze to come down and try and answer something. See what he can do. Still very early days, only 400 gold in it, and that is just the first blood gold. Went over to the Lee Sin. We'll see whether Punch can translate that around the map with the added power that he now has.
Now Raze is spotted, walked over a site ward on the way to stealing away a camp. He's actually in the middle here because he wants to look for a potential turret dive onto Edge.
Oh, give Edge a back as well, who's struggling a little bit. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana or health.
Raze has waited a long time considering the dive. And now it's so long that the earlier vision is kind of overridden by the fact that it's been so long that you assume that at least it left the jungle by then. Does mean that Punch can invade as 2 ships pass by through the night.
Mm-hmm. Snowflower just scouting things out. Walks over a ward, though. Scooger. Oh, not going to be able to predict that one. Snowflower turns around, heads back into his jungle.
Also tells him there's a ward there, given the hopeful grasping roots from the Zyra.
Well, both AD carries just hanging out on their own down here. Guga is going to make his way back to lane. So you're talking about ships passing in the night, things like that. Things definitely pretty calm here at the early stage. Back being picked up from Kuzan, who's now 10 CS in the lead. He does have his upgraded Hex Cord, so that's possibly only going to get worse, especially with the added wave clear that he now has on that death rate augment.
There's definitely one area where it'll be worse in terms of wave clear, as that means it's going to be even less action because people will just delete minion waves and run away. No reason to be in harm, or in the range of harm, or perceived harm, when you just clear the minion wave and walk backwards.
Well, let's hope that they clear the minion wave and walk somewhere to, you know, bring harm to somebody else.
That's true. That'd be exciting.
Yeah, it would.
But the vision's actually pretty decent, so that's hard to.
Damn it.
Thwarted already.
My optimism cannot stand up to this.
Your cup is runneth over.
No, it isn't. It is always half full, Pub Smithy.
I gotta ask, because I mean, Jin Air have kind of been that bogey team where, regardless of roster, long game time, drawn-out games, everyone knows it, the fans, the casters.
Yep. One above par.
I mean, you've done a lot of the casting of, you know, LPL teams. Was there ever an LPL team that was kind of an analog to Jin Air in terms of being a known quantity, in terms of play style that perhaps wasn't like EDG's aggressiveness, let's say? And was there any ones where you're like, oh, this team?
Vici.
Vici Gaming?
Absolutely. The team of 1,000 cuts is what we like to call them.
What does that
back
mean
in the day.
to the viewer at
That means
home?
that they barely do anything. And when they do, it's a very, very small thing. And if they're going to win, it's because they did that thing about 700 times over a 60-minute game.
One of those need 6 Barons to close the game teams?
I believe they're playing today.
So what you're saying is jump over to LPL 1.
You'll have exactly the same experience. Yeah, likely.
There's counter program and there's like-for-like programming.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm not scared because you're just getting the same thing.
I feel the same way about Nautilus vs Maokai.
I love Nautilus versus Maokai. 2 big things bashing each other. Like, if you ever want action, just go up to that lane. They're always hitting each other.
Sometimes our observer subscribes to the same newsletter as you, Atlas, and we get a lot of Maokai versus Nautilus.
Always a dangerous newsletter, Pops.
One time we missed a solo kill in that lane, and I was like, of course we did. Why would we have caught it? It would have been an accident to be watching that lane.
No, it wouldn't. Have you seen directed camera? It's always top lane.
Our OGN observers are a lot more vigilant than the directed camera, and that's why we miss kills sometimes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've had about 3 months off. You know, I've been doing a bit of practice casting myself, so directed cam's been helping me out. Doing a lot of wet noodle fights on the top side of the map, my friend.
How did you prepare for the Jin Air, the inevitable Jin Air cast?
Well, I just watched a lot of my favorite comedians, I guess, and tried to do what I could to learn to entertain. It's not true.
This could be some actual Rift entertainment.
Well, yeah, Teddy caught well and truly out of position. Good chance of corruption. Will be able to get the stun on a punch there as well, but Roach gets forward, smacks him down, and Gruger is going to be able to pick up that kill.
Kongdoo Monster are rocking it old school, making the smart play with the turret dive we see time and time again from the best teams. They also have a big lead in turret damage, so first blood, big check mark there. First blood turret, big check mark there as well, and maybe we have ourselves a series.
Yeah, 2,000 gold now the lead for Kongdoo, and this is exactly what it looked like on the Jin Air side in game number 1. Shows that all you need is to be wearing some blue shorts and you can make these sort of things happen, but that turret is going to be immediately answered on the top side of the map. Ixu getting an extended lead, and we'll be able to get soul money from the local gold of that turret as well. So maybe extending a lead over Roach by just a little bit, despite the 1 assist.
And the Mantra Q actually was a little bit short from Snowflower. If they stopped both backs, they would have even got a bit of additional damage onto the inner turret and bot lane, but not to be.
Yep.
Let's walk back. Again, touching distance for Jin Air. It's all about slight leads over the side of Kongdoo, but haven't been many games where that's happened, so you have to celebrate it when it happens.
And is there anything sort of telling us that Kongdoo want to accelerate this game, or Jin Air want to accelerate this game? Because looking at both teams, I mean, we've got Victor Oriana as well. I mean, both fantastic scaling. We've got both of the archers on the bottom side of the map, happy to go into the late game, things like that. 2 tanks on the top side of the map, 2 junglers that are going to possibly fall off late, but still have utility. It's looking very similar. Would you give the late game to either of these teams specifically?
Oriana vs Victor is similar to a point, but Oriana having larger range for a lot of effective range for spells outside of Victor's Chaos Storm. and the shielding also, so having utility scaling for ability power. A slight advantage to the Orianna, but not a big one, as Edge really wanted to push the
minion wave shockwaver. A minion waver, as we like to say in the biz.
I mean, that one seemed wholly unnecessary, because now they're trying to force the Drake, and they know that the ult isn't down, so why not fight?
Well, they are going to teleport in here as Raze flashes forward, gets the flash out of Soul immediately, but I don't think they'll actually be able to find the fight. And the Dragon did go over to Kongdoo Monster, so teleport is burnt. Roach is going to be coming up well and truly sooner than that of Ixu now. So Kongdoo Monster, once again, another successful play.
Yeah, Jinna weren't decisive enough. They should have just gone for the fight. The moment they saw an ult and the walk down, they knew Drake was happening, but they should have forced a fight. Drake or no Drake, the fight would have gone their way, because Orianna Shockwave was one of the biggest tools available to Kongdoo Monster. Wholly unavailable. But teleport was wasted unless they get an objective, and that's why you see Ixu persisting. They want something as Raze is caught.
Yeah, it doesn't have the flash. Remember, used it to try and get that cocoon out, but Punch now looking for that Sonic Wave is just going to flash kick, and that's going to close the gap. Brilliant repel, but it isn't going to be enough. Punch is just going to hit him in the head with his namesake. Gravity Field goes down for the disengage. So Edge clearing out the minion wave, doesn't want to spend any time with his team at all, but wasn't needed either. So that's another kill going over, and 3-0 now for Kongdoo.
Strange to see action happening, disconnected from recalls, but again, we're reminded of it being 9th versus 10th. That whole time Edge had recalled during that particular fight, and it didn't seem like Jinna were willing to fight with their carry, especially when they double blasting planted over and left the no flash at least to die. That could have been cleaner, but regardless, another small advantage inches Kongdoo further and further. They haven't been ahead 1,600 gold or more in many of their games this season. Let's see if they can close it out, because from behind, we know what to expect from Kongdoo Monster. They will not really put up much of a fight. In general, not look for a way to accelerate the pace of the game, either positively or negatively, just kind of bleed out and lose. From ahead, they've in general not really been particularly poor at closing out games. Haven't been fantastic either, but it's not necessarily a weakness of it. It's just not something that we've really been able to have a fully formed opinion on, because it hasn't happened that much. So let's see how they take over the game when they are actually in the lead.
Yeah, the strangulation that they can put down is going to be important. But the other question is on Jinna, and we were talking about their improvement that they've been making. This is another test.
Oh, I know what they're going to do. They're going to extend the length of the game with their strong wave clear.
It's almost like they've got an identity. Well, so far it's been difficult against Kongdoo Monster this game.
You're right, but you know, the easy objectives are what have been going down. A couple of kills, some outer turrets, but when it comes to breaking the base against Victor and Varus, let alone a lot of the incidental wave clear on the other 3 members, that's going to be an exercise in frustration. So Kongdoo Monster being able to problem solve the, you know, sieging / wave clear disadvantage, how to close the game or break the base is, you know, that's something to track, because there's definitely no guarantees about that one.
Yeah, and trying to get decisive Baron calls, things like that, getting the vision down, making sure that Jinna have no way in, things like that. It's going to be very important.
Not too many givens when you're casting Jinna and Kongdoo Monster, you know, compared to, say, SK Telecom, for example, that we cast yesterday. This is good from Kongdoo, though. They're pushing on aggressively. They know that Victor can't react, and Bunch is going to tank it up.
Yeah, just safeguards his way out to Soul, so they get a lot of damage on that turret. Teddy and Snowflower, not too many options, as Ixu's actually taking a lot of damage there towards the top side of the map, and Raze has to go back as well. They need to try and defend this as the next mini wave's coming in.
It's actually been a really good call, because obviously Raze has nowhere to get there, and they know that Ixu's teleport is unavailable. So when the 2 of them showed in bot lane for Kongdoo Monster, they go for the big force, and they just want the turret.
Yeah, Kuzan's going to get arrowed to the face as well. Good slow, as that's a hula hoop. Not going to find Kuzan at all.
He ghosted out of that one. Jinna now walking up, but the objective's already down. No reason for Kongdoo to stay. Probably not going to be anything for Jinna to find, and no Drake spawned either, so another advantage Kongdoo, and Jinna, gold lead grows for Kongdoo Monster.
Yeah, 3,000 gold now. And this is looking like a very linear extension of that gold lead as well. I mean, we were praising Jinna for it, at least I was. Game number 1, showing that they can just incrementally build on an advantage. Jinna have found their way into the mid lane and will be able to take down this turret. Hopefully, this mini wave isn't destroyed immediately. Looks like these caster creeps. Oh, are they going to do it?
Oh, 1 health!
What? Literally 1 health.
1 HP. Even lower HP than scores Baron stolen away.
By a hook.
I was thinking more about the one from the Gangplank Ultimate. The summer
with
final.
the actual 1 HP.
That was 2.
2, sorry.
That was 1 right here. That's a low HP turret. I feel like the graphic should be updated for 1 HP.
And I know we say so many things like someone just needs to breathe on that turret. Well, I believe like Breath of a Champion in League of Legends could almost do that much damage.
It's true.
You know? I know sunglasses block that much damage, or used to.
Now I really want Redemption to do 1 damage to structures. Zyra gets caught, like, no, sorry.
Wait, would a tick of a zillion bomb take that down?
Well, I can tell you that Raze's auto attack took it down.
Yeah, that certainly did. But I believe
I don't know if it does 1 true damage to structures. I don't believe it does.
Okay, interesting. I know it just does 1. It does 1 damage to champions, just so that it can draw aggro.
It can't actually do damage to turrets.
Sad.
That'd be broken.
That would be hilarious. Why would it be broken? It's 1 damage. Arrow shoots by. Sol just testing his aim there as Ixu has to throw down the ultimate. Stranglethorns comes in, not going to get the knock up, but Flash has to be used by Ixu to get himself out.
I think Jin Air are waiting for item timings even more so than Kongdoo Monster, so while they throw out some pick CC, they don't really have the items necessarily to look for the fights.
And Infernal Drake's actually coming up next, so exactly the dragons that you want if you're a Kongdoo fan. That's going to be started immediately. Ixu trying to push up this wave. That turret has fallen down. It only takes Punch and Soul to be able to take this one down, and they do so easily. All the objectives going the way of Kongdoo this game.
And really high-powered Drakes when you're snowballing like Kongdoo Monster are. Mountain and Infernal with another Infernal coming as the 3rd Drake is exactly what you want when you have one of these rare early game advantages for Kongdoo Monster. But the item timings are not there. I spoke about Teddy, for example. Really needs the Hurricane to get his build rolling. 1 item also on Kuzan. So it's not like 2 item Kongdoo Monster are weak, but it feels like Jin Air are stronger at 2 items than Kongdoo Monster, but then around, say, 3.5, 4, that's where specifically the Orianna will overtake the scaling game from Jin Air GreenWings.
Yeah, well, especially considering Kuzan's build, who's going for, I want damage now, please. With that Luden's Echo looking to be picked up.
I think you're being a bit too hopeful. I think it's more wave clear.
Oh, goodness me. It is definitely an item that can get you into a fight and start doing a little bit of extra damage.
But it can also get you to a minion wave and kill it fast.
That is not the attitude that we want you to have, Pop Smithy.
You're thinking LPL. We're over here on Jin Air LCK.
I'm just imagining that everyone wants to punch each other. No, that's not how it works. Oh, very cute. Bit of poke goes down onto Guga. Punch going to steal away that red buff very easily.
Yeah, good to see Kongdoo, though, doing the ordered thing. Easy subjectives after the outer turrets are stealing away or contesting red and blue buff, and even the Raptors, as we can see. Grows the lead over his opposite number in Raze.
Yeah, Raze now going to be able to take down at least the big one. So that's good news. Titan's Wrath popped there by Ixu on the bottom side of the map, trying to push Roach out, but shouldn't be able to do that. Both of them mirroring each other's builds effectively.
But Ixu has the cloth armor power spike.
Oh, and the, of course, potion power spike as well.
Very nice repel from Raze.
Yeah, gets himself over to the side. His Punch actually going to get caught by a lot of CC. The flash from Snowflower as well to guarantee the route. They do get it, but that's a fantastic disengage. Kuzan comes in from the side as Ixu may be a little bit late to this fight. And the teleport to come in from Roach. Here's the re-engage as the Twisted advance onto Snowflower. They want to pick him off. Good stun lands as Guga is going to get protected by the command. And that is going to be 2 kills already here for Kongdoo Monster, who just feel too far ahead despite the low health bars. Decent attempt by Jin Air, just not quite enough.
Interesting that Kongdoo, specifically Roach, skipped past the AD carry, was full health, low mana, saw the mana bar and just went for the support to lead the first member much faster. Instant 5v4. Raze falls as well. Kongdoo are not going to turn on to Baron. That was an option available to them, specifically with the smite down. And this is where you see 9th versus 10th. So far, Kongdoo have been very good when it comes to getting advantages. They get 2 kills, and it looks like they'll get no objectives, which, given the double kill and where they were at, it should have been something. There wasn't a clear call. Some people walked to top and pushed a minion wave. Edge moved to mid lane and pushed a minion wave, but no more. As you don't often see Maokai taking a second look at the AD carry and deciding to engage onto the support, but that's what happened here from Roach, and it got them 2 kills, so I'm not going to sit there and criticize it too much, but afterwards, dropping the tempo, going for purchases, instead of finding any objective after a double kill at 20 minutes, is not what we expect from LCK teams.
Yeah. It was a very early Baron attempt. I mean, if we're going to talk about why they wouldn't go for that, I mean, 20 minutes, it is going to do a fair bit of damage to you, and Roach wasn't necessarily at full health at that particular stage.
But attempting something, you know,
Yeah,
going and taking top turret, 3-man pushing mid turret. You can't just do nothing after objectives because it doesn't grow the lead as much as you need. Here we go.
There's the kickback. Kuzan just gets further into safety, but it was good flash timing. I believe Punch was committed to that as the arrow, not going to find Raze. Just drifts through. That's a goal. 3 members, actually. Very, very close.
Triple goal.
Yeah, Kongdoo Monster, though, looking to try and get some pressure down. Ixu will have to walk through some plants, but will be able to do so easily.
Teddy's not there yet, so they don't want to engage. Just pull away.
But good positioning to defend that outer turret in the mid lane, and shows that Jin Air still able to do a lot of defense. Wave clear like you were talking about. Working out for them.
But the wave clear gets more risky when Kuzan splashes down. And now, despite not being involved in the kill, he needs to be the first person there to wave clear. Ooh, not to edge, but no follow-up.
Yeah, decent dredge line, though. He's got his eye in, does Ixu.
I mean, Ixu's best champion in recent series has been the Nautilus. The last series Jin Air won was some Spider Nautilus from Ixu, won MVP on that Nautilus. So he has been impressive with the line skill shots on Nautilus, that's for sure.
Kongdoo Monster at least moving towards this Baron pit. Edge clearing out minions in the mid lane.
But Jin Air's getting away with Teddy just greedily side-pushing minion waves while the rest of the team kind of just defensively walk up and hope not to get picked. So Jin Air's actually winning out in ways they shouldn't be allowed to, with Teddy continuing to get access to farm. We know the numbers, we know how much CS he takes. Not necessarily yet in this game, but certainly moving forward. Teddy monopolizes lane farm more than any other player in the league. And Jin Air's plan is literally for Kuzan to be there and wave clear while Teddy picks up side lane farm.
And it's not like it's a secret as well. I mean, for Kongdoo, they can plan for Teddy to be probably somewhere where there's a minion wave for the majority of the game, because he gets so much of the CS of this team.
And there's so many ways to work around that. 4-man into a 5-man into another lane, mow down a turret, put a ward behind the side lanes, try and sneak a control ward into a lane brush and look for a dive onto the Varus, who, of course, when flashes down is very easy to catch. So there's many different things Kongdoo can do, but if they do nothing, Jin Air actually win out in that situation.
Jin Air do have a lot of non-committal CC and poke damage that they can throw out there as well. Haven't necessarily been in the greatest position to do so as Punch. Yeah, looking for something more as Raised, getting this one down very, very low. Will Punch actually be able to get in there? No, so Infernal Drake is just going to be conceded by Kongdoo. Not even going to try and start a fight, even though they do have this lead.
And that's just not a word. That's a dirty word for Kongdoo Monsters. Concede, because why are they conceding? They've won literally every juncture of the game before, but out of position where they needed to be. There's an ult. Will it lead to an engage? Looking like no.
Yeah, Soul going to get knocked up as Punch gets cocooned, but it is just going to mean that this minion wave was destroyed, and the tower once again stays up.
And as usual, Teddy's like, all right, guys, I'm going. I got things to farm.
Well, there is a red buff to be taken. Brambleback's not allowed to be alive if Teddy can kill them. Understandable. His Hurricane almost done as well he wants to get that. It does spell a lot of extra damage with those blight stacks being added to 3 targets.
I guess my frustration is that in a different game or against a different team, by the time Teddy had Hurricane, the game could have been iced. You know, there could have been an 8,000 gold lead, a Baron, all the outer turrets, whatever. Something could have happened, but instead, Jin Air getting away with the greedy farm, although Ixu's all alone.
Yeah, just going to flash over Punch. I like that as far as the kick placement would have got him to safety as well.
I mean, credit to Punch. He's been getting a lot of respect flashes. Got Kuzan's about 4 minutes ago, now gets Ixu's, but getting a flash is only relevant if you do something with it. And that's, again, the frustration is that why are Jin Air allowed such a long leash to just, you'd think to hang themselves, but in this situation it's just to farm themselves up.
And, you know, Punch did get that fantastic first blood. He's been in control of this game. There's only so much you can do on your own, though. Punch, finally, this tower falls down.
I mean, Punch can smile. 3-0 to 100% kill participation. He's done his job, blowing flashes left, right, and center, but it's the macro game, because right now it's kind of absent. They're like, okay, we're winning. There's some farm over here. There seems to be some farm over there. Seems to be, there's no inching forward. You look at the vision line. Somehow they have less vision than Jin Air. I don't know how that can happen with how ahead they are, but they're not doing anything together despite having double Sightstone or Sightstone and a warding.
Yeah, and it's not like they've been able to get extra farm onto any members as well. I mean, touching distance for everyone here on the side of Jin Air, even an advantage in the mid lane for Kuzan, who's been focusing on that wave clear, most definitely. I guess the success... Whoa, that was very close. Kuzan thankfully was walking in the right direction already. Good attempt by Sol, though.
And let's say we get to a late game team fight, Kongdoo win it, and they win the game. They still shouldn't be smiling because it didn't need to get to a late game team fight. It should never get to a point of parity.
And Snowflower should have never got to where he was. Now just be taken down. Uses the Inspire, gets the movement speed. It's going to be the Q missing there from Punch, but he'll walk up. Ixu's down. There's a teleport coming in from Roach, but Jinair have made it in. And Snowflower getting into the right position now. Raze moves over. Kuzan in a decent position. Teddy, though, can get collapsed on, and somehow they didn't manage to get the Karma when she was surrounded by 4 people.
Yeah, and exhausted to start things off as well, so question marks kind of continue to reign. You know, if this was even, we could be talking about literally nothing because nothing will be happening, but we need to put the focus on how far ahead Kongdoo were and the fact that Jinair are being allowed to come back into them. They even have the inside track onto mid lane.
Yeah, and that was a fantastic gravity field there as well as Ixu gets himself out. Arrow's going to land, but it's onto the big tanky Nautilus. He should be able to be taken down as the Strength of Thorns is there. Fantastic shield as there's the Shockwave. Gets 2 people. Kuzan in the wrong position and already 2 kills there for Kongdoo Monster as the fight starts off in earnest. Teddy trying to kite this one out, but it's a double kill now for the Maokai. Raze has to get himself up into the sky as he flashes his way out. Edge flashes after him, though, and that's going to mean the kill. So Kongdoo Monster do manage to get some revenge back in a 4-for-1 trade.
It bings onto Baron. They're low, but Roach might be able to tank it up anyway with the Q, so maybe they'll still win out. The frontlining from Kuzan's what lost them the fight. It looked like Teddy and Kuzan will be able to free hit, but nice Shockwave pulled in specifically Kuzan. They're going to trade tank, and they're finally going to get an assertive objective, ironically around the same time that Jinair got their Baron in Game 1.
Oh, come on, Snowflower. You need to go for it.
Doesn't
Mantra
have any wards.
Q for the steal.
A single ward to put down.
Oh, God, please. Oh, please. Oh, close. That wasn't close. That's a smite. That's just well done by Punch to make sure he stays diligent.
I thought you'd be saying the same thing when Max threw out a hook yesterday, but guess what? That stole a Baron, so...
It did.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. This didn't actually look like the worst fight ever for Jinair. Sure, it's Nautilus getting DPS, but he has a big shield. Teddy's being able to auto-attack, but Kuzan getting ulted with the Shockwave was enough for him to fall down. Then there's not enough damage inside of Jinair. Some sick orb walking from the Varus, but not enough. Cleaned up by Kongdoo. They'll take the Baron as well, and maybe this will finally be the lead to allow Kongdoo to try and close the game.
Well, we'll see whether they can do it. This bottom lane, the only lane that has had turrets removed, apart from that top outer that only recently fell. So still a lot of standing gold. This turret in the mid lane is very soon to fall over. Can Jinair get themselves into a position where they can fight is the question. There's no Void Staff yet for Kuzan, not necessarily doing the damage he wants to, and Roach is so big. 3-0-4. Not to mention Punch now, who's 4-0-5. Lee Sin certainly carrying his way through.
Yeah, item timings wise, Kongdoo in a really good spot. Void Staff now completed for Edge as well. So they're looking to finally take all the remaining standing gold. Probably not going to be inhibitors rolling down from this Baron buff, but another Infernal Drake spawning 3 in this game. So even though it's 9th versus 10th, we are getting the Infernals and the Hot Fire and the Drake spawns at least.
The Hot Fire in the Dragon Pit. Well, 30 minutes in, Inner Turret finally falls in the mid lane. That's 2 quick ones, equaling the 9,000 gold lead now for Kongdoo. Looking like they're definitely going to even out this series.
Jinair was hoping there was a gap between them and Kongdoo as they still have that outside chance of getting out of relegations, but if they are to lose this game, we seem to be moving towards the theory that no, perhaps there isn't a great gap between Jinair and Kongdoo Monster.
Well, they have all of the tools. Kongdoo will be demonstrating why they're in that bottom position if they do find a way to lose this game, Papa Smithy.
Jinair do have the stall. You know, there still is a lot of wave clear on their side. But you'd hope that Roach, being as ahead as he is, means that he's the one to say, I'm turret diving. He's got Guardian Angel.
I walk in there and don't die underneath the turret.
He's got Guardian Angel. He can Arcane Shift in, tank it up forever, then Arcane Shift someone else. Not Arcane Shift, W in, basically.
Yep,
Twisted Advance in. He can Twisted Advance aggressively, tank up the turret, and then Twisted Advance out by dropping aggro with a Twisted Advance. So he's that tanky that he can just disregard his own safety, and that should mean that Kongdoo Monster will be able to dive very safe.
Well, Jinair are looking to try and get themselves into a position to get a pick as people are walking through, but Kongdoo Monster not going to make that mistake this time around. Arrow's going to land onto Kuzan, not what he wanted. Immediately blown up as it's a decent ultimate into the backline, but that's the double kill for Edge as a Shockwave just eliminates Teddy. Ixu has to try and find his way out, and there's no wave clear remaining really here on the side of Jin Air, and should spell the breaking of the base for Kongdoo Monster.
And this is the Kongdoo we see so sparingly, but very, very clean. Excellent arrow, then the kick flash gets both the EPSs down. They're even looking to tank up the tanks, but they'll be able to take the inhibitor turret, no problem.
Yeah, all too easy, and it's exactly what you said. The Twisted Advance came down, nothing that they could do about it with Roach disrupting anyone that was trying to contest, and this Nexus turret's going to fall down. Can they actually finish the game here on the side of Kongdoo Monster as Punch goes in aggressive? Not too many respawns coming in all too soon, as it's still 10 seconds on everyone. Raze falls down, this Nexus turret's going to fall, and now the Nexus to go down, so Kongdoo Monster going to even out the series in very similar fashion to how they lost to Jin Air in game number 1.
And Kongdoo look happy, they should be, they won the game, but it's interesting how we can see the best and worst of Kongdoo in the same game, because when they finally got the Baron, game was over. They understood, okay, we're strong, we have pick CC, delete both DPS dealers, take all the turrets, run down one lane, and finish the game. So well iced by Kongdoo Monster, but still, demonstrable weaknesses in the mid-game when it came to playing from ahead, gave Jin Air a chance to come back in. Credit to Kongdoo, they snuffed that out, they won the game, and now we're on to game 3 to see which of these two teams can edge ahead. Still very likely to see them both in the relegation tournament, but could be a preview of a series in that tournament, and thus pretty important confidence-wise to win this series.
Yeah, this really is a gut check for both of these teams if they are going to face off against one another. So this game number 3, very important. And for Kongdoo Monster, it shows that if they are able to take down game 3, then it is going to mean momentum moving forward, and shows that they can play utilizing that momentum as well, which is definitely fantastic. And we'll see whether we are going to have another sub, because Ixu didn't look like he had as good a performance.
Conclusively from that game, if they win the early game and take a Baron, they can close it. But those are two ifs that have never happened, basically, this season at the same time. So still, something learned, but not everything. We're going to go into a game 3 very soon to try and cap off the series.
Yeah, we'll see whether it is going to be Kongdoo being able to pick up the game 3 win, or whether it's going to be Jin Air.
The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
Welcome back, OGN Legion to LCK Spring. We just saw Kongdoo Monster even things out against GreenWings. It was largely to do with Edge managing to actually land a fair bit of damage on his opponents, but I don't think that really holds much of a candle to what Punch was able to do in the early game.
Exactly. Punch was, as you say, really instrumental in setting up this win here for Kongdoo Monster, who may have frustrated me with their mid-game shot clone, but the moment they got the Baron, just like Jinair in Game 1, were able to close it out pretty routinely. So we're looking for that MVP. It will go to Punch. He was the player chosen to be in the intro, so clearly one of the stars of this MVP tree here for Kongdoo Monster. And congratulations to them, because 300 points, they only have 7 game wins this season, so that's almost 50% for the side of Punch.
Yeah, he's doing damn well, and 100% kill contribution as well, as we are going to have a look at this first blood that he was able to pick up. Actually, I believe this may have been second. Certainly did well.
And then they went for the ordered turret dive. We haven't been able to see Jinair really be able to deal with such a standard turret dive here from Kongdoo Monster. But again, the setups were pretty good for Kongdoo in general. And once the kill started to roll in, the close was there. Look at this from Punch, nice and clean. What goes up must come down.
Exactly right. Looked like decent timing on that repel, but it just wasn't good enough.
I still find it really amusing that Roach walked past the AD carry and engaged with someone else, but it worked out for Kongdoo Monster. And this was the part where they accelerated, picked up the Baron buff, turret dived. Nice ward jump into a kick on Teddy. Goodbye, Varus, and goodbye, Jinair, for at least Game 2. And now we remain unconvinced. Will it be the glad plane, the sad plane? Hell, might be a mad plane.
Ooh.
But we're definitely going to have a substitution.
A sub plane? Well, we'll see exactly who's going to be making that sub, whether it is going to be... It is. So Ixu's going to be out. Once again, we're going to have Sohwan coming in towards the top side of the map. So maybe some extra carry potential, maybe that tankless roster. And actually, Ray's going to be hopping out as well. A big mix-up as Umpty's going to make his way back into the line.
It's a double change here for GreenWings, going back to the roster that lost 2-0 to Samsung, at least in the jungle, as it wasn't Sohwan playing on that day. So return to Umpty, who's had his struggles in long series. It feels like he gets discouraged, and by Game 3, he makes some pivotal mistakes that have cost Jinair some wins. So they're going to bring back a bit of youthful exuberance again in the form of both Sohwan and Umpty in many ways. Does mean that perhaps the draft has to be a bit different from Kongdoo, because expectation at least is to see Sohwan taking a lane dominant champion. It was Jace in the second round of the draft, blind picked on blue side, and we'll see if we see something equally aggressive from Sohwan in Game 3.
Yeah, and actually I do quite like it from Jinair, just making sure that Kongdoo can't do the same thing again and just win the same way, anything like that. Forces them to continue thinking about what they're going to do. But big question marks in the Jinair camp, because switching it up that much in this game number 3, which is a very important game for these guys as well. They want to make it out of the relegation.
Here's an interesting point, though. One thing that happens when you bring in Umpty instead of Raze is Lee Sin is now a viable early draft for Jinair. It's been Punch on Lee Sin winning MVP in Game 2. Umpty's best champion has been the Lee Sin as well. So we might actually see Jinair try to contest that Lee Sin pick as early as first pick, depending on what comes through picks and bans. So far, only information we have is the Nautilus. The ever-reliable top lane pick won't be available.
Yeah, and of course, was in the hands of Ixu last time around, and now Sohwan just says, no, I don't want to play it anyway, so just ban it away. Are going to do so on the blue side. Camille, standard, going to be taken away next up here from Kongdoo. See where the changes are going to lie, whether that's Zyra once again going to be given high priority, and it is. So second ban out here for Jin Air.
So surprised to see it first pick by Kongdoo, but specifically in the first blood, it was instrumental in picking up the kill in bot lane, and the snowball was good from there. So we'll see respect from Jin Air as a ban. And speaking of respect, Graves now taken off the board. So we talked about how there's been frequently 280 carries and 2 junglers banned. It's only 2 top laners so far, but the Graves won't see play. And I'm interested to see what Jin Air will first pick. It will not be the Lee Sin, so I thought maybe given that he could play Lee Sin, things would change there. But it's double jungle ban, and now you wonder, will they have to be a Rengar ban from the side of Kongdoo Monster?
Yeah, or is it going to be something like the Elise as well? I mean, could be an option. Force the hand. Rengar has seen up and down performances, but the Malzahar does need to be taken away. Of course, Snowflower, brilliant performance game number 1. Not going to be taken this time. So Rengar looks like the option here, and it makes a lot of sense.
Flash on the Rex side, that's also an R jungler, but
yeah,
Rengar is the highest priority champion available. Now, when it is 2 squads who, as we said multiple times, don't have many wins between them, Rengar's not going to be a massive win rate for the side of He's played 4 games on it so far this season, 1 and 3, so the win rate's certainly not been there, and we know that there are other Rengar players, like Score, for example, who struggled on it pretty extensively, but tier list says Rengar, so Rengar is snapped up by Jin Air. Orianna priority goes up for Jin Air now.
Yeah, and Elise actually, as far as tier list is concerned, going to be picked up next. Kha'Zix's falling out of favor just a little bit with a lot of these teams. But Rumble was actually banned away pretty consistently and is being considered here by Umti.
So once played it before, only 1 game career on it. It was decent without being wonderful, and these are definitely not big Rumble players, so the Rumble priority of this particular series is a bit lower. Again, my big question mark is how early do you take Orianna? Because you'd love to have it in combination with the Rengar. It's not a must draft, but it's a very complementary draft. Or it could even be a Lulu support in this spot for the wild growth and also to deny it away from the side of Kongdoo.
Kuzan does have that in his power, and it is looking like a possibility on the Rumble, and is going to be. So Umti has locked away Teddy's Jhin, of course his most played champion, towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, last time we checked in, So1 have been playing a lot of the Rumble in solo queue, trying to get it competitively ready. We've seen a lot of players try to beef up their champion pool. Same thing coming through from specifically Crown, who was really building up the Syndra and finally got that to a point where now it looks like a must ban against the side of Samsung Galaxy. Jace is going to be taken very early, so at least that confirms that they're going to look for Jace. So going to look for a pressure lane against the Rumble, push him in, try and take down turrets, but definitely a skill matchup between the two. Very aggressive side, no tanks for for Roach this time.
I do like it as a pick away as well, just the long range engage potential that Jin Air would have had if they had a Jace picked up for the mid lane. Could have been kind of cool, especially given the fact that they do have that extra magic damage coming from the top side.
It's been Riven and Rumble, predictably the Riven for So1, but the Rumble actually matching the win rate. So it's been a high win rate champion. We'll see if the solo queue translates to competitive play this time for So1. Looking at the bans, the Talia is the other one we're kind of expecting to see either banned or first picked, given the priority on that champion recently, and specifically for Kuzan. That was the double ban. Vlad and Talia in the previous game, but it was from the blue side. And Lissandra, so another Kuzan-focused ban is taken away.
Does that mean that Jin Air have to ban the Talia here this time, just to make sure that, you know, Edge isn't going to be able to lock that one away for himself, giving Roach that Jace for the top lane?
It is a good comp to be running Talia into, so I kind of follow your logic there, but Orianna will almost certainly be drafted as a replacement for it, so very interesting to see.
What this final ban is.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see which direction they go, and they wait to the last minute and just take away the Syndra, another power pick and a blind pickable mid laner. Well, that means Talia insta-locked.
I wonder whether this gives Kuzan the opportunity to get on the Orianna himself. He could potentially do that.
It certainly fits the comp, right?
Yeah, flings people around into an equalizer. I do like the wombo.
Does mean a lot of magic damage, but could also look for a laning-focused champion against Talia, because the problem with Ori is that, you know, we always talk about, okay, level 9 she'll start wave clearing. Well, Talia has that wave clear a lot earlier, and roam on the Orianna pretty significantly. So actually going to be seeing the mid lane Corki that has fallen largely out of favor. Crown still plays, still a pocket LeBlanc counter pick. Speaking of LeBlanc, was an option here for the side of Kuzan, has already played it on 7.5 this week. but they're going to go for Corki, so kind of varying up. And now it's a bit of a muddy identity here for Jin Air. These are not the sort of drafts I'm a big fan of because we once again see Rengar diving in, no dive buddy other than maybe a Tom Kench.
Yeah.
And then the equalizer goes down. If it's perfect, maybe it works, but is there a front line or a back line? It doesn't feel like there really is either. It's kind of a strange, muddied composition here from Jin Air, and now we're looking over the side of Kongdoo. All they need is support.
And I actually would like the brand as an option, really punish that melee support pickup in the Tahm Kench that did just come through from Snowflower, but Braum, also a decent option if you want to play a little bit more defensively, and is going to be picked up.
And Braum in League of Blade the Ruin King is also pretty powerful too, because you blade someone and then any sign of a Braum auto attack, the stun comes in, there's a lot of kill pressure in a Braum Varus lane, and also you're answering Corki, answering the rockets, answering the poke. If Jin Air get ahead, they can rain in poke, but so can Kongdoo Monster, who kind of have the rotational advantage as they have pushing lanes and also the Talia to make big plays happen across the map. So I'm actually in love with Kongdoo's draft relative to Jin Air's in this final game. Was 2-1 to Kongdoo the last time these two teams faced, and be a big confidence boost going to a potential third meeting between these teams if Kongdoo could 2-0 them in terms of match score in this regular season.
Yeah, and it feels like both of these teams are going for a similar identity in what their comps want to do, and just Kongdoo's does it a little bit better. Lots of non-committal CC to fly out as well with things like the Cocoon. As you can see, Punch now going to be wielding that Elise. But it seems like a step back into comfort here for Jin Air, with that Jin coming in for Teddy as most played champion, and of course Kuzan on his Corki. Both of these players pretty happy with what they have as far as being able to know exactly what they're going to do in this situation.
And while I'm a bigger fan of Kongdoo's draft, it could still just be a snowball win from the side of Jin Air, of Kongdoo's draft. The Jin Air still does have power in the early game. One item Trinity Force, Rumble with 2 Magic Pen items. This could still be Jin Air completely obliterating Kongdoo, but I think if you run this draft 10 times, I think that Kongdoo's draft with equally skilled players wins out more often. So I like Kongdoo's side, but just like as often with 9 vs 10, it's pretty even.
Yeah, and we'll see exactly what is going to happen as we hop onto the rift for the final game between Jin Air and Kongdoo Monster.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Well, a little bit even now as we move into game number 3. Both of these teams desperate for a victory. Jin Air dropping that second game after what was a dominant performance in game number 1. Kongdoo showing that they can do exactly the same thing. So moved into game number 2, and we'll see whether it's going to be the same thing again. Slow incremental increases in lead after an early advantage gained from both of these sides, or whether we're going to see something that's going to bounce back and forth a little bit more.
One of the areas where Kongdoo actually have a pretty significant advantage in terms of skirmish presence in the jungle early, because Elise usually has more options than a Rengar when it comes to pathing. Rengar more focused on getting to the level 6, and Elise at level 3. One of the most impressive junglers in the game. So I'm going to be watching Punch pretty closely. Just one MVP on the Lee Sin. Same early aggression possible from the Elise, but never any guarantees. And hell, if Rengar gets the leap advantage, there's still trays that Rengar wins straight up.
Yeah, most certainly is. Even if he has been nerfed over the last few patches, still not considered a low-tier jungler in any respect.
I mean, the nerfs on 7.5 were pretty minimal.
Yeah.
About 3.5, 4 armor at level 1, so you fall a little bit lower, as we can see, in terms of clear. And also, when you use the battle roll, you get a little bit less health relative to monster damage. So it's a pretty minimal nerf. Like, it feels like the damage certainly is completely untouched. But if you're a bit lower in health, maybe that means that if Punch gets the drop, there's more likelihood of getting an early kill in trades between the junglers. So who knows? Could still be relevant, but in my estimations, not massive. So Rengar, as we could tell very clearly, still very high priority.
Well, see, decent damage there as he kills the first minion with that dancing grenade. Teddy showing that he is very practiced on this champion. Bouncing that one around, trying to hold on to the crit bullet for as long as he can.
A big pushing advantage for Varus over Jin, and 2 melee supports. First time we've seen this in a while.
Yeah, feels like a step back into an age gone by, Papa Smithy.
Makes me smile, but I guess maybe that's just grass is always greener.
Yeah.
I thought it was cool when the mages came in, but when the mages stuck around for as long as they did, I was like, oh no.
Yeah. Change is good. Kha'Zix told us that multiple times. If you ever play him, my God. Tells you all the time.
Well, you're on the Korean client now, Atlas, so
Hey, that's true.
I'm not sure what the exact voice line is, but no access to English anymore.
But the more I learn Korean, the more he's still just going to tell me the change is good.
Or maybe when you understand his voice lines and you don't hear change is good, you still change as a person because you speak Korean.
Oh, and then maybe change is good. Oh, hang on.
We're getting existential over here.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Who even am I? Identity crisis.
If you don't know, how's the OGN Legion going to know, Atlas?
Hey, well, that's true. That is true. Maybe they can tell me. OGN Legion, please, let me know who I am. Don't tell me in the form of a limerick, because you all know that I have no idea how they work.
Here's Punch, again. Level 4 on the Elise. Pathing-wise, got the drop on his opposition, but it looked like he was just looking for a Krug camp rather than actually any sort of skirmish. And when he sees that the jungle is bare, he knows that Rengar is on the top side of the map, so we'll just back and enter that top side of the map, maybe for a counter gank around top.
Yep, Kuzan as well. Actually having to deal with Edge's constant shove on this Taliyah, but doing so very, very well as far as keeping up with farm is concerned, even underneath the turret. Very early back from Edge, sees him grab that extra Doran's ring and some boots just to keep that pressure up with the early game items. Kuzan will shove that into the turret, possibly go back himself, depending on what he wants to do. Something like a Corrupting Potion could be an idea, but he'd have to sell a potion, that'd be sad.
And mana sustain is so important. The only way for Edge to actually keep up the push is to have plenty of mana regen. Otherwise, he will lose out, because the auto attacks, just being able to pop the Gatling gun is more mana efficient on the side of Corki. So,
yep,
just wants to get that second Doran's ring, a bit of safety, but also shove to force Corki to be accountable before the rockets are available.
Yeah, it does build towards that Phage here as well, that understandable Trinity Force start coming in for Kuzan. What he does after that, which is the question mark for a lot of Corki builds.
No Gunblades, unfortunately. There was that Gunblade a week or two when Apto was like, yep, this is the way to go, but not anymore. Speaking of finding members.
God, yeah, lots of damage from Edge, as thankfully the Empowered Bowler stops any further aggression from the mid laner, but Humpty's jungle pathing is going to have to take a little bit of a slowdown. Loses his Raptor camp there as well. Good pressure from Kongdoo Monster.
Punch didn't have access to rockets yet, so couldn't look for a cheeky steal, so we'll just go back to a wave clearing in mid lane.
Taliyah already working out quite well for Edge. You can understand why they wasted no time snapping that one up in the second round of picks.
That's what Taliyah does. Has some great shove, not level 1, 2 like before, but level 5. You're able to manipulate the workaround well. You have a pretty significant shoving advantage on basically every champion in the game.
Yeah, look at all of these wards from Kongdoo Monster on the bottom side of the map. They know exactly what's going on, protecting Kongdoo Monster's bottom lane. Which, of course, you know, Varus notoriously gankable. We saw it happen for that first blood that Punch was able to pick up in the first game. So defending against that is a good idea, and keeping their eyes on where Omti is a really good idea too. And
that's the thing. It's not so much about... The main focus here is that, okay, if you can spot the jungle, obviously that's wonderful, but even if you can spot the respawns, that tells you which side of the jungle that the Rengar is on. If the camp stays alive for a long time on the bot side of the map, then you know that he's around top camping for a steal or camping for a kill onto the Jace. So it relieves pressure from multiple lanes at the same time when you have complete information over one quadrant of the jungle.
Well, he's not spotted at the moment. They have a pretty good idea of where he is, and they're utilizing that information.
You know how this plays out.
The old 4-man stack, because that was the biggest dancing grenade ever. What dance move would you call that?
Robot. A robot dance.
It was very high in the sky. I haven't seen robots move that high. I don't know.
I watched The Iron Giant. That's pretty big.
Oh, man, I love that movie. Great movie. Made me feel a lot of things, that movie.
All the feels?
So many feels. Beautiful stuff. Been a while since. Worth a rewatch, I reckon.
Ooh.
Probably stands the test of time.
Jennifer Aniston voicing in that movie.
Early days as well. Nicely done.
Titan
Titan AE also worth watching.
Better than people said it was.
Yeah.
Joss Whedon in full effect there.
Yeah. Oh, goodness me. So Opti actually has to blow Thriller the Hun, get himself out of there, and Punch was able to lock down that red buff as well. So ineffectual steal attempt from Umti.
Difficult. There's been so much pressure from the side of Kongdoo that when you invade as Umti, things can go bad, but in this scenario, was able to get out with his life. I think the ultimate's not ideal. Long cooldown early levels, a bit Twisted Fate-esque in terms of the validity of the first ganking throw of the hunt. Just an escape one, and now Kongdoo is turning on the pressure.
Well, Snowflower has turned up. They at least have vision as the red buff does reset. Might buy enough time for Jin Air to get themselves around. Kuzan charging up these rockets, has a big one at the ready as he throws it in there. That is going to be punch locking down the red though, and everybody just gets out. So Kongdoo Monster more than successful so far in these early tests.
Yeah, and smartly done. You know, they rotated their bot lane first. Clearly Teddy wasn't going to walk over, didn't even want to channel his ultimate because there was such a big minion wave there. So no pinch possible from Jin Air. GreenWings gets straight up advantage for Kongdoo as they get both red buffs on the second spot. Yeah.
This plane slowly getting sadder as this game plays out.
What is it now? A perturbed plane?
Yeah. It's a worried plane. Ooh.
Sadly,
it's only 100 gold. Like, nothing's really.
Also, sadly, the default mode for Jin Air planes recently.
Yeah. But if we have a look down as far as CS numbers are concerned, we're not going to have a look in the jungle, but everywhere just a little bit in favor of Jin Air GreenWings, meaning that they are actually ahead in gold now as things settle. And despite the fact that Punch has been stealing away the buffs, Umpty's still been able to get the farm, get the experience, and is actually ahead as far as that experience bar is concerned, which is good news. Package now picked up by Kuzan. So obvious power spike there. Hex Drinker done as well before he even gets that phage, so I like that.
I think the first Drake being an Ocean is actually a massive thing for Kongdoo Monster. You might think, oh, is that because they have, you know, some siege options? But no, the big thing here is that the way this game works is, you know, So1's on the Rumble, wants to fight around the Drake. Very famous story, Rumble, and fighting with the Equalizer. You know, also great terrain for someone like Umpty to find and engage. Because it's a lower priority Drake, it's going to extend the laning phase. We're probably not going to see a fight around the Drake anytime, which is one of the spots where Kongdoo can find the biggest struggle. And it's going to continue standard lanes, and if Rengar is accounted for, if they keep up the wards they are able to do, and Rengar doesn't make things happen, you know, Roach gets stronger, gets some AD, one botched teleport play from Rumble, and multiple turrets could be taken down by Jace. So when it comes to top lane laning phase, Kongdoo want to play a very extended laning phase and keep that Rumble trapped in the top lane.
Yeah, and it's even extra obvious as well that Jin Air do want to go for the early fights, given the package was just available as well. So, once again, just another reason why you're exactly right. Snowflower throwing out the Licky Tongue. Cougar not caring about it at all. Umpty does have Thrill of the Hunt available, but it looks like he just wants to go back, understands that Kongdoo Monster aren't pushing out far enough here in this lane.
Spending a lot more time farming than Punch. You can tell that from the experience. Already level 8. Very quick level 8 ping in the jungle. But the big objective has been Punch basically warding the red side jungle to give safety, and that means no Thrill of the Hunt used aggressively in 11 minutes, although here's some aggression.
Yeah, Snowflower actually wanted to get himself in there. The exhaust and the flash used, and Thrill of the Hunt a little bit late. Umpty not quite in the right position as Kuzan gets a decent trade over onto Edge, but good reflexes from Natalia. Make sure that she can fire it back. Been unfortunate there towards the bottom side, but it's good to see the aggression, and no flashes now available on Kongdoo Monster's bottom lane.
If Kongdoo want to change their tack, they'll move the vision line they've had in the bot side to top side and look for the pressure around outer top lane turret and the potential dive onto the Rumble. But for now, almost solely been putting that vision in the bot side of the map for safety's reasons. But then we're going to see the Drake started at 12 minutes. They're going to bring over Teddy and Snowflower. No flashes on either member of Kongdoo Monster's bot lane means that probably not even going to need a teleport from Rumble to make this one happen.
Yeah, so easily able to take that one down. And the extra sustain is going to be useful. Almost negates those nerfs we were talking about to Rengar, which do affect his, I guess, sustain in the jungle.
Double Ocean as well.
Oof, what does it mean?
Means some pretty decent sieging, honestly. It's the first time you don't really joke about the Ocean Drake, as if the first two are taken fairly early and consecutive, then actually it is actually pretty noticeable.
I've always liked it as well, if you want to mill around Baron and try and start it and then stop it and
well,
start it.
Have I got two teams here that like to mill around?
Exactly. I mean, I felt like it was relatively appropriate. So we'll see whether they do get into that. Of course, still early days. 7.5 minutes before that is even a possibility. They can mill around Harold if they want to, but not exactly the high priority target that they're looking for. And this is the first time that we've seen nothing really happen to get anyone any noticeable lead for the first 13 minutes in this game.
Yeah, obviously micro leads between specific matchups, but when it comes to overall gold, probably sub 100 at this point.
And even then, there's not a whole lot, really. As far as lanes are concerned, everyone very even. Just maybe a little bit more experience in the jungle for Jin Air, which might just be matchup based as well. I mean, Elise doesn't care too much. I mean, she's largely just a cocoon coming into a lane to try and get a gank happening.
And the 2-item power spike, or even just Trinity Force and a couple of items for the Rumble.
Yeah.
Level 11 with Trinity Force is when Kuzan and So-Won can both really start to shine. So let's see if Jin Air recognizes the relative power of their early items and forces things then, because if we see a 4-0 team fight around that marker, that's both Jin Air understanding when they're strongest and also perhaps the sort of lead that traditionally, at least in this series, hasn't been able to overturn, because the team ahead in specifically the mid game has gone on to win both game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, and it has been sort of no one being able to quite come back from these early advantages that Jin Air might be able to pick up. Fantastic Glacial Fissure though, and there's the land on the ultimate from Soul at the same time. Stand behind me gets him in, and immediately Kongdoo Monster collapsed. Massive damage from Edge, and that's going to be first blood going over to Soul. Immediately answered as Roach does get himself in there. Umti has to flash, and my god! Kongdoo Monster come back with a vengeance. 4 kills immediately at 14 minutes.
Yeah, we talked about those 4 kills. Didn't think it'd be over to Kongdoo. Big mistake from Jin Air. They went for what is now the trademark Abyssal Voyage and Thrill of the Hunt usage, but didn't pop the ult first. So actually was still channeling it when he came out of the Tahm Kench's belly. Didn't get the gap cause, was locked up from the Kongdoo Monster ultimate, specifically the Chains of Corruption. And while the equalizer was good, it wasn't enough, so big team fight win for Kongdoo. And they actually get first pick. Watch this. It should have been able to be an instant jump from the belly, but because the ult was popped later, the Rengar doesn't really achieve much of anything, and the equalizer is good, but here's Edge. The ground isn't worked. He's able to just keep pumping out damage, and Roach goes man mode. Everyone has the passive stacks from the Braum, the concussive blows, and Jace can certainly provide the auto attacks to make those worth it.
And it's another one of those stories with the equalizer where if they were able to put on the pressure enough, that equalizer would have been brilliant. But because Kongdoo were able to so decisively turn it around, honestly, they barely even needed to be on it because they were moving so far forward. Just fantastic reactionary play here from Kongdoo, and you cannot talk down Guga on that brilliant ultimate. That Glacial Fissure was fantastic. It's stopping up exactly what Umti and Snowflower wanted to achieve.
It was that first stack of the concussive blows on 3 people who all fell when the Jace got that aggressive teleport. How frequently do we talk about Jace aggressive teleports? Not often, you know, obviously the squishy champion who prefers to stay in lane, but that one lined up perfectly. That's the sort of one you dream of when it comes to a Jace making a teleport play, and goes a very large lead given how the game has been going. Nothing of note had happened in the first 14 minutes of the game, and now those items still not there from Jin Air. They don't have the Trinity Force yet. The Magic Pen, double Magic Pen, and actually, interestingly, it is the double Magic Pen, which is an almost purely Merc Treads from every recent Rumble, but that's in lanes against Nautilus where you need it. So there's still a lot of power when that Trinity Force is completed, but if that specific window is not used to the maximum, not even avoided by Kongdoo, but not completely abused by Jin Air, you know, I come back to the comp, and I really like what Kongdoo Monster has assembled.
Yeah, and, I mean, we have to go back to what we were looking for in game number 2 with what Kongdoo weren't necessarily able to achieve, and that was getting the kills and then moving on to picking up objectives, and they did exactly that. I mean, it's easier when you kill 4 people on the map, but still were able to lock down that outer turret, continue to get more and more vision pressure around this map. I mean, you can see already encroaching into that bottom side. That has been their MO for this game. It's been working out, but there's also control wards on the top side of the map, a control ward in the mid lane to make sure that no one can scout out where Edge is going to be going, where he can throw down those Weaver's walls. I like what Kongdoo are doing to set themselves up to try and capitalize on any sort of advantage that they'll be able to pick up.
And they once again prioritize the Jace pretty early in the draft, and if a teamfight ends and Varus and Jace are alive, you can best believe that turrets will be falling. You don't need a second invitation to double AD to power down those turrets until you delete a wave if it's in between the double AD and those turrets. So, yeah, once again, we're seeing Jace work out. It was from So-Won in game 1, but this time it's from Roach in game 3 and having equal effectiveness.
That's certainly making Jace look like a good champion.
Not many top laners have done that recently. It's been almost purely a mid lane pick in recent times.
Might be something to be said about 7.5 patch, even though Jace wasn't mentioned on it. Change around and other champions do make their way in. Snowflower takes a fair bit of damage. Good stun there onto Roach. And look at this poke damage. There's the curtain call. Equalizer to slow everyone down as well. Kongdoo Monster so low on health. It is going to be Edge turning up. Kuzan taking a lot of damage. Fantastic knockback with the seismic shot, but Snowflower snatches him out of the air. Now the Dragon is going to be started. This could be optimistic from Kongdoo Monster as the bowler is going to go wide. The piercing arrow landing means that Jin Air do have to back themselves away. Kongdoo just too much pressure.
It looked like the perfect scenario from Jin Air. The equalizer was good. The Jin was in very much huge safety when he opened up with the curtain call, but no Trinity Force, no kills. Disengage ultimate once again on point from Guga. Weaver's Wall to help out as well, and it is the objective going over to Kongdoo Monster.
Yeah, Guga making the Braum look like a fantastic pick, at least in this particular scenario.
It's amusing, but there's kind of this similar line skill shots on both the Rumble and the Braum, and they say Braum's winning out this time when it comes to those line skill shots, that's for sure.
Well, we'll see whether Kuzan can grab himself a package and try and even things out here for Jin Air. Don't bring out your sad planes just yet. It is certainly early days, and Kongdoo have made mistakes in the past and haven't necessarily been able to capitalize as well as you'd otherwise like.
19 minutes, so it is
plays.
The early to mid game, but it's not early for the Trinity Force to be complete, you'd have to say. Still not there for Kuzan, who's been forced to buy after advantages haven't gone his way, and none of those buys have finally been Trinity Force. He will get it now on the recall, but 19.5 minutes is very, very late, even with Boots 2 and the Hex Drinker requiring early purchases. And because he was out of position, finding safe farm in bottom, going to be the turret falling very low, but not quite falling in the top lane.
Yeah, that is a breath, though. 79 health is going to mean just an auto attack or two.
I can tell you've been watching and playing a lot of Zelda recently.
It's not a wild breath, it's just a general breath, man.
What's a wild breath like?
I don't know.
Can you recreate that one?
Go for that. I don't even know. I'm an insane person. But yeah, not entirely sure what a wild breath actually is. I believe it's based on where the breath occurs. As Thrill the Hunt does go off, saving me from that stupid line of thought. Equalizer, fantastic position. There's the curtain call as well, as that's going to land. Sohan's going to pick up the first kill onto Guga. Edge cops the big one, but look, Roach still pushing on the bottom side of the map. That is one pick. Abyssal Voyage is going to get them down here.
He's going Rambo!
Low health bars. Oh my god, thank goodness for the exhaust. As Snowflower eats the Jace, doesn't want to spit him out because that's going to spell his death, and almost two, as Edge is just going to get destroyed by Kuzan. Jin Air turning this around to the best of their ability. They're still behind, but it's looking so much better now.
Yeah, off screen it looked like Edge was caught as he was going to make a Weaver's Wall play in the bot lane. DPS down by finally the Trinity Force coming through from Kuzan. So signs of life from both teams. Kongdoo with a good early start, but Jin Air still in with a battle, that's for sure. And now we all take a step back. About as even as you could hope for, given that the snowball had happened in both Game 1 and Game 2, although...
Oh, Kuzan maybe wasn't banking on having two people here as Guga. That Unbreakable was fantastic, but Teddy's going to be able to pick up that kill. Now chasing after Guga, but no bullets in the chamber, and Punch is going to turn up and deter them from going after the extra kill. Kuzan lucky to be alive right there.
Even through Blade, saw some nice sideward steps. Didn't try to flash any spells. Not sure if that was needed, but certainly wasn't much of a healthy. We're going to see the replay, and Edge tries to roam down and just gets instant killed. Yeah, Edge was kind of watching the other side of the map looking for the global and was just mowed down by Kuzan. So a mistake from Edge.
We've all made that one, though, Papa Smithy.
Whenever you teleport with 200 health, we've seen that as well. Mickey, the biggest defender from LCK, where he shows up.
We literally just saw that from Snowflower, who suicided into Roach, which did turn out for the better. But only just. Package now here for Kuzan.
Didn't get the structure in bot lane, so standing gold close to being observed by Kongdoo Monster, but not quite.
Yeah, largely the lead here, actually, for Kongdoo Monster as well, is those turrets. None yet picked up for Jin Air, who are desperately looking for this mid lane. Kuzan throwing rockets forward. We'll have to use that package pretty soon, as it is about to run out. Possibly just to get to this top lane quicker.
Jace does actually have some defensive vision. Not quite enough for the sort of deep split push he's going to have to make, but his mission is to finally delete this bot lane turret that he primed earlier.
Yep. Like a cooking show. Soul kills these minions one more time, but still more than half health on this turret here in the mid lane. Teddy and Snowflower more than happy to grab that one, and no extra pressure to be put on by Kongdoo as Edge is on the top side of the map, defending his outer turret. And seeing a lot of this, it's a lot of playing with minion waves, trying to get them into the right positions and not necessarily knowing exactly how to do so in order to get pressure afterwards and capitalize on the positions of these waves.
It's normally about the faster wave pusher pushing in a wave as the jungler and support come in to clear control wards and place vision. You're right, it's just been kind of pushing for the sake of pushing.
Yep, Ghost Blade is going to go off Roach. A lot of damage here, no stun. Come down from that Deadly Flourish, but Kuzan hidden from the side, doesn't have the package anymore. But that tower is not long for this world.
Let's see if they can have the clear push in and then make those sort of ordered invades for vision. Control wards actually being replaced in this top side. Weaver's Wall could be thrown here just to get the last bit of damage onto the turret. Looks like that's what Edge wants to do.
Well, Equalizer's going to come in. Thriller Hunt goes off. Soul is the one that's hit up and immediately destroyed by the Flame Spitter. Oh dear, Punch most certainly dead as Cougar eliminated on the backside from Umpty. Thriller Hunt used just to grab an extra kill, and that is a lot of people dead for nothing on the side of Jin Air. What can they do with it, though?
They can definitely turn on to Baron. They probably have to in this scenario. Talia and Jace still out of poke. They're walking up here, Jin Air.
Oh, there's the stun. Finally landing. Roach should fall. No good flash. Gets himself out. Oh, that Deathfire touch very close. Teddy was able to have that one on him, burning him down, but this Baron now an option. The Snowflower gets himself in there. Abyssally voyages its way through. That should be the Baron falling. So Jin Air with a brilliant turnaround will be able to get the purple worm for themselves.
Just felt like Kongdoo weren't reading the situation well enough. They had Edge waiting in a brush looking to use the ult, but by the time he used it, 2 members from his team were already dead. So it was a 5v4 because Edge thought he was playmaking but was out of position with how the fight went. Quick initiation, long range initiation from the Equalizer. Everyone else going all in on the side of Jin Air. So advantage now to the side of Kuzan and Jin Air GreenWings. Roach not able to find them.
Yep. Kongdoo Monster against the flow of play though, looking for this Mountain Drake. Snowflower's going to turn up, throws a ward down, and it looks like Kongdoo Monster just going to back away, playing very safe right here.
Neither team can really afford to opt into 5v4s. The tanks on the Rift are the supports, nobody else. So a Jace comp needs to be 5-men true or a true 4-1, but it was neither of those things, and thus Kongdoo lose the entirety of their lead and now actually behind in goal for the first time on Jin Air.
Yeah, and you have to look at also at what happens when you get a Baron when you haven't taken any towers as well, because all of this standing gold that you have just sitting there waiting is so easily able to be taken. So these Baron minions heading towards outer turrets. Kuzan will be able to take the outer on the bottom side of the map, already dealt with the top lane, and that will spell this gold swing that could be massive, especially now that they will be augmenting their Ocean Drake with another mountain.
Yeah, at least he's gone for a recall, so this will be safe. Interestingly, Punch has gone for a lot more offensive of an Elise build in recent times. When we see these poke comps with Elise often goes Deadman's Blade into tank to be something approximating a frontliner, but not to be in this game. It's all about the damage.
Well, looks like this mid lane is going to be a focus as Roach is looking for Kuzan, uses the Valkyrie, but that is all his options. Exhausted now that that flash is down, but in goes Snowflower. They do manage to get the mid laner, but can actually Jin Air find something? Guga jumps on top, Umpty uses Roach to get himself out. Snowflower actually grabs that kill. Curtain Call from a great position right on the edge as Guga tanks up the last bullet, but does flash himself to safety. It is a 2-for-1 so far as Teddy gets ulted off to the back end, but Piercing Arrow not going to be enough to take him down, and it looks like Jin Air are going to get the better of this.
And Equalizer has been really good from So1, finally starting to translate his solo queue Rumble play into competitive Rumble play. Both the Equalizer and then occupying space with the overhitted Flame Spitter were on point. You get a 2-for-1 trade, still with the Baron buff. They will also push this mid lane turret. So as you were saying, the standing gold goes the way of Jin Air. The immediate gold of the Baron is now augmented by the standing gold, and it's a 2,000 gold lead as Roach. He's tried this play before when there was no Baron buff involved, and sure, eventually they take down Kuzan, but in a narrow rift, when you have Abyssal Voyage to deal with, it doesn't work as strongly, and that's why the advantage does go over to Jin Air GreenWings.
Yeah, thankfully Umpty as well, able to use Roach to get himself out. He was very, very low, and look at that bullet right on the cusp of that curtain call. So nicely played from Jin. Teddy showing us exactly why he's played so much Jin.
The win rate not been there for Teddy. 2-11 on Jin, but we saw it in the Casper Cup, how good he can be on the Jin, and I admire his persistence for sticking with it, because it wasn't necessarily his performances on the Jin that were the reasons behind the losses that Jin suffered. And now that his team is leveling up, and also admittedly the opposition is of a lower standard than some of the other teams that Jin have struggled against, it looks a lot cleaner this time out.
Yeah. Has the Dustblade as well, and I very much like Dustblade of Drakthar as an item just in general.
The name, isn't it?
Yeah, most certainly is. Used to be a little bit better for him, but still okay. Has his rapid fire cannon as well, so extra range on a champion that already has pretty ludicrous range is a good idea. See where he goes next, whether it is going to be that last Whisper. Give him that extra damage. These
Not a big last Whisper game though, if you think about it.
Yeah, most certainly. I was looking over, I'm like, against these 0 tanks.
Well, there's not even, that means a Ninja Tabi on one person.
Yeah. And
nothing else, so I think Bloodthirster is fine, Infinity Edge is fine, Essence Reaver late is probably fine.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not a champion that really likes to build Blade of the Ruin King.
It's true.
On this patch, sad times. Snowflower probably doesn't want to face check 2 people, but does have some friends around.
He'd really like to check that rush, if possible.
Yeah.
They don't even shoot a rocket in it, though.
Do a lot of things. Bowler could go down as well. Soul standing on the equalizer, takes half of his health bar. Curtain Call comes in as well. They're all stacked. It's fish in a barrel right now. Weaver's well used just to interrupt that ultimate. Maybe a little bit late there from Edge, though, unfortunately.
Fights keep going towards the side of Jin in terms of pressure, even if no kills come through that time. And back on the Rift in just under 2 minutes. Still not a lot to pick between the two teams.
Yeah, as far as money, I mean, it's anybody's game still. But if we've had a look at the series and you assess exactly what's been happening, it's looking like Jin Air have swung the momentum back in their favor at the time where you do want the momentum, because it hasn't really been a time where either of these teams has been able to pull back in the late game.
I think momentum, or tempo, as I'm going to kind of move the thought to, is very relevant for specifically the Jace, who wants to be, relentlessly auto-attacking inner turrets, looking for the split push, but being forced to group with the team and not the same effectiveness in that particular scenario. Without the ability to put down forward vision outside of a couple of wards just placed in the bot lane, Jace doesn't have any split push happening. And that means the effectiveness of the pick is getting lower and lower on the side of Kongdoo Monster.
Well, a lot of things getting lower and lower for Kongdoo Monster at this particular stage. Closing in on about 5,000 gold will be once this turret falls down, and it's likely that it will. 2 high damage champions turn up, but good shot blast from Roach. May help out. Sol, be careful where you're standing, buddy. And will be. Baron 30 seconds. Dragon in a minute. Will be an Ocean Drake one more time. The third. My goodness, 3 Oceans.
Surprisingly, Teddy still going for the last Whisper. Seems very low value to me, but just be a bad habit. Would have preferred the build being adjusted for the scenario.
Yeah, of course, Jin likes armor penetration in general, but I agree with you. I was about to say it and then felt silly. And there's good reason.
Diminishing returns just a little bit too much in that scenario.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Kuzan's build. The burst build is perfect here. Trinity Force auto attack with an Infinity Edge crit is basically everyone on the side of Kongdoo Monster, given that Punch has gone a very offensive build. More than half health, honestly, chunking out everyone. So
yeah,
Kuzan is the really big threat on the side of Jin. And not like Teddy is a pushover, but Kuzan very, very strong at 3 items.
Especially as far as damage, DPS to be done in a very, very short time. So Kuzan is the burst option here. So if anyone gets caught, you're worried about the Corki damage, not anybody else.
And the biggest gold lead's actually, surprisingly, in the jungle. The Rengar, and I guess the Punch is kind of building damage on a budget, while Omti can balance both things, the best of both worlds, and close to, by 40% CDR from items.
And he's been hard farming this whole game as well. Omti has been killing those jungle camps over and over again, possibly getting some lane farm here as well, looking at how much gold he is in the lead over Punch. But 3 kills will also do it for you as Kuzan. That threaded volley, not going to find him.
First time Jace has been unlocked from 5-man roam squads with his team. See how Jin Air react to that when he finally shows. For now, just taking the most defensive route possible.
Many pings towards the top side jungle. Here on Kongdoo's side. Throw the volley gives some damage over to Kuzan. But
Big
there's the
equalizer.
Yeah, Curtain Call comes through once again. We've seen this play before. The flash from Edge gets himself out of there as Umti just thrill of the hunts himself in. And that is a very defensive ultimate out from Guga. Have Kongdoo Monster been sort of softened up enough for Jin Air to get in and take this Baron?
Yeah,
That's
first
the
thought's
question.
probably no. Remember, they will have the Unbreakable available for Braum to be tanky for at least a spell or two in just a moment. Jace's bot lane does not want to teleport. He wants his team to continue poking around. Punch is 2 levels under Umti. It's still going to be a struggle to look for the steal, but he's at least got Jin Air to blink. They recall. That means advantage goes over to Kongdoo in that particular scenario.
Yeah, that control ward possibly able to be removed here as well if Kongdoo Monster do want to make their way down. Kuzan cancels it. Is that control ward stopping the vision?
It is.
And look at that, Kongdoo Monster look to have no idea. Punch is actually backing, and somehow Jin Air have just blindsided them. This Baron's going to go over to them for free.
Feels like a front door, honestly. Doesn't feel like a back door or any sort of...
really strange, yeah.
It wasn't really a sneak. It was just an oversight from Kongdoo Monster. They had the ability to throw some skills in to check. Someone could have walked up, but everyone just kind of walked away as if they held up their hands if they had no answer. And free Baron buff to Jin Air GreenWings.
All too easy. Steady now helping with this shove forward, has a BF sword, decides to forego completing any last Whisper item. Now on something like the Infinity Edge to augment his already relatively large damage with all that lethality. Kuzan looking for some added crit as well to make his Infinity Edge look better. Waiting for those picks. The Deadly Flourish is there. And that Equalizer going to be back up, back at the ready for any sort of engage that they're looking for. There's just so much poke. I believe, yeah, there's another package available for Kuzan as well, so if anyone gets caught, that's immediately so much damage to be laid down so quickly. It's such high range. This inner turret is going to fall down.
Getting caught's not really something Kongdoo does so well. Equalizer pop, they just want to try and take someone down.
Yeah, the curtain call is going to come out. Everyone's so soft already as Punch. He's the only one with anywhere near a health bar, and that just spells enough space to take down this inhibitor turret and inhibitor. Jin Air GreenWings just brute forcing their way into the base of Kongdoo Monster.
And I'm loving how they're using the Baron buff, specifically chuck the Equalizer, open up with Jin, and there's so much space for Corki to auto-attack Trinity Force auto, while the rest of Kongdoo, squishy lineup, have to kite back. That even though on paper I was a fan of what Kongdoo put together, the 2 Baron buffs and the usage of the Baron by Jin Air has been so surprising that now it looks like Kongdoo have to look for an opportunistic fight, otherwise this game could just be over.
Yeah, and it felt like it sort of slipped out of Kongdoo's hands and they haven't been able to pick it back up again. Weave as well comes in. Umti is actually going to get knocked over to the side, but it has zoned Edge. Soul taking so much damage. The Rengar has to be addressed immediately, exhausted, as Jin does lock down Punch. Lots of damage here, but remember these ultimates still on cooldown for the next little while. Equalizer will be up so soon, where Jin Air can look for a re-engage. Kongdoo Monster look to know exactly what is up there. Kuzan very low. May need to go back. Nice fight to stave off Jin Air. Not enough to actually get them any sort of advantage.
Yeah, maybe that was their only timing. As Kuzan takes some more poke, but the one recall comes through, the rest of them back off. Still not going to be a pick for Kongdoo Monster.
Yeah, very scary stuff here for Kuzan, but is going to make it back. Big mini wave, Sol going to deal with that. Going to be pretty happy with it too. And he's got a Black Cleaver. This is an interesting one. Haven't seen this development. The sort of Lucian-esque Varus build. I don't like it.
I'm not a huge fan either, just because he's shredding for an Elise. You know, if that was a Kha'Zix, you're like, okay, there's always going to be 5 stacks of Black Cleaver. But Jace already has the Black Cleaver.
And the more stacks you have of your Black Cleaver, you also have more stacks of magic damage, which just feels counterintuitive, even though it's not a lot, but still.
I mean, you get the whole, well, Blade will be doing more damage. I mean, that part on a simple level is there.
Let Roach do more damage as well is good.
But I mean, who's putting health on the side of Jin Air? Umti and Snowflower, I guess, but not getting the most value out of current HP damage. It feels like the sort of game where you wouldn't see Play the Ruin King Ashe come through from Prey. Wow, as Soul takes so much damage.
Yeah, and there's the flash over immediate. Zhonya's with the flame spinner. This is all she wrote. Kongdoo lose 3 immediately with a fantastic play. Make that 4. Wait, there it is. Just a delayed 3, and the next inhibitor is going to fall. Bottom lane goes down now. Only Edge and Roach to try and stave off the Jin GreenWings. They've got a lot of damage. Weave as well does catch out Umti, but it looks like they're just looking for this turret. Snowplow is just going to lap up his jungler, spin him over the wall. They're now looking for that final turret before this Nexus is going to fall down. Roach, he may even fall beforehand as well. There's the flash. Teddy grabs it with a big crit. This last Nexus turret, and Jin GreenWings, it was a long one. They are going to be able to take down Kongdoo Monster and secure the second last spot.
38 minutes what it takes for Jin to finally answer Kongdoo's win over them in the first series. 3-3 for the two teams over the course of the season. Love the Rumble play from So1, looking a lot better than his first time he hit the Rift, and nothing can split the two teams at the bottom. On this day, it was Jin. Last time, it was Kongdoo. I don't know if it's going to be enough for Jin to actually get to 8th, get clear of the relegation spots, but it's some confidence and So1 on the day, 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And one thing I really love is when you see a composition, you don't know whether it's necessarily going to be successful, but then you see it develop into this really clear strategy. And that lay down the equalizer, get the curtain call out, and like you said, weave the auto attacks, weave all the damage from the Corki. And we saw Jin know exactly what they could do with that composition in the late game. And damn, it looked good.
Yeah, I was impressed with it, but with Baron buff was kind of when it hit its critical mass, and specifically the second Baron buff should never have been as easily snuck by Jin GreenWings. You almost never see a Baron sneak at 35 minutes. We're not talking about 20 minutes on spawn, but Kongdoo took a turret, and then Jace came over, and everyone else was like, we're fine, I guess, as far as I can tell. Baron buff taken decisively by Jin. And decisive play is what separated the two teams. It felt like the more decisive team won each game. 2 out of 3 times that was Jin GreenWings. Congratulations to them. The Glad plane will fly for only the 3rd time this season.
Yeah, but a deserved flight as well, even if it was against Kongdoo Monster. And even if you look at their victory here, I mean, it's still a sad story for this team because it wasn't the decisive win. I mean, Jin, you saw how they were winning. You never really were in doubt that Kongdoo were going to find a way back in once they had their claws in, once they had, I guess, the tools in place in order to be able to take them down. Whereas Kongdoo, it's always this feeling of, oh no, when is this going to turn around? And thankfully in Game 2 it didn't, but still so many adjustments that need to be made, and Jin looking good. It's still only a 2-1.
Yeah, I didn't say, the 3-3 is so fitting though. Over the course of the season, 2-1 each way means 3-3 means if these teams do meet for a spot in the LCK in a best of 5, we're really no closer to knowing which of those two teams will be re-entering. Of course, there is still a chance that both teams beat out the Challenge teams, but with how strong CJ Entus is in Challenger, they're looking pretty likely to make it through. But looking over the numbers, really nice Rumble play. I was impressed by that in particular this game, and Corki and Jin still got the poke damage they always have.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see Teddy picking up a top damage performance, also a victory on his Jin to show that, yes, this is a champion he's fantastic at, because I felt like it was a bit of a treat seeing him there. And MVP,
first ever,
well-deserved over to So1.
And I believe that's his first ever career MVP as well, even though he's been a pro player for coming up to 2 years. Could be misspeaking on that, but only ever picked up a single victory this season. So as far as I can tell, first ever career win in MVP for So1. Congratulations to him. And looking like one of these better Rumbles. You know, we have seen great Rumble. We've seen very average Rumble, but So1 has leveled up in performance. Clearly the solo queue spam has helped a lot, and he was pretty instrumental in Jin winning this series.
Yeah, and it's how he was using his ultimates with his team. It really looked beautiful here.
And this is one where it was massive too, because when first we saw Kuzan go down, but both the equalizer and the follow-up play is great from So1 in this particular thing. He realized with the ult opening up, equalizer's good, but then also even just getting into the range with the overhitted flame spitter meant that there was no turnaround possible from Kongdoo Monster. This play also beautiful. Knowing your limits on Rumble takes games, takes time. You have to put the time into Rumble, and So1 is paying off.
Yeah, knowing exactly where to put it, not necessarily to get maximum damage, but to force your opponents into one direction when you've got Corki, who likes to fire in a straight line, when you've got the Flame Spitter and you've got the Curtain Call.
There's two abilities in this game that do that very well. The Weaver's Wall and the Rumble Ultimate.
Yeah.
Easier to do it with the Weaver's Wall, but the Rumble Ultimate, 1 out.
Yeah, it was exactly the one. But we are going to throw it over to Joel for the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here with Jin GreenWings, who get a 2-1 victory over Kongdoo Monster, and we're here with today's MVP, Snowflower and So1 for the interview.
누코 선수, 소환 선수 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on the win, guys.
누코 선수 소감이 어떠세요?
How do you guys feel?
일단 저희가 승강전 탈출을 위해서
Well, first of all,
무조건
you know, trying to get off the relegation, this was an important game for us to win.
2승 1패로 하긴 했지만
And although it was a 2-1 victory, we're still happy with the result.
선수도 오늘 되게 좀 부담 많이 느끼셨을 것
So you must have felt a lot of pressure starting in the lineup and really trying to, you know, pull out a win for the team.
되게 침착하게 잘해줘서 기분도 좋았고.
Yeah, I think I'm really thankful for my teammates for playing so calmly to pull out the win today.
누코 선수는 말자를 잡았을 때 존재감이 또 폭발하는 것
And
같아요.
Snowflower, you really shine with the Malzahar pick most of the time, and just connecting that CC with your teammates to contribute to your win.
말자가 이제 예전에는 W를 선발을 하면서
Yeah, Malzahar was really all about the W a long time ago, but nowadays, but I think the Q, mastering the Q first, it really does help with the team fight and also getting the crucial silence in whenever we need it.
그리고 바텀 라인전에서 레드를 빠르게 달고 압박하는 플레이도 있었어요. 이게 팀적으로 어떤 설정?
And surprising thing was you guys got the red buff early in the bot lane. What was that all about? Yeah, I think we're really trying to feed the bot lane, feed Teddy as much as possible, trying to give him all the advantage that we can.
또 적극적으로 계속 공격적인 픽을 활용했었는데 오늘 제이스를 두고 양팀 간에 좀
And Sohan, you showed a lot of aggressive plays with the pick champs, and you showed a lot of fight with the Jace. But what was the pick potential behind that?
럼블을 더 선호하는 분들이 많아서.
Yeah, I think Jace and Rumble is a two thing to fight over, and I do prefer the Rumble a little more.
네, 둘 다 좋긴 한데 제이스는 사람이
I think Jace and Rumble are both good, but I think Jace is more dependent on the player more than anything.
이런 말씀이신 것 같습니다. 네, 그러면 또 경기 주요 장면 보면서
We have a video highlight that we can look at.
아까 어떻게 말씀해 주세요?
이거 저는 딴 줄 알았어요.
Yeah, I kind of saw this coming. As soon as the W procced in just enough that I can go for the solo kill.
이것도 뭐 라인삽 과정이라서
Also, this was similar in that the lane swap happened between us much faster, so we were easy to get the advantage.
느낌이 있었는데 또 저렇게 화끈하게 뚫어주는 모습이 있었어요. 결국 저 상황에서도 침착하게 반복하면 된다고 확신을 하신 건가요?
Were you sure of the kills that you were going to get those plays?
미드탑 쪽을 못 뚫는 과정이어서 이제
Yeah, the situation was that the mid-top lane wasn't really ahead in our team, and we were trying to get ahead in the bot lane first and trying to take that advantage to the other lanes. And I think that worked out pretty well.
그리고 뭐 아까도 그래서 말씀드렸지만 오늘 익수 선수도 나왔다가 다시 소환 선수가 재투입되고.
And it seems like the coaching staff was a little bit indecisive with the top choices today. Putting in Itsu and pulling him back out. Yeah, I think today was supposed to be Iksu starting, but the coaching staff wanted to give me a chance to play, and I think thankfully I did well.
보여주셨어요. 안정감 있게 활용하면서.
And you showed a pretty solid performance with the Rumble today.
확실히 공격적인 챔피언.
Right now, you're playing with a lot of good performances with the aggressive champions on top. Yeah, I think aggressive champions are easier for me on top lane.
그리고 저는 이제 누코 선수에게 여쭤보고 싶은 게 마지막에 바로 먹는 그
Snowflower, what we want to ask you at the end was that last Baron play.
이걸 누가 오더했고.
And what was that situation about? It seemed like the opposition had no idea what was going on. This was the other play. Yeah, as soon as we killed the jungler, we were able to bust this one. But what we wanted to ask you was that last Baron play.
처음에 적팀이 저희를 집타임이라고 예상을 한 것 같아서.
I think the opposition really thought that we were gonna go back to the base altogether, but I think we used that as a reverse psychology to go back in and really take the Baron blind. And this was the situation. And we see Jin over there in the mid lane trying to be an actor and acting like you guys are not taking the Baron. Yeah, I think Teddy was very, very nicely done on that play.
그런 또 연기가 있었기 때문에 이런 좋은 장면이 나왔던 것 같습니다. 승강전 피하고 싶으실 것 같아요.
You guys are trying to avoid the relegations at all costs.
바로 다음 경기가 또
And you have BBQ coming up in the next match. Do you want to have any comments and say to the fans and ready for the match? Yeah, I think we're just gonna continue to trust Teddy for our continued efforts.
남은 경기 임하는 각오 한 말씀.
And do you want to say one last word to your fans?
감사의 한 말씀 해주시고.
네, 항상 저희가 부진한 모습에도 응원해 주시는
Yeah, even through our struggles, we always thank the fans for continue to support us.
한번더 산소호흡기 달아주는 락스 타이거즈.
And we always want to root for the Rocks Tigers opponents that we always love, and thank you for always your support. And that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. And look, it was great to hear that all of the eggs are well and truly in the teddy basket.
And Snowflower's still a troll because, of course, his old bot lane partner Songyun's on the Rocks Tigers, and they're not even in the relegation battle anymore. They just want the Rocks Tigers, and specifically Snowflower wants the Rocks Tigers to lose as many games as possible.
Well, they've still got some opportunities, but it's interesting. We were talking about the next games that the Jin GreenWings do have coming up, and it is going to be both BBQ and Afreeca Freecs, which we are going to see coming up in our next match. So it's sort of an interesting segue, and we'll be able to get a barometer for exactly what these teams are going to be doing.
If Afreeca beats BBQ, then Jin Air might be playing for getting out of relegations. There might be that match, Jin Air versus Afreeca. So Jin Air versus BBQ on the last match of the last day.
Yeah.
That could be pivotal in deciding who goes through to the relegations and who actually managed to get to 8th and be clear.
Yeah, this is a big deal as well because Jin Air looked like they had so many good ideas as well. So we'll see exactly what they are going to be doing. But, of course, coming up next in about 15-20 minutes, it is going to be Afreeca Freecs taking on BBQ Olivers. And look, I love me some chicken, but it's going to be a difficult one, I think, for BBQ because they're on a bit of a losing streak at the moment.
But then there's Afreeca, who had a heroic performance against SKT, took a game, and then got 2-0'd by the Rocks Tigers. So where Afreeca's at, which Afreeca will see. They've been doing the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. They've been the Robin Hood when Jin Air couldn't quite manage to be the Robin Hood this season. So never a guarantee when Afreeca hits the rift.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, theoretically, what you're going to get is the Afreeca that's not going to necessarily pick up a victory because it's a lower tier team. But who knows? Let's go to a break. When we get back, it is going to be Jin Air versus Afreeca in about 15 to 20.
Coming up next, Afreeca Freecs, BBQ Olivers, 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
the duffel bag and let's roll.
matchup. Afreeca Freecs. BBQ Olivers. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Welcome back, OGN Legion, to LCK Spring. I'm still Atlas, joined by still Papa Smithy, and I hope you guys had a good break because we're here for our final series of the night, 6th versus 8th. We're stepping up a little bit as far as our last series was concerned, but still dire straits for both of these teams as well.
I mean, the most recent games especially, but let's look at Afreeca, who they're the team to watch here. Afreeca, so close to being a top 5 team. Honestly, a team that if they could just get into the gauntlet every game, you're like, they could win this series.
Yeah.
Against SKT, against KT, against Samsung, they found their victories, but getting to the top 5 somehow is the ultimate struggle for Afreeca Freecs, and these are the trap games for them. It's weird. You know, most teams, the trap games will be the ones that they're not expected to win, but they can definitely get themselves up for a match where they really respect their opponents, where they really want to beat them, which sounds like a weird thing to say, but when it comes to these games against BBQ, against some of the lower-placed teams, Afreeca have been all at sea so often, and even in their last one against the ROX Tigers, they got 2-0'd and decimated by ROX.
Yeah, both of these teams actually going up against ROX in their last game, and then SKT in their games before that, but it was actually BBQ that managed to take a game against ROX, putting them in slightly better standing, I guess you could say, as far as recent times are concerned.
And with Longzhu and Afreeca, you know, both losing recently or both being all at sea, ROX could have the most unlikely run from 9th place early in the season to playoffs. It's still a possibility. But let's see the result today. BBQ win. I think Afreeca is starting to really be counted out, and no one knows currently what the ceiling is for the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, and if BBQ win as well, I mean, it means that the floor is opened up for ROX, for Afreeca, for BBQ. Like, all of them will then have to be fighting in what is only one regular season week remaining.
But I'm greedy. I want to see superstars in the gauntlet. I want to see Marin in the gauntlet against Faker. I want Afreeca Freecs to be good, but they really are bad sometimes. They're really amazing other times, but oh boy. They alternate between being the prettiest girl and just not even showing up.
Yeah, well, Marin, Spirit, Kuro, Kramer, and of course Tucson in the bottom side of the map. And look, Papa Smithy, I come from the LPL. I mean, I understand the feeling of wanting Marin to do well. I'm an LGD fan. And
there's a bit of LGD about Afreeca Freecs.
Season, exactly right. There's so much of that creeping back with this squad as well, and we'll see whether this can be a game where they turn it around, because it's so funny that a gut check is when it's against a team that is lower in the standings than you.
Well, if you read the cheer fills, they're ready to roll the game. Well, maybe if we could have had these cheer fills in week 1, they could have done a bit better.
Yep.
But I love the cheer fills. The font there, really cool, actually.
They need something to try and get them back in.
Well, they had the fan support. Afreeca have never had more fans. People love Marin in Korea, one of those old veterans of the scene, a world champion as well. On the side of BBQ, people love the free chicken. It's been gone for a while, sadly, and you know, the optimism around BBQ has started the season looking really good. Top 5 for a lot of it. 8-match losing streak. I actually made a bit of a silly comment in the previous one. I had Kongdoo at 8 matches. It was 7, now 8. Could be 9 for BBQ if they lose here, and they're in free fall after a good start to the season.
Yeah, and they have had some fantastic performances. A standout player as well is Tempt for me. I mean, I've seen him do some pretty incredible things from the mid lane, but it's just so few and far between, and they can't seem to close out series as well.
And then the series they had against SKT before the ROX series, where they pushed SKT really hard, went down 2-0, but played on a level that they hadn't since those first 4 wins earlier in the season. They looked a lot better. So if they can channel the performance against SKT, they certainly can put the hurt to Afreeca Freecs, but we never, ever know where the Afreeca Freecs are at, and it feels like every time they win a series, you're ready for disappointment the next one, even though they had the run. They played Kongdoo twice, 2 victories, not a lot to talk about there. The Samsung win, the MVP win, a big surprise. SKT taking them to 3 games in a big Game 2 win, but then to lose 2-0 to the ROX Tigers, that's just the Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, it makes it look like Afreeca Freecs honestly tripped over SKT and fell into a hole where the Tigers just filled it in.
They have 3 match losses, 2-0. One of them's BBQ, the other one's the ROX Tigers. So how does that happen?
It's just a bit insane. And look, you talk about the Robin Hood story all the time, and it does feel like that. You know, it's like they do manage to play to a higher level against a higher skilled team. And this does make sense sometimes when your opponents on the Rift are setting the pace and you can keep up with it.
Looking out the last time these two teams faced, and they got stomped. When you look at that team
God,
KDA,
yeah.
they got absolutely stomped by the BBQ Olivers. Crazy and Bless were the MVPs in that time. Not a lot of deaths, as you can see. A 0.7 KDA. Remember, kills plus assists compared to deaths. And they didn't get much of either.
That's
as you
more
can tell.
deaths as a team than they managed to get assists and kills combined. That's a pretty silly number.
And it's just so crazy because, you know, the lineup you're seeing, you know, Marin, Kuro with, you know, Kuro is the reigning mid lane champion of the LCK. Rox Tigers won in summer, of course.
Yeah.
There's a lot of potential here, but getting all 5 of them on the Rift, fired up and ready to go, it's happened once or twice in a complete season. And you look at the Afreeca Freecs and you think, if this team played in a shorter season with just a double round robin best of 2, like Champions were, they could be anything. Because I bet if they get to Gauntlet, they're not going to get run over 3-0. They're actually going to put in a really good hard yard and be competitive, but there's no guarantee that Afreeca Freecs will win any single game of League and League of Legends. That's why they find it such a struggle to get to top 5.
Yeah, we've got them. We need them to prove themselves right here. We get into Champion Select. We'll see whether they can do it, at least in the draft phase, to start things off. As Shen is actually the first ban and Camille's the follower.
Yeah, we're still, of course, in a nebulous meta. 7.5 has seen a lot of turns, a lot of different champions being contested, banned, and picked. So no 100% much-banned champions. We need a couple of sets, a couple of weeks to really work it out, and then we will have the changes of 7.6 looming on the future. Malzahar's still a pretty frequent ban, though.
Yep, we saw Snowflower do fantastic things on it. First game, last set. So just going to be gotten rid of. Totoro's not going to be playing that.
But now you go, okay, Afreeca Freecs, even before it was cool, first rotationing top laners. So Rumble and Maokai were their big ones. Before Rumble and Nautilus, it was kind of updated to when Maokai was taken down a peg.
Yep.
The Rumble ban, must ban against Marin in particular, so that's not a surprise. Though we see triple top lane bans from BBQ because Marin's had a good performance on the Camille as well. It's not going to have to be triple top lane bans, as, my goodness, there's not many top laners left.
Yeah, already as well. So Nautilus is going to be the final ban here from Afreeca, and Graves going to be taken away. So Spirit not going to be on that one. Of course, notably, Spirit going to be starting here.
Rengar, the big pick available of champions. Varus priority going up again. So we're seeing more and more teams show us that the Varus build changes, but the Varus priority is still high. And yep, thanks for calling it out. No sign of Mowgli in that 2-0 loss. It was with Spirit twice, so I thought, of course, it must be Mowgli, but we don't have a window into why they're starting which jungler, and Spirit has still been tearing up solo queue, is third in solo queue behind Peanut. And another player who I actually don't know. He's not a player on a professional squad. So regardless, the first pick, Varus. And
yeah,
you got to say,
high priority on the Zyra.
I think Zyra's been ripping up the scrims, what we're learning here, because we're seeing Zyra banned, Zyra first picked. People are loving the pushing power, and that's with no direct changes on 7.5 to Zyra.
Well, looks like the Rengar should be locked away here for Bless, as Spirit does have plenty of other options, given the fact that we've had such a top lane focused early ban phase.
Well, let's see what Afreeca want to do, because I want to learn more about the Afreeca Freecs and how they pull up from what was a fairly embarrassing loss to Rox, especially game 2. They looked dispirited. Marin was running into the enemy mid lane. I didn't even mean that one. And okay, here we go. We got something. Pick comp with Talon. Now, the Talon is one of the champions where when Kuro starts to play a champion, he plays a lot of one-offs, and it feels like the one-off is either 0-1, never plays again, or a champion is going to play pretty consistently. When I saw the Kuro, I'm like, I don't know about this one. Jace, for example, is a champion he struggles on pretty heavily. The Talon looked really good in the one game he played it, so this seems to be square in the wheelhouse of Afreeca Freecs and Kuro in particular. Now,
Kuro very happy to pick it up as well before even the second round.
So we'll see where the bans want to go. So it's support and top lane, but top lane's kind of already been ruled out, so do we see even more top lane bans and then a top lane pick for Ghost's pick? Because, I mean, there's Maokai, there's Poppy, maybe Gragas.
Yeah.
Dr. Mundo was the Marin special. I guess it's an outside chance we see that.
Renekton as well is another option. Marin, of course, loves to play that whenever he can get his hands on it.
He's been dropping it in priority a little bit recently. It feels like, sure, against the Camille.
Oh, yeah, but he used to play it completely off meta. He just didn't even care.
As you say, it's a special pick for him. One of the picks that launched him to MVP of 2015 Worlds was the Renekton. Misfortune support ban, which has been a pick that's fallen away. Tucson's biggest support pick was the Malzahar. Lulu's the one that kind of sticks out like a sore thumb in terms of power supports for Afreeca.
I wonder whether Tucson's been spamming that one in solo queue, whether there's something that we don't necessarily know about that pick, because that is an odd one, despite the fact that she has been getting sort of notable buffs over and over again after her initial big hit.
And Tucson loves the Lulu. They first picked Lulu in some drafts, so
yeah,
Lulu's still available, very likely to be picked by Afreeca Freecs.
Of course, with Zyra picked up, I mean, it's not likely to go to the mid lane, nor is Tempt likely to play a mid lane Lulu or anything like that.
It's worth noting that Zyra is very strong in lane against Lulu.
Yeah.
It's one of the ones where Zyra's range and just kit can actually DPS down the Lulu in levels 1 to 5, especially super struggle for the Lulu, so at least it sets up a mismatch of sorts. Looking for solo lanes. And just going to be a blind Kennen, it looks like, from the side of BBQ. They have to choose a blind solo laner. Actually, it's not true. They just draft into the Talon.
Yeah, and the Syndra actually is available as well. We've seen that ban pretty consistently on this patch, but looks like Temp will be able to pick that one up. Dangerous matchup, potentially, for Kuro.
Difficult matchup, but can snowball really hard if Talon gets the first kill.
Yeah.
Because you get the ability to push in the Syndra pretty fast, kill pressure, of course, and the ability to rotate. Wondering where the top lane blind pick will go. In terms of power, Gragas probably provides the most power as a blind pick, and also Wit's End Rush doesn't really do much from a Kennen, so it's a nice blocker pick for what is an implied Kennen from the side of BBQ. They already showed they were considering selecting it. Could be a complete mind game, but usually on that side, it's going to be the Nami from Tucson. So they're going to go
a wolf flavor.
Yeah, correct. Bang & Wolf loving Ezreal Nami, but Varus Nami powerful in its own right. Now, final pick is going to be the top lane. I don't think Kennen gets the job done against Gragas, so it could just be a tank. Could just go for something like the Poppy or the Maokai.
Yep.
AoE from the Talon, so the Maelstrom or the ultimate from the Maokai so powerful against AoE, so we'll just be the Maokai from BBQ.
Yep, going to be able to snap that one up, but powerful against magic damage means that Kuro still will be able to get a lot of work done, but it's a standard sort of wet noodle fight there towards the top side of the map. Crazy versus Marin's not going to be as crazy as we would otherwise expect.
BBQ love diving in. This time Rengar has that dive, buddy, Achilles.
Ah, there we are. There's the first
Well, the one shout out to Achilles. Feels
You've
bad,
done
man.
so well though for the entire night.
It's one set a night. I only got the one set apparently, and then I lapse back into it. But the double dive means that at least there is a dive, buddy, for the Rengar if Rengar can get going, and also the ranged initiation from the Ashe Hour on the side of BBQ.
I think it's a really cute composition that Afreeca Freecs have put together as well, given the fact that they have Kuro on this Talon that does like to kill isolated targets very, very, very quickly. I mean, they've got that explosive cast. They've got a lot of pick potential out of Spirit here on the Elise. And the Chains of Corruption as well. I mean, Nami's Tidal Wave could also help with that, not to mention the bubble. So there are opportunities here for some interesting pick. We'll see whether Kuro is going to be the man that they put all of their eggs into the basket of.
I mean, it's a blind pick Talon, but Talon really does warp games. If you ever get early turrets down on top and bot lane, the amount of space you can traverse with the Assassin's Path.
Yeah.
And the pick power of not necessarily Ashe, but still ranged initiation and pick power from Kramer means that Talon can still overtake games before 3 tank items and 5v5 team fights can be enacted by BBQ. So pick power on both sides, a snowball mid lane matchup. Got to see a lot of fireworks in game 1.
Yeah, it's exciting, and I like that Tucson's picked up the Nami, added sustain in this lane against Totoro. Does want to be throwing down those plants, getting a lot of harass damage. Often you can pressure people out of lane. If they've only got pseudo sustain, that can be difficult. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get into game number 1 between Afreeca Freecs and BBQ.
소환사의 합법에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
I'm going to give it to Afreeca this time around.
That cheerleader has really really good, rapturous cheers.
Yeah, there are some ergs going on there.
Always impressed. The ability to get the crowd into it. And Afreeca do have a lot of fans. Marin brought a lot. Spirit brought a lot as well.
Yep.
Spirit starting over Mowgli, despite the fact that Mowgli did more winning recently. Maybe a bit of a surprise, but Spirit obviously the legacy player and doing well in solo queue, so going to give him game 1 at least. Well, Ghost's caught out, but only so much a level 1 talent can do.
Yeah, double tap on that rake though for some decent damage. Some Marin and Kuro fans.
Wow, he really likes Marin.
Damn right. Marin looks so nonplussed. He possibly didn't see.
They're going to watch the VOD later and be like, wait, what?
I hope Marin then finds him on Twitter and says, thank you. Probably not. Yeah, well, Crazy. He's going to be able to throw down some saplings just to help bless out.
Marin wants to be a jerk, though.
Doesn't want to start that one as, yep, get those little raptors away from the keg.
They had the ward down, so very standard for the Maokai to help out. It's usually a Q now. It's not the saplings anymore.
Yeah, wants to start the Q. Throw that one in there. We did see a sapling start earlier on in the last series, but not happening this time.
Don't see as much because the sapling at level 1 in lane really doesn't do as much. Doesn't have the landing damage, so it used to have so much burst that the long cooldown didn't matter. And because they spotted out and counter jungle, this is information for both sides. But because the ward is there from BBQ, it will not be a 3 buff because Bless can just path straight over to the enemy blue side.
Yeah, we'll be able to pick that one up for himself. So nicely done. Bit of vertical jungling coming in for both of these guys. Deciding to start on the Wolfcamp here as well.
He's gone for the full clear, baby.
Yeah, a little bit greedy, but I like it.
He's got the extra information, relatively.
Yeah.
So he's the one who most likely will get the extra cam. We'll see. Although it looks like Elise, you know, Spirit has suspected this. The Gromp was always necessary. I wasn't sure if he's going to just not go for the Wolves and pull back, but seems like everyone is on the same page there.
First time I've seen this super sweet new Zyra skin as well. I'm a big fan.
Dragon Slayer?
Yeah, as a giant Zyra fan, just really excited to see it.
I remember your Zyra mid lane terrors.
Oh yeah. She was the best. I played her top lane as well. But I'm an idiot.
That's true.
Yeah. We can see Ghost taking a little bit of damage. Tucson as well. Copping some of that harass. That ebb and flow will be helping out though, and he's at full mana at the moment.
To catch you up on specifically the bot lane here, because you know everyone kind of follows the top side of Afreeca. They know what to expect from Marin, Spirit, and Kuro to some degree, but the biggest issue for Afreeca has been Tucson and Kramer. Kramer obviously coming off the relegated CJ Enter squad. Tucson coming off a year's retirement. 2v2, this lane has a couple of good games, but has struggled largely. So they got a very nice matchup.
Heal has to be blown, yeah. And while we're discussing the pitfalls of this bottom lane, playing very aggressively, almost managing to grab that
new
first
picks
kill.
as well, so this is cool to see. They haven't played much of the Nami, and Varus Nami was actually a thing back in Season 2 when these champions both debuted and have a lot of innate synergy. But there's the times where they haven't had pressure, Afreeca's largely lost, so and they've needed Kramer and Tucson to at least go even. When they lose, I think Afreeca loses because people can just camp Marin and not have to deal. But when they do fine 2v2, when they have pressure 2v2, that's by far when Afreeca has looked their best.
Well, Marin's going aggressive here, but he's losing out on a lot of these trades against Crazy. Does have a lot of inherent sustain, but not necessarily working for the moment because Crazy, of course, has the sap magic as well.
Marin's item build pass is actually the cleanest it can hope to be for Gragas in this game because you build Spirit Visage and you're doing double duty.
Yeah.
Marin has no mana. He might die.
Yeah, he's just getting punched here. Remember, for a melee champion, Maokai has the highest base AD, so those logs do a fair bit of work.
Yeah, Q-Flash was an option, but I think he was just short on mana after the mana cost increases. Marin's going to stay very, very greedy.
Yeah, I wanted to be in range that will at least get some experience from those minions dying, but thankfully it didn't move too far. But he's had to cancel her back twice.
Now, he was able to pop the W and at least get some health back, but now completely out of mana. Maybe he was just trying to do some gamesmanship and force the Maokai to push so that when he teleported back, the minion wave would be in a great spot. But we can see it probably is going to lead to him losing quite a few minions. Teleports back in.
Yeah, Crazy dominating this lane for the moment, 21 to 36. That's only 4 minions that Marin will be able to pick up. Not too much of a worry, you know, when you've got a tank battle on the top side of the map and it's like 12 CS you're talking about, both of them using their teleports at the same time, but still, every little bit counts, especially when you're looking at Marin for a lot. And
in terms of tank matchups, remember that we know Maokai's going to outscale in the late game.
Yeah.
You kind of look for Gragas to get the first item, you know, do the business in the early game and then try and have the game over before that point, but Spirit Viz is going to be delayed. Power Spike's going to be delayed, and Maokai's going to get the happy farming. Bless is in the shop.
Yeah, he certainly didn't want to be doing that. Has to blow the flash. In fact, there's the flash cocoon, and Spirit lands it. Kuro, lots of damage down, and that's going to be the first kill going over to Spirit. Beautiful play, but just lazy from Bless, honestly.
Why would you be in the shop in the enemy jungle? Really, really peculiar play from Bless. He was definitely not baiting. Syndra wasn't walking up, so big mistake. Is punished pretty severely, and okay, not quite kill over to the Talon, but any extra gold, and it's going to be felt in other lanes for sure, Atlas.
Well, TuSin is actually going to be able to land that one. Piercing arrow flies through as well. Lots of damage onto Ghost. Big bubbles, always good.
So the first time I remember seeing Varus Nami be a thing was from a Korean bot lane, but not one that most fans here will remember. It was actually Raven and Starlust on the original SK Telecom T1 lineup. To give you context, their top laner was current Cloud9 coach Reapered.
Yes.
The first ever SKT lineup before Faker had even debuted. Raven and Starlust loved the Varus Nami. And it's always been strong. Now,
back in the Papa Time days.
Oh, we're back in the Papa Time days. But you get the Bilgewater Cutlass, you get the E from the Nami, and you start doing some battling.
Yeah.
So, still is a powerful lane for sure.
Lots of sustain and lots of CC as well. And when it comes to layering CC, if you can put in enough time to allow an easy Aqua Prison, that's fantastic. And look, Chains of Corruption does exactly that. Works very similarly to that of the, you know, classic Ashe Malzahar matchup. Those sort of things where you just want to be able to lock someone down until they're dead. Oh, will work. Does involve landing 2 skill shots, though. It's not like I'm going to walk at you and press R.
Not many targeted CC anymore. You think about targeted CC that's ranged, and there isn't many.
No.
Sure, there is, you know, something like Taunt. I guess the fear is Kuro's caught, but just jump over.
Yeah, Bless is going to jump on him there as well. Good stealth. But Pallid Bowler does land. There's the flash from Tempt. Oh, Kuro somehow survives, and the Assassin's Path will get him out. He wanted to try and go back and grab the kill, but TuSin is going to lock that one down. Grasping Roots is there as Tempt gets flashed on by TuSin. Chains of Corruption comes in. They want to kill Tempt, but he's still alive for the moment. Spirit's going to come down. Kramer grabs the kill. Ghost has to flash. Look at those blocks. That's Kuro's going to pick up the kill. That was greedy, but it pays off. 4-0 now for Afreeca.
Came back with the Hex Drinker, didn't die, and then popped Corrupting Potion until you get back in. It's 4-0 with the Snowball draft, and it's not Marin for once, it's the rest of the team doing the business, and Crazy is watching as the rest of him goes wrong as Bless holds onto the ult so hard to lock down Kuro. Ults first, that's the most safety. Doesn't quite die because the heal comes in from TuSin and also the Hex Drinker. You think, okay, he's out of the fight. But actually, the fight goes on so long. Watch TuSin making a very smart move with red buff, flash, red buff, auto attack to keep in the fight. Nice flash in aggressively from Kramer as well. Afreeca understood they could potentially take this fight, and that's one wall he hadn't jumped over recently. Even picks up the kill at the end. Cheeky stuff from Kuro, and Afreeca way ahead.
Absolutely fantastic communication as well. They knew that they were on Tempt. They were killing him. Ghost was standing in the middle of the entire Afreeca Freecs lineup. None of them were hitting him. They knew that they had to get rid of that Syndra, make sure that she wasn't getting anything done, because that was an Ashe that hadn't shopped. She just wasn't doing any damage. Didn't need to worry about it, so really nicely played by the Afreeca Freecs.
All from a BBQ, you know, attempted an engage onto specifically Talon so hard to lock down, and the punishment from the smart roam from Kramer and TuSin. You know, I put the magnifying glass on them at the start of the game, and so far, good in lane, good first to the roam as well. Very nice stuff from the Afreeca Freecs, and now the snowballs are starting.
It's so backward as well, because Marin's down 20 CS, 22. It's all happening the other way around, Papa Smithy, and we'll see whether this is actually going to work out well for the Afreeca Freecs, because Marin's always going to be able to throw down those barrels in the right positions. He's always been a great team fighter, and now with his team playing really well to back him up, it's a good news story, but that's sort of a mid-game type situation where the Gragas is still going to be relevant.
And you think back to history, because when Marin was on SKT, he had Bang & Wolf, he had Faker. You know, there were no question marks there. You knew those guys would go even or better. And that's why SKTs, if you think of you look at their drafting patterns from 2015 Worlds, 2015 Summer especially, it was Bang & Wolf will work it out, Faker will be Faker, and get Marin a counter pick, and they'll win the game. You know, that was the luxury they had, but this season, Afreeca has had to blind pick Rumble and Maokai, blind pick Comfort, because the other lanes were just losing 2v2 or Kuro was dying. if the other lanes step up and Marin is your luxury, Marin's the guy you can invest in, Marin's a world champion. Marin's a fantastic player. So these guys stepping up is so big, but here's the teleport play.
Yeah, Tusin's actually going to walk forward, but Bless gets tidal wave. No teleport to come in as the Stranglethorns is great, but Spirit gets over the top. It's a double kill after he kills Bless. And Kuro, he wants more. Looking for Totoro's trying to get his way out.
No exhaust.
Yep, not going to be. Assassin Path comes in. The Rake's going to slow him down. It's a fair bit of damage, but really good grasping roots. And the snare is going to be enough to save his life.
But how many objectives they're going to get? Varus auto-attacking a turret. They're onto Drake as well. They're not actually that interested in ending the laning phase just yet. They'll just be happy with an Infernal Drake and being able to continue in lane. They don't need to end it. Ashe and Zyra can be turret dived in future. Actually, they're going to get everything.
Well, they're going to be able to take down this turret, exactly right. And I could imagine that keeping the laning phase going is fine when Talon just wants to be roaming around the map, killing people off to the side who are trying to pick up minions in their lanes. Does make some sense, but Bro been doing decently well, only down 10 CS, and he seems to be everywhere on this map. Now 1-0-3.
And the one nice thing about top lane Gragas is whether it's Shen or just teleport, he's got the most long-range interrupt in the explosive cask or even just the body slam, but, you know, did the problem solving, knew it was very likely that he'd be in the brush, ulted him out of the teleport. No punishment, first kill already observed by the Afreeca Freecs, and now they're monstrously ahead.
Yeah, this is beautiful play so far. And with that snowballing Infernal Drake to be picked up as well, adding to that insurance policy that they can put together.
I mean, look at the control wards, double control ward and aggressive ward. There's nowhere on the bottom side of the map for them to go, and doesn't matter how Marin's doing. This game has nothing to do with top lane. No teleports, no way for Crazy to impact the rest of the map. Marin just has to, you know, chill.
Yeah.
Even if he dies, you know, it's fine. All he needs to do is not lose his turret and just keep battling against the Maokai. If he can interrupt teleport, everyone else is doing his work for him.
Yeah, and if Marin was ever good at anything, it was create pressure on the map. And sometimes he did it, and he'd just get ganked and killed over and over again. And sometimes he would do it, and the rest of his team was able to capitalize.
Well, it was a 1-2 punch, right? Because he was great at pressure. That's why they gave him counter picks. But I think Marin's unique skill is I don't think there's ever been a better user of teleport than Marin.
Yes.
Marin was the god of teleport. There's a reason why he would rush home guards on every champion. And his teleports were always A+. So it's fine for him to do even. As, well, they want more.
There's the Flash Cocoon into the bubble. The layering of CC is stunning. That was even a Chains of Corruption there as well. I don't think Kramer necessarily needed to do that, but beautiful stuff and shows exactly what this composition is capable of on a single pick opportunity.
And you know BBQ is grasping at straws when they're going all in on trying to take down the Gragas in the one matchup that doesn't matter because the rest of the map is in disarray. Pushing into inner turrets because the Rengar's showing in top lane. Kuro leaves lane, they push up, and you're as zoned as possible from the bottom side.
Yeah, 4,000 gold, 7-0, and it's only 14 minutes into this game.
Oh, they're Afreeca Freecs.
It's ridiculous, and this level of control is not what we were expecting. This is not a team they should be beating right now in Papa Smithy.
I mean, the best thing is the preparation for an Afreeca cast is just wondering what could be.
Yeah.
Because it could literally be anything.
And this is what I've seen from Spirit as well. I mean, it's either he's a god, like we expect him to be, which he has been this game, 3-0 and 4, 100% kill contribution. This guy's amazing. And sometimes it's awful.
Yep. They're lovely to cast. Honestly, it's a pleasure because you're always excited and frustrated.
Yeah.
You know, there's never like, oh, that was standard Afreeca, because there is no standard Afreeca.
Yeah. Well, it's exactly like, honestly, the story of my relationship with Marin is exactly that, you know? Even Spirit when he was on WE, it's the same thing. I mean, I've got a lot of history with these guys.
Kappa pride.
And it's fun to see that they haven't changed. Also really frustrating to see that they haven't changed.
Why is Marin building armor?
Why not?
I mean, you could build a Spirit Visage. It's like broken on Grugs.
Yeah, but he's building now 2 armor items.
I know.
Man. Just parts of them. He's got a non-magic
He's against
Vandal.
Syndrome, Maokai, Zyra.
He's already got double magic resist, man. What are you talking about? There's a Rengar and an Ashe to deal with.
No, but the Ashe doesn't do any damage.
I know, it's stupid. But look at him. He's down here, and there's 2 physical damage dealers and 1 magic damage dealer.
What a genius.
And he's still getting zoned from the turret, and it is going to be taken down. So BBQ able to grab 1 back in response, but you're right. Odd item choice.
Would you so far as to call it bold?
Bold would be, yeah, that'd be a generous.
To be fair,
way of
a
describing
bold
it.
item choice is when you build like armor against.
Yeah, I think that's Rage Blade.
When you build like when you rush Frozen Heart against a Rumble because everything else is armor, you like everything else is AD. Like okay,
Yeah.
that's bold. When there's no reason
I
to.
think then there's Bold and then there's Dumb. And I think this is fitting in with Dumb. As Kuro, a bit of damage on attempt, pops the passive there as well. Barrier goes down, the Ignite. Commitment was there, but the flash is going to be enough to get Tempt out.
He didn't get enough burn or passive damage onto the bleed. It won't be enough to take him down. As well.
Shows that, you know, if Tempt is going to try and roam, he's probably going to die if he runs into a Talon.
At least Marin can tank up turrets better with the armor. Think about it.
Hey, true. There it is. Look at how many opponents are doing physical damage, Bubba Smithy.
All the minions.
Ah, we didn't even know. And Harold? Get over there and tank some Harold. He's in the bottom lane. He's not going to be anywhere near it. That's upsetting. 1 minute now on the Dragon, which is another physical damage dealer, I'll have you know.
And BBQ, perfect game is over. They took a turret.
Oh dear, yep.
So at least they got that going for them.
Certainly do. 6,000 gold, though, is the lead for Afreeca, so I'm still putting it in the pros column, where they are at the moment.
It's good to see Afreeca once again level up. Remember, if they win this series, so just looking at the standings, right now they come into the series at 7-7. So they are at a 50% match win rate. They'll move to 8-7, the same as Longzhu. And if they are win 2-0, they'll be ahead of Longzhu in the top 5.
Oh, bless. There's the chain CC once again, but gets out of it for the moment. Flashes his way over, piercing arrow, just to say, I know where you went, but I can't follow Soz.
Doesn't have any lethality anymore in the new builds, so not going to be chunking out quite as hard on the piercing arrow.
Yep.
The pressure is there. You know, you're getting your Rengar to flash away defensively. Kuro in a long lane. He's only against one armor item, so even the Maokai is an appealing target for Kuro, who has that glimpse of the void as well.
Yeah, exactly. So the split push is most certainly a thing. And grabbing that glimpse of the void this late as well is fantastic. Only a couple of minutes until that Baron is going to be spawning. So going to have it for close to the maximum amount of time.
Marin's decided he's a thrift shopper. Got a bit of everything.
Oh, goodness. A bit of everything in sort of the wrong way as well. But at least one of them's a Spectre's Cowl now. So
Yeah.
That's good.
He like did the double check. He's like, wait. All right, magic damage.
I need fiery, burny stuff for the minions. I need a shield because I'm having a bad
If
day.
you think about it, Balmy Cinder and the Glacial Shroud is more damage because you can burn the minions that have more cooldowns to kill the minions.
Such an aggressive item choice. Powerful stuff.
He might just kill Totoro here.
Yeah, he's going to get body slammed. Explosive cast not there. Oh, fade away with the arrow. Nicely done by Marin to avoid that.
Meanwhile.
In the meantime, exactly. So Kuro and Spirit down here towards the bottom side. Good bubble onto Crazy, but not taking too much damage. That's an orb. Spirit don't want to walk into that. Has to flash the next one, but still gets stunned. Tower falls on the top side of the map. Kramer, he's just doing his best to find some time on his own and does so in the mid lane quite nicely.
He can just walk to the right side. They have a lot of resources and a lot of backup on the right side, so this is where you want to hang when you want to get the turret shots in, and they want more.
Yep, assassin pass there. Fantastic use of the ultimate from Kramer, just catches him completely unawares, and Kuro's just having fun, just parkouring everywhere around.
And I think Tucson might have found a champion for him, because the one thing about Tucson when he played previously was skill shot accuracy was always one of his big things. He actually played jungle for Incredible Miracle and played a lot of Nidalee, was very accurate on the spears there as well. So skill shots and mechanical skill, given that in his year away from competitive play was top 10 of solo queue as a support main for a lot of the time. You know, translating to competitive play has been a struggle. Tucson has struggled quite heavily this season, but good to see him back on form on the Nami.
Yeah, and Tucson and Kramer are just, this is a masterclass, to be honest, with how they're playing this bottom lane. 42 CS in the lead, 0-2-0 on their opponents. Able to get close to, I mean, that's a 75% kill contribution, which is fantastic thus far. And getting around the map, making sure they squeeze BBQ. They can't pick up their bottom side jungle when they were pressuring that inhibitor turret. They easily just coalesce towards the mid lane, grab that one as well. It's nicely played. And I love this composition.
Yeah, and Ghost and Totoro have been good. Even in the loss streak, they've been some of the shining stars, specifically Ghost. Finding his straps a year into his competitive career. Still very young, still turning.
Their last series especially, Ghost really was the one shining light against the Rocks Tigers.
He only turns 18 this month, still a very young player, but finally, you know, hitting his stride. But in this particular game one, you know, Kramer and Tucson have been all over BBQ. Dominating the bot lane as well.
Can they keep it up going into game number 2 as well? That's
We've said that question so many times.
I know. It's so exciting.
Whether they can keep it up for Game 2 or a Game 3 or next match,
Yeah.
there's literally no information to suggest they will be able to or won't be able to.
I mean, there are some, you can sort of draw some theories here because they do seem like one of those sort of momentum-based teams that can trip over after a loss, find themselves tilting just a little bit
Sure.
into sort of even the next series, but they can run on momentum when they pick up these victories.
I
And this
mean,
might be good moving into the playoffs that are coming up just after the next week.
But this was definitely the game where it could have spilled over because the Rocks Tigers series was very one-way traffic for Rocks.
Yeah.
But they've shook it off. You'd expect them to be able to, given they have veteran status. Every player here has played multiple LCK seasons, so you'd expect them to be able to
How many
shake
times
off
have they
poor
added
performances.
question marks to that though, Poppy? You know, this is the thing. How many times can you say, yes, veteran status? There's another one. Look at this. All too easy. As he just jumps over the ultimate. Spirit says, well, I'm now here, and this is fine.
I mean, this is an elegant game from Spirit.
It's
Reminds me of Team
beautiful.
WE Spirit back when
Yeah.
he was hard carrying in spring of 2015.
Back when he was playing Elise almost every game that they won as well.
He got Nidalee sometimes.
He did. Which he shouldn't have.
No.
That was back when Nidalee was a silly champion.
I mean, she's still silly, but power level's lower.
Yes. Well, Marin's just going to boop his way in to this inner turret in the mid lane, and it's feeling pretty textbook for Afreeca at the moment. 8,000 gold the lead, 9-0. Giving up 2 turrets, but it doesn't matter. BBQ just circling the drain for the minute.
The only person who was a passenger this game was Marin, his blessed caught.
This is all too easy every time. Kuro has been stunned up. There's the flash into the exhaust to stop the Unleashed Power from getting the kill. This is Toosen's game as well. I mean, I don't know who to give MVP to, honestly, because Toosen been playing super well. Spirit also been playing super well. Man, real team effort.
Everyone except Marin in for a shout for sure, as they're going to try the Baron to completely kill the game, but Smite is dead, so it's going to have to be just a damage contest from BBQ.
If there's a way back in, it could be now as Crazy's going to start the engage. Kuro jumps over the back end. The Baron still being contested as Spirit does take that one up. Oh my god, it's just a decimation now as they're ignoring Crazy. They're killing everyone around the tank. And now Crazy's going to fall as well. Bless respawns into hell. And Afreeca Freecs go back with some swirly purple to help them win the game.
It's not quite the flying V for the recall, but it looked like it. Trade tanking, really nice Marin ultimate on the back line as well.
Target selection has been the aim of the game here for Afreeca Freecs as well. Throwing down the damage onto exactly who they want to.
We haven't had a surrender in a long time, but this finally feels like a game that you consider surrendering.
Will we have
if
that
you're BBQ.
conversation? Because I'd like to know when the last surrender was, honestly, globally. It's been ages.
There are some scenes where surrenders are a bit more common, but not in 2017, 2016. It feels like
Yeah.
the LCS era started with them. I remember, Gambit Gaming did quite a bit of surrendering in the first season, season 3, but since season 4, it's been almost a complete thing of the past.
Yeah, even talking about strategic surrenders when it's like...
I think IEM Final 2015, there was some
possibly.
surrenders. But apart from that, it's been...
Oh, this is the
definitely
dream
not
as well.
something.
Triple Infernal. Didn't even talk about that, but everything's going the right way.
Well, it's 24% of a lot early.
Does that make it a Charizard?
Sure.
Because there's 3.
It is the 3rd evolution of fire.
Yeah, I like that.
Wait, what is the Elder Dragon then?
That's Mega Charizard.
Oh.
Why?
I don't speak Pokemon X and Y.
Ah, yes. Well,
I'm Gold and Silver, and then
hang on,
et
no.
cetera.
Mega Charizard X, because he's the blue one. Sort of makes a heck of a lot of sense, actually.
I can speak fluent blue, red, yellow, gold, silver.
Oh, wow. So at least you stuck around with the best ones.
Yeah, gold, silver,
Gen 2's,
great.
oh, so good. But no, I stuck around for way too much. Diamond and Pearl was my era. They were the ones I liked.
Your stomping ground?
Oh, yes.
Well, this is a Afreeca Freecs stomping ground. Triple Infernal and a Talon. Talon can now kill everyone, except perhaps Crazy in one rotation.
Yeah, but he'll have the opportunity to get multiple rotations
Exactly.
against Crazy, because I believe sticking to that guy won't be a problem. And at the moment, they're splitting on the top side. Lots of damage with these auto attacks. Cocoon lands. Spirit, he's going in. Tidal Wave helps out there as well, as it is going to be Bless falling first. Marin just tanks up the turret with all of that armor that he so expertly purchased. And that's going to spell another inhibitor as well. Afreeca Freecs, this is so beautiful to watch. The whole composition working exactly how you'd expect it to.
Way
Teleport
better
now
even
coming
than you
in
might
from
expect
Maren.
it to, and they want to kill the game.
Yeah, there's the flash. Tempt at least flashes out of the way. Spirit uses a Zhonya's that he somehow has. And the Nexus turret, the final one's going to fall. The Nexus is going to follow suit. And Afreeca Freecs, what a statement game. 15-0 in kills. BBQ had nothing to do.
And this is the ceiling of the Afreeca Freecs that we only get glimpses of. We never see this team series upon series, but if they hit that sort of level in a world where they make the gauntlet,
Well, they're now ready to rule the game, Papa Smithy.
the Cheerfuls have certainly launched something. I don't know if it was talks from the crowd or talks behind the scenes from the coach, but the level up of the Afreeca Freecs is insane over their woeful series against Rocks Tigers. And that's why every team in the top 5, let's say the top 4, because of course vying for the 5th spot, but every team they face will want to avoid the Afreeca Freecs, because you never know which one you'll get.
Yeah.
And we got the A-star version because they dumpstered BBQ all of this.
Absolutely. And if you're thinking about sort of a stark comparison, I believe you've got Afreeca Freecs over here in the complete random basket, and then you got MVP, you know, the team that's always going to do what you expect them to do and maybe impress you a little bit but not go too far down that road. But there is no consistency with this team. You never know what you're going to get, and it makes them an extremely exciting League of Legends.
And you just, if you're the coach of BBQ, you're like, but my notes, I mean, where did this... how do you prepare for it? How do you prepare for a team that I don't know if they're prepared for themselves?
Maybe that's their strategy. That is so deep. If we don't prepare,
Chaos
we
style.
won't know, and then no one can know.
Unicorns of Love, now
Yeah.
Afreeca Freecs.
Beautiful. That is stunning.
Beautiful game from Afreeca. 2 turrets short of a perfect game was just insane.
Yeah, and we have to talk about exactly what went right as well, because the bottom lane looked stunning. But, ladies and gentlemen, Game 2 is going to be coming up, and we'll see which Afreeca Freecs we see there.
fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
Welcome back, OGN Legion, to LCK Spring Split. We saw Afreeca dominate BBQ. I was going to say something maybe a little bit...
Decimate?
Yeah, decimate, dominate, dumpster. Those sort of words do come to mind with how Afreeca treated BBQ, and it was incredible, the performance.
I mean, the damage dealt was pretty shared, but Nami did triple the damage of a
Crazy
Rengar.
with top damage on Maokai, how?
I think Nami doing triple the damage of a Rengar is pretty impressive in its own right.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff happening right here.
Talon, almost the most, but triple at 800, and Maokai did Maokai things, standing in the middle of disasters with his tank items, because he got a laning phase, and then he came into team fights. Didn't matter how much he soaked or how much he did. His team had no chance of winning this game. Hard to award an MVP. Everyone other than Marin popped off this game.
Yeah.
Let's see who it's handed off to. I think Spirit probably deserves it, but there was a really nice plays by the support as well, and it's going to go to Spirit. Apologies to Tucson, who had an up game after a bit of a up and down season. But Spirit also, remember, been subbed out a lot of times, hasn't been the starter in many series. He popped off in this game.
Yeah, and he got the ball rolling as well. Managed to pick up the first blood and then snowballed everything from there. I mean,
that's why.
Caught shopping, has to flash, but then the flash cocoon was perfect. And that's all you need.
Unnecessary from Bless. That was a really, really big mistake from Bless. Wholly unnecessary. And from there, people didn't die. This is the fight where Kuro popped his corrupting potion, even got back into it towards the tail end, but every gank that Spirit started just turned into gold. Everything worked for Afreeca Freecs, and it's moments like this that we see 2 or 3 games this even, not even matches, but games where you're like, man, Afreeca could be anything, and that's
the
why.
thing is, as well, is the reason why you can say it could be either Spirit or Tucson is because both of them were together that whole game. Just layering their CC one on top of the other. It's just perfect, but every decision that they made seemed to be made of gold.
Well, Spirit's rubbing his hands together, so are Afreeca fans. If they can keep up, even approximating that level of performance on average, they should be happy. There's a smile. Hasn't been too many from Spirit this season, but he can feel good about that game, and BBQ need to shake it off, in the immortal words of a certain artist.
Yeah, okay, all Taylor Swifts aside, they've got a lot of work to do. Most certainly do. And we'll see whether they can make it happen, because, look, they still do have some star power on this team, and Afreeca, we know that every time they step onto the rift, you have no idea what to expect.
Well, we're just about to get ready into another one, and when it comes to this game, I'm really interested to see the blue side bans from BBQ, because bans have been so different in 7.5. All the must-ban champions are gone. There's a couple of soft bans, and there's still the target bans, like Rumble from Marin, for example, but
of course,
apart from that, feels like we've got a pretty open playing field, which is what we always want. We want there to be counterplay. We want there to be strength across the board, and have we reached quite that crescendo? Not quite, but it feels like we're closer than ever on 7.5.
Yeah, and does this mean that now Afreeca might have to lean on Marin a little bit more, being able to potentially give him that counter pick towards the top side of the map, let him go off, give him a good matchup, that sort of situation?
I think the big question here is, what is if they don't draft a top laner early, which I think they may have the flexibility to do. If Nautilus, for example, is taken away and Afreeca don't have a first-round top laner, we might see that, because Afreeca actually banning Nautilus. The reason why I say that is that now we know that Afreeca have 2 blind pick mid laners. Kuro has not had a blind pick mid laner all season. He's been struggling. Maybe Orianna, but a very reactive champion. Now there's Talia and also the Talon. The Talon cemented now. I bigged it up and I thought, okay, he had a great first game and he had a great second game as well. They're not banning out any mid laners, so I think Afreeca just snaps up Talon in the first round if it's available. And it's crazy to say, but we could see Talon being as early priority as first pick, because Tempt has played it as well.
Well, this is the thing. Do they actually give it that much priority, or do Afreeca give it that much respect? They now
Rumble
ban it
and
out.
Talon are kind of the interesting.
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
They ban away Shen. I feel like Afreeca could just pick both solo lanes in the first round, because Marin and Kuro, especially with Kuro's confidence after the previous game, could be as bold as to blind pick it against basically anything. And BBQ are going to have to take away the Rumble because, you know, Marin's reputation precedes himself.
Yeah, well, you can only pick one of them as well, and this means Spirit can potentially grab that Graves if he wants to as well, and the Varus available once again for Kramer, who had a brilliant performance.
That'd be a confidence pick right there.
That is a confidence pick, and Spirit didn't take any time in locking away the Lee Sin. So 4 goes, what could be the power pick in the Graves? Even in a whole lot of the other options, I mean, even the Talon as well.
I think the Elise would have been
Well,
very
yeah.
possible draft after game 1. It would have also meant that there was more likelihood of a Talon because you'd have the magic damage coming from the jungle. But this is definitely I've seen Peanut do it. I want to do it as well with the Lee Sin. He has been situationally majestic on the Lee Sin in the past. As far back as 2014, he was one of the best Lee Sins we had around, although, you know, not quite on the dandy level, and Insect, of course, had his time in 2013, but Lee Sin been a good pick for Spirit in the past nonetheless.
Well, once again, pretty high priority given to the Zyra, now paired with the Jhin in the hands of Ghost.
You just take Nami here. That's an option for Afreeca.
Well, see whether they do grab it or whether they decide to get another, you know,
Talon,
third pick Talon.
Talia, or Nami, I think, are the 3 picks that should be considered in this scenario.
Ooh, Talia. So Kuro wants to step away from it. Now with the Lee Sin, like you said.
So because of the Lee Sin, Talia makes more sense of those 2 possible mid lane champions. Kuro has looked very good on Talia as well. Those are his 2 picks right now. You think of previous seasons, it was usually Victor plus X, but Victor hasn't been a pick for Kuro in 2017 to any degree of reliability. I actually don't think he's played any games of it. And because Rumble is drafted by BBQ, you start banning physical damage mid laners, and that's why the first ban from Afreeca is the Talon.
Yep, if I can't play it, no one can play it. As Mundo's going to be banned away from Marin.
They'll get the smile from Marin. That was his attempted counter pick onto the Rumble before, and it does lead to a very lopsided matchup after Spirit Visage on the Mundo. So there's one potential pick banned away. So that's On-Hit Kennen and Dr. Mundo. Literally 2 creations of Marin in terms of the 2017 Korean meta being target banned.
Well, what does he have? He's got pretty deep pockets, does Marin.
Renekton's pretty good in lane against the Rumble, but if he ever has a all-in turned, he can be run over as well, so...
And if it's a slow game, I mean, it can get to the point where Renekton is just a meat shield that can't get much done.
But at some point, you know, there's 5 top lane bans.
Yeah,
so
what else do you pick? That's a good point.
They're going to be banned away from the bot lane as well. So support and top lane being looked for. I think you stick with the Nami.
Perfect.
Varus Nami. It looked great. Literally great from the side of Afreeca, which we haven't been able to say about their 2v2 laning very much.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, Pop Smithy.
Indubitably. Although we brought you in to replace Atlas. So Achilles. I called Achilles Atlas there. The A's are just too hard.
He's just always saying Atlas now, when in doubt.
When in doubt, magic damage seems to be from BBQ. So are they setting up for a last pick
Good
Jace?
Oh, no, they're not.
Maybe
They're just going to pick Zed. And Tempt is going to throw the gauntlet at Kuro.
Now, Zed is really good against Varus because you can ult through the Chains of Corruption and look for the assassination. And also, against Talia, it's not ideal because you get yourself pushed in very hard, but of course there is all-in potential there as well. So, Tempt trying to be the game breaker on the Zed. We knew it would be a physical damage mid lane. I was heavily expecting it when Zyra and Rumble were drafted. That's why when they had the Elise, I was like, okay, makes sense to be Jace, but gonna go back to the Zed, which is cool to see.
A lot of pick options here as well, and BBQ complementing that with split pushing capabilities with the Zed and sort of pile on damage and CC.
So can Marin find a champion that doesn't get pushed in? Because the way you win this game is 1-3-1. BBQ are not team fighting this game. You need something to stand up in lane against Rumble. We haven't seen much Trundle top at all.
No, but
in
it was
2017.
something that did work out okay, if history has taught me anything. But it was a long time ago. He's going to lock that one away. So the Trundle into the Rumble. Not going to have the wave clear, though.
Very peculiar pick, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Very little value out of the Subjugate as well, because no one's building any tank stats on the side of BBQ. Does have a lot of regen. So Spirit Visage Trundle isn't going to die, but you need to get Spirit Visage and the Tiamat pretty early to stand up against the Rumble.
Theory, right? It's like his Shen that was able to dominate because he was able to get the Tiamat, get the Spirit Visage at the same time. But I don't know whether they're going to be able to orchestrate Marin into a 3-0 start with a massive CS lead.
Well, it kind of needs to be the reverse Marin, right? Marin famous for playing Rumble, overextending, being ganked at level 4. I think he's going to need a lot of help, as we've been informed that Tucson has a client bug. I assume that's not impacted on the Trundle pick, but I guess we don't know for sure.
It didn't spark any question marks. It makes some sense if Marin was to pick that one up.
There's a lot of irony, though, because the only hard random champion we've ever had in LCK history was Cloud Templar, one of our Korean casters, hard randoming the Trundle jungle way back when.
Still not bad. I like that we've got Spirit as well on this roster.
If it was Trundle again, it would be just the most hilarious thing.
Yeah. Oh, perfect.
So we'll wait and see. We don't have full confirmation. I'm assuming the Trundle was just a draft, but for now we don't have complete information.
We do have ways of explaining the trundle, but yes, there are other options that he could have gone with.
Not many, remember? A lot,
true, yeah.
a lot was banned when it came to top laners. 5 top lane bans and also 1 taken away.
And I believe the Maokai was still up, but no one wants to pick a tree into someone with a flamethrower. That just seems a little bit odd. So, see exactly whether or not we're just going to hop straight back in and have all the same picks, which would make the most sense.
Let's call it their date of births on there and also their debuts in competitive play.
Yeah, and I like it. I feel like it is a breath of fresh air here for these guys.
2 years already a pro player. 2.5 for Tucson, I could tell from his cheerful. Speaking of cheerful, still some good spirits on the side of BBQ Olivers. Maybe they had some team bonding over some fried chicken during the break.
Always the one to shout that up, Smithy. I like it.
It tastes real good.
I know, I'm just a little bit salty because we haven't had any yet. It'll happen.
That said, it's wing night tonight, as I talk about sometimes when Achilles and I are casting on a Thursday. So
yeah,
if we get out of here before midnight, there are some nice wings to be had.
All right, well, we should say some nice things to whoever's inside the client, try and get them to speed things up, get us actually onto the Rift for game number 2. So even if BBQ Olivers do pick up a victory, which I'd like, because I like this sort of theory that I am the bringer of 3-game series.
I mean, that was what the Dangun and Kastajun video was about, how Kastajun always seems to get the late nights, but maybe you're the new one. And let me tell you, having spoke to Kastajun many times, he's not a fan of it always being 3-game series.
And I do not want to start off on the wrong foot with the most prestigious
he's a very powerful man.
Commentator in the history of esports ever.
That's a very correct statement, even though
so
it sounds like
maybe I take
hyperbole.
that back. Maybe I take that back, and let's root for Afreeca here.
Some people argue that any impression is a good impression. I wouldn't subscribe to that with Kastajun.
What is that, like any publicity is good publicity?
Exactly.
No, I don't think that works with first impressions. Any impression, some of them could be really, really bad.
Well, we're on screen now. We weren't alerted of that.
Yeah, no. Thankfully, we were ready.
Amazingly, we have our jackets. Both
I know.
of us.
I took all my clothes off during the other series. It got really hot in here, and things were exciting. But thankfully, we got dressed again. Everything's okay. That was a lie. I didn't actually take all my clothes off.
But there's actually no camera or replay to confirm or deny that.
Yeah, that's true. So theoretically, it could have happened.
Your imagination run wild.
I believe Monte Cristo did do that on this very stage.
I was actually in the piggyback
Allegedly.
room. The piggyback room was the one where he went for the creative strip for Infernal Drake, 1 item of clothing. The cute thing about that is that there's only 3 of them, so theoretically you could still be fairly decent even if you take off 3 items of clothing.
It depends, which items of clothing count
Shoes
as
and
items.
socks.
Yeah, so you take
That's
off shoes
cheating.
and socks, tie, belt, and then you've got 4 that basically do nothing.
Have you noticed that you missed out on the OGN tradition, which is, of course, the long on-screen pause on the first cast, but we got you on the second cast.
Yeah, I'm so glad. At least it was the first week.
True.
So not first cast, but at least first week. And when it's back-to-back days, it feels like you're almost casting all the way through. So maybe it counts as first day as well. So.
First impressions of Korea then. So, of course, you got the fresh eyes here. I came off the boat from Australia a couple of years ago, and now you're here. What are you learning about Korea?
I think
that's
if I was going to bring it down to like a key word is dense. I mean, I come from Australia. We have so much, well, as you know, of course, but you guys may not know at home. We've got so much free space, it's ridiculous. There are lots of areas where there's nothing, and here in South Korea, there seems to be something everywhere.
It's like free space versus no wasted space is kind of the way you look at it.
The efficiency of like space used. There's even, you walk down some stairs and there's this amazing restaurant that's just sort of hidden away, but then like that's not even a surprise because there's another one next door, and then everywhere else it's like vertical space is used incredibly well. Like that was sort of mind-boggling to me because I'm used to like having this area is this one thing.
And I agree. The verticality was the first thing that jumped to me because, again, like in Australia especially, it's here's a place. Here's McDonald's. Here's a shop.
Yeah.
It wasn't, you walk, at eye level. But here, as a 6-foot guy, normally eye level's enough, especially in Australia. But here, you can go certainly very vertical when it comes to 7th-floor buildings. That's an interesting music track to have, but we're going to go back to pick and ban. So I guess we're going to leave it ambiguous as to what's happening.
And I hope they don't tell us, because I want to be taken on this magical journey with everyone as well.
They really don't tell us much, Atlas. So.
I'm so excited. But it is going to be the same bans, at least to finish things off, thank God.
I assume everything's the same until Tucson's pick, and then maybe we actually have a new pick coming,
because Marin switched to
he's gonna play Fizz.
Teleport Ignite.
He's going to play Fizz, isn't he?
That's if it's not a Hecarim.
He's going to play Fizz.
Teleporting that Hecarim. Bring back the
Oh,
days.
now it's Flash Teleport. Maybe it will be the Trundle.
Well, Fizz could be it, because that was the pick into the Rumble that you were talking about, and it's going to be locked in. Papa Smithy. I can't believe we've sort of forgot about it as one of the options here, because it's only been one of those whispers on the wind type picks into Rumble.
Yeah, it was just the research where we saw that it was commonly being taken into Rumble.
Yeah.
That people realized that it was around, and it was actually the player who'd been playing it the most in solo queue that was banning it blind, basically, to try and open up safe Rumble drafts. So this is the new age pick with the tweaks to Fizz on 7.5. People feel like you can go back to Trinity Force, fairly tanky Fizz. Honestly, the old build, the most damage we ever saw was Trinity Force Bork, and Bork was buffed on this patch as well. So
and the extra cooldown reduction now on the Trinity Force, this iteration of the on-hit Fizz.
You definitely prefer Stinger,
better,
right?
Yeah,
Stinger is definitely better. So itemization and also on-hit versus AP being once again on the side of on-hit. It's a good matchup for Fizz, and spin the counter matchup we've seen in solo queue being translated to professional play, which in a Rumble meta, which it feels like it largely is, good to see some data points in competitive.
Yeah, and as well as the fact that now with Lee Sin and Fizz, so much damage output early on, that Rumble cannot overextend. So all of those sort of pushing problems that you may expect with a Fizz versus Rumble lane, just flat out not there. But we'll see whether it is going to be the buddy system of Marin and Spirit moving towards that top lane, or whether anybody else is going to need some help. I have a whole lot more faith in Kramer and Tucson now that bottom lane demonstrated how good they were.
Faith in Afreeca. You're still a young man.
Oh, dude, I was an LGD fan throughout, so it doesn't even matter. But let's let them decide as we hop onto the Rift for game number 2.
한국에 오신 것을
Oh, the BBQ cheerleader seems to have lost her voice.
Yeah, too excited about the wait, hang on a second. That was not a great game.
미니언
BBQ
생성까지
fans.
30초 남았습니다.
However, anything can happen. It's an Afreeca game. And that's why we love them so much.
And that's why we get to see top lane Fizz. And I think a lot of people at home being like, okay, why? Because you saw the Fizz changes, and if you read the patch notes and you go from top to bottom, the first one was AP ratio increased on Q. So why on-hit Fizz is... Look at that. All right, got some cool dudes in the crowd.
Yep.
I love the holographic hologram 3D glasses going on there.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the best way to do 3D, apparently. I mean,
They-
with my Legos back in the day, having the red and blues was a good idea. Not so much now.
But the big change was on W. And basically on-hit Fizz exists when his W is strong. And right now the change to Fizz W is, Marin doesn't want to face check damage again, he's going to though.
Yep.
Is
tried to get a little bit of burn.
So on
Marin
patch
was confused.
7.5, bleed duration was reduced from 4 seconds to 3, but what that means is the on-hit from the W auto attack is now faster. It's only 3 seconds duration for the same damage. The damage stayed the same, but the mark duration, so basically the way Fizz W works if you haven't played him recently is you auto attack once, and when it's marked, you do triple damage on the dot when you auto attack again. So he's marked for longer, and you return in W again with a Sheen proc or a Trinity Force proc, and it's just going to be more reliable windows for your cooldowns to come up and to get really strong trades in. And then Rumble can only lane by overextending. You hit the fish, we know what goes on from there. So because, once again, W from Fizz is a relevant skill in the top lane, and Blade of the Ruin King has been buffed. We're not sure if that's going to be there, but it's a relevant secondary factor. Top lane Fizz is here again, and it's good into Rumble.
Well, we'll see whether it's going to work. So this is the first demonstration that we've got. We'll see whether Marin can prove that this is, in fact, a counter pick option. Of course, remember the activation time on that passive as well. It's just a whole lot more lenient now with the extra time that you have.
And I think it's good that you bring up a bit of tempering of expectations, because it's not guaranteed auto win 50 CS advantage, because think about wave clear. Of course, it's still going to be massive one-sided pushing advantage for the
and
Rumble.
It's still Rumble into a melee matchup, right? Which is always hard.
Yeah, the early levels are still very painful.
Levels.
Once you have 6, once you can punish, once the jungler gets you snowballing, Sheen, etc., there's still the qualifiers for Fizz to be relevant, but then there's a lot of kill pressure for a large window of the game. So get through the early laning phase, whether that's from just being defensive or getting some ganks, and then things get a lot better for the Fizz.
Yep, Marin able to grab that cannon creep as well, so all's well towards his top side as Crazy's pushing this wave well and truly into the turret, where Marin should be able to eat back some of that 11 CS deficit. Especially with the W now that it resets on minion kill, which is fantastic for farming under turret. Always a problem for Fizz back in the day.
Yeah, even those last hits, faster than Sheen. And once the Sheen gets started, so does the on-hit Fizz. I'm imagining you may have to put some points in E for just some wave clear early, but you'd love to be maxing the W if you could.
Oh yes.
Will we see Fizz fizzing Maokais in the future? That was always the counter matchup first, before the Rumble one was relevant.
Well, Kuro just looking for temp, takes a cheeky turret shot. Make sure that he is free just to clear out this minion wave, probably head back home himself. Throws down some pebbles. Seismic Shove actually going to be held onto here. Is going to possibly go home, but he's going to get pinged out a bunch of times first as he inspects the enemy jungle. Spirit's here as well. Tempt not going to move around. Where is Bless going to go?
Oh, they
He's
have the
walked
information,
over a ward.
Atlas.
This is very scary. He'll have the repel. The flash is instant, though. That reaction time was stunning from Bless as Spirit helps Kuro keep a bunch of his health bar.
He also flashed unpredictably because he knew that if he flashed any more aggressively, he could have been caught in his tempt.
Yeah, big passive shot there from Tempt as well as Bless uses the Raptor to try and close distance. But Threaded Volley's doing work and thankfully makes it to the brush before that cocoon lands.
Not many champions can kite back better than Talia because you're walking onto unwalked ground.
Moosin with these bubbles. That is some brilliant damage. Takes a fair bit for it, but remember, this is sustain versus no sustain, and that damage is going to stick after those potions are done.
It is 4 biscuits, so that's the only
true.
hopeful thing there on the side of them. Is Crazy actually took 2 turret shots.
Yeah.
Not that Marin is going to be winning trades anytime soon. He needs to back now. 30 CS.
Remember, he does have Grasp of the Undying as well, which is an interesting summoner choice. Didn't get him a whole lot of health back in that particular trade, but shows that he is going for that on-hit. Remember, he is Fizz. This is the champion that you flat out don't want to die if he's got enough mana for Playful Trickster.
I guess he stuck around because he was a few CS away from Sheen, but Spirit's here to relieve pressure as well. Don't think we're close to the ultimate yet.
Yep, Tempt was moving up. Marin's looking to go back. Bless just throws out a test the water.
He's all alone now.
Oh, that laugh was exactly as trolly as it sounded.
Korean Elise.
Yeah,
Up there with Korean Lissandra. You haven't even had the beauty that is Korean Lissandra.
I've heard it before, of course, but yes, haven't casted it. I haven't been frightened on broadcast yet. Marin is going to teleport back to lane, and Bless says, well, now you got full health. This isn't nearly as fun.
So had to build pretty respectfully, all things considered.
Yeah?
I wonder if we'll see Wits and Fizz. Uh-oh. You've been triggered in a positive way.
No, the positive triggering is almost worse than the negative triggering.
We're from Oceania, it's the invert, right? Positive triggering.
Oh, yep. Well, that's a goal, actually, speaking of Oceanian things, as that piercing arrow goes right between Ghost and Totoro.
I like how it was Ganon auto-attacking with Wits End. He might now be Fizz auto-attacking with Wits End onto the Rumble. It does make sense that Marin is the best at playing and also playing against.
Oh, the fish. It was actually long-armed nicely by Marin, but doesn't latch onto Crazy. Remember, if you walk over it now, you're not going to pick up the fish. So Marin needs to make sure he hits that, but that could have almost spelt a kill up there towards the top side. You may see a swing now in this matchup.
It doesn't change the way you cast it, but does change some of the impacts in team fights where someone just ended up incidentally picking up.
But it is a massive area of effect if you do get that Gigalodon shark, you know? So now that it stays there, it might mean that someone can't pick it up and take it out of the team fight for you, and you can use it as a zoning tool. Equalizer comes down, though, as Bless will be able to line this one up. Good flash from Marin after that cocoon had gone off. Nice timing on that one, as Spirit's now just going to utilize this to take the red buff on the bottom side.
He popped the Q as well, so took less damage, so it means the Venomous Bite wasn't going to kill him. As BBQ are looking for first turret, remember that Fizz can't teleport back, and if they just stay in the top lane, they might have to draw Kuro to stop this happening.
Well, if these minions actually die and the Weaver's Wall is in range, you might be able to trap them underneath the turret, but he's going to go back to the mid lane, and it looks like first brick will go down because Marin is nowhere in sight. Nicely played here by BBQ. Get themselves off to a nice early lead of about 1,100 gold.
And this helps their 1-3-1 that's inevitable as well with the Zed. Worst case scenario. for Afreeca Freecs. They could have had Kuro roam much earlier, but didn't want to give up minion waves in the mid lane and give Zed a free laning phase either. So a very big cost. Whenever you track the previous counter matchup into Rumble, the on-hit cannon that was banned in this game, if you lost turret, the cannon didn't have much value in the laning matchup. We'll see what happens here, because you're probably not going to build into Wit's End now. It's just going to be Trinity Force from Marin, but doesn't have the pushing power of the Rumble, and the Rumble is now largely unlocked onto the map when that teleport is back up.
Yeah, exactly right. And we spoke about it last game, of course. He does want to be trying to fight for these objectives. Unfortunately, it is going to be an Ocean Drake coming up first, so not necessarily one of those super high priorities, but early Oceans are good. Absolutely fine.
You just don't really want to teleport down for it. If it gets backdoored, if it gets stolen, then that's great. You know, if you get it without committing basically anything, you're happy. But because it slows attack speed and reduces damage, it's actually deceptively the hardest one to take solo as well. So it might just stick on the Rift for longer, and you won't get the reroll if you're BBQ Olivers.
Yep. I do want to talk about the success story from last game, and that is Kramer and Tucson. Once again, 30 CS now in the lead for this Varus. Shows that this lane is certainly working out for them. This iteration of the Varus.
Well, I mean, Bless has spent all his time in the top lane, so there's not much to say there. They've
not like Spirit's been down in the bottom lane, though, to be honest.
2v2, the story has kind of just basically been a replay in terms of the bot lane, and they know the jungle isn't there, so they can continue to just completely obliterate the health bars of BBQ. We saw them have to chug down the biscuits so much early in the laning phase after Kramer and Tucson did a nice trade. Now Spirit's playing around the bot sides. Might have been pretty much a trend for Afreeca. Leave Marin on an island, this time with a counter pick, and try and make things around the map.
Yeah, well, good defensive vision here from BBQ. They know that this was an option, but Weaver's Wall's going to come down. Ghost completely caught out. Good bubble from Tucson, but he flashes eventually. Kuro flashes out of the way of the stun as the Curtain Call's looking to try and catch the Talia. But it's not going to happen. Spirit's going to take the last one. Actually, it's going to be Tucson, who's full health, so absolutely fine. Marin now finds a mini fish onto Crazy. Equalizer is not going to deter him for the moment. Actually just does use the playful tricks to get himself out. Just flexing his muscles on the Rumble.
Still haven't been able to catch the skill order from Marin. That's my only question right now. As BBQ will still turn onto the Ocean Drake. Spirit's around, so is Talia.
Yeah, Spirit's going to turn up in the nick of time here as well. Lands the Q onto a Spiderling. Not going to head in. Doesn't want to sacrifice himself for an Ocean. They just give that one up. Tucson was moving up, like you said, but not going to find it. Next one's a Cloud. So sad days.
I mean,
After
fortunate.
the 3 Infernal Drakes of the last game.
Fortunate for Afreeca as well, because they may have to give up the second one as well.
Made a sacrifice to the Dragon Gods this morning, I think, Papa Smithy.
I don't know if it's a Dragon Dance or a sacrifice. It's Tempt.
Well, he's going to get hit by the Q. Does manage to shadow back, and Spirit doesn't follow. Doesn't want to commit too much. Could have gone for the Resonating Strike into the Kick Flash.
It is W max, so this is the most selfish build when it comes to having kill pressure. Also means he's going to be very good at assassinating people in fights as well. But doesn't have much wave clear, so probably would have lost his turret incidentally around the 12 to 15 minute mark on the first visit by Elise, but 2 early visits meant that timer was just that much earlier for BBQ.
Yeah, unfortunately for Marin, didn't have Spirit's help there towards the top side, and Bless did make his way in first, so kind of understandable, but still bad news, as he will have an extra minion wave to pick up, as Crazy may use the teleport to get back, but it looks like he's just going to walk back up there. A little bit late in the game now, utilizing that summoner spell.
No, you want your mid laner to chuck a cheeky ward behind the outer bot lane turret.
Nothing but a cheeky one, of course.
Exactly. None of those sterile wards. Cheekier the better.
No.
That's what we want to see for a teleport down to bot, but Marin can also be teleporting. Sitting on a lot of gold as he only has the Merc Treads. Let's see what he builds first.
Spectre's Cow, so going
very
for
tanky
the
to
Spirit
start.
Visage, yeah, and you mentioned the fact that it is a good option, of course, against Crazy. Spectre's Cow's passive is just basically designed for Flame Spitter. However, very defensive here from Marin.
Still will be Trinity Force. I'm willing to...
I hope that's a Phage.
Exactly. I'm willing to assume that he'll build it pretty early, given that every on-hit Fizz I've seen in solo queue has been building the Trinity Force, and it is the old build as well.
Spirit is going to be predicted here with the Cocoon. Weaver's Wall comes down. Tempt actually knocked out of the way as Bless may be cornered, but Deathmark gets Tempt over. Kuro probably should die here, and it is going to be the pop as he's taken down. Bless in trouble, but Kramer, oh, the arrow, not enough. Oh, the Chains of Corruption just nicking at his heels, but He's got so many of them, just wasn't enough.
And Tucson flashed for the heal. Didn't even see if the heal animation went through. Might have actually been the pop just before the heal registered. But still, Kuro falls down. The weave as well was heroic. Stopped the Zed from being able to close the distance onto Spirit, but gives up his own life in exchange.
BBQ playing this very controlled. Nicely so far in the early game. It is equating to about a 2,000 gold lead as Spirit's tasked with keeping this bottom lane in check, but that cannon creep should go over to Kramer with a piercing arrow, I'd like to assume.
1-3-1 is what BBQ want to enact. They already have a top lane turret down, so they'll start with the creative lane assignments very soon.
Oh wow, look at that W going off. The passive doing a bunch of work. But Marin still taking a lot of damage. Crazy will have that Leandri's Torment relatively soon, and with this relatively health-heavy build from Marin, it's a very good first item, even though it is very common, of course.
And also, if you're BBQ, you just want to send Zed into the lane with the magic resist stacking Fizz.
Yeah.
Should be a possibility for them in the near future.
Well, Spirit wants to try and at least...
They want to kill him right now.
Yeah, do something. The Shark goes down. He's going to get knocked up. There's the safeguard in. Lands the Q as well. Resonating Strike, and Spirit's going to grab that kill. So evens it up. But Marin probably would have liked to have that one himself.
Yeah, to accelerate his build path, I agree. Not to be in that situation, but kill secured and flash from Crazy is a nice bonus. BBQ trying to pressure in the mid lane. Talia walking back in with decent wave clear, but needs at least the Nami to be able to enter lane.
Yeah. So the Pebbles are going to be able to help take this one down. So nicely done. Even gets the cannon creep, which is, of course, what I'm looking for almost every single time.
Ghost Roam doesn't lead to anything either. Marin will stay in top lane. No mana. And Tent is just ghost baiting his way to try and kill the Fizz.
Yeah. Well, not going to get him. Marin is able to skip his way home. So, whew, that wouldn't have been me. I mean, there was a cannon creep that he picked up there that Marin sacrificed. I would have just stayed there and said, well, it's worth it, guys. Even if I die, need that 48 gold.
And there's a Sheen. So it's going to be at least nice spawn gold
Ah, thank goodness.
for Marin. We look a little bit less silly now. If he just built a Balmy Cinder, I'd be like, all right then, Marin.
And a Glacial Shroud. The dream. Hey, at least there is, you know, reason to build armor this time around.
The lane assignments have changed like we predicted, though. Rumble
Yeah,
against
there it
the
is.
duo lane. Can either walk up or just ult for Equalizer to wave clear. And Spectre's Cowl not going to be doing much against the Zed.
Well, thankfully for Kuro, he does have a heck of a lot of wave clear, so he's going to be able to at least manage this. His Zonya's Hourglass just completed as Temp exits his lane, so that's a little sad. But we'll see whether Marin's happy to fight him as well. Now that he has the Sheen, I mean, could be an option, but there's a Hex Drinker there. As far as itemization is concerned, Tempt is winning that battle. Because on-hit Fizz still does a lot of magic damage.
Pretty hard to lock down and kill the Fizz. You kind of need him to use his Playful Trickster very early in the exchange.
And remember, Playful Trickster can be used to negate all Deathmark damage if you use it at the beginning of the cast.
Between the Fish and the Playful Trickster, killing the Fizz is very difficult. This matchup was always seen to have a slight advantage to Zed when it was a mid lane matchup, though.
Yes. Sort of skill matchup was almost born by that particular one as Kramer, that ward, going to give Crazy enough time to get out of the way of the chains of corruption.
And you can see Kuro's kind of done the team thing. Rushed the Zonias to be able to 1-3-1 against the Zed as the game goes on. They want to be fizzing the Rumble wherever possible.
Exactly. Well, Weaver's Wall is going to come in. Looks like they do want to kind of contest, but not really. Just maybe trap them in there, inconvenience them for a moment. But Marin is going to have some free time, at least, this top outer turret.
Focusing on the CS first most, though.
Yeah, Spoon not going to land nothing, actually, as Crow walking pretty quickly. As Crazy's dead. Susan going to pick up that kill. Do not underestimate the bottom lane, especially when there's 3 versus 1.
Bit out of context, wasn't tracking the mini-maps. Missed out on what seemed like a gank brush, but it will also get Afreeca. Their first turret of the game. Not first brick turret, but regardless.
We'll actually even out this gold and possibly even put them ahead after this goes down. It does. So 200 gold in the lead. Nothing to write home about, of course, but still.
Well, Crazy just kind of didn't notice the... Couldn't tell if that was only our observer or vision, but regardless.
Oh, and that was a triple ebb and flow pop as well that got the kill.
But he probably didn't want to... For once, didn't want one.
Satisfaction guaranteed. Tucson, already MVP given just for that play alone.
You're an easy man to impress, aren't you, Atlas?
Not really. I mean, it's only extremely obscure things that impress me. But ebbs and flows, hitting 3 times. Ebbs, flows, and O's, I think is how it works.
Put that on a shirt and sell it.
I'm into making not very much money from the shirts I sell. Spirit Tucson hanging around here towards the top side now.
Every time I see the sapling turned into the plant, it looks like a Voidling from Malzahar.
I know. And it's a little bit strange now as well, because it looks like little breeding pods for aliens.
You know what it really looks like? It looks like a Zarot portal.
Hey, yeah. Wow, that could trigger a lot of people.
I know.
Based on your experiences in solo queue.
I did wonder in the previous game whenever I saw one if a Zarot portal had been made.
Yeah.
Then I was like, wait, it's like 10 minutes into the game.
It's like, what is this, like, hyper late game? Everyone in the game is stalling out with multiple Zarot portals.
Tempt. Looking for a kill on someone. Not to be.
Too many wards down. BBQ are doing a decent job clearing them out. Control wards are plenty. Here moving very far aggressively. Marin, he's on walkabout.
A lot of
jungle
control
on the
wards
side.
on the way, but not spotted by any. So we can hear a Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, and Bless is actually going to take a lot of damage. Kuro uses the Zhonya's to flash from Ghost. He's not going to find the auto attack just yet, and Kuro does make it out. The fish onto Totoro's Tempt is going to make his way in. The equalizer's down as well. Not necessarily doing the most damage, but Kramer's dead. That's 2 immediately taken down by BBQ, and Marin underneath the turret, not able to do anything. 2-for-1 trade. Ghost was traded for. The Freecs, can they find more here? It's crazy. He's at full health. They should be able to siege down this turret.
Some good wave clear, though. They hit a cocoon. Is it enough? Going to see Marin keep going. Doesn't have the fish. Was exhausted by Totoro. Oh, boy.
Just eviscerates Tucson. Picks up the double. Marin answers it. But I'm not sure whether he'll be able to do too much more as Bless actually comes down early from the rappel. Surprises Marin as he gets his way out. And my God, this Zed is going off, and that is not what you want if you're an Afreeca fan.
And a team fight Zed actually works out in that scenario. A lot of nice items going to be going over to Tempt, who's now got 4 kills. Kind of whisked out of nowhere. We're going to see the replay. At the start, it looked like Kuro would be caught out completely, but Zonya's actually able to get away. The fish and Marin doesn't do much in this fight, and Equalizer is still early in the game. Max power, nice Equalizer, nice completion onto 2 members at the start of the fight. All Marin can do is trade 1 for 2, I believe, after the turret dive is registered from BBQ.
There's not a good news story, especially when BBQ able to answer with an extra objective as well. Picking up this
watch
turret here.
Tempt, who knows his damage output so well. He dies to the turret. Still a win if you're a BBQ fan.
Well, Tempt and Totoro here just to stop this outer turret from falling down. Are going to do so well and truly successfully. The Spirit Visage now actually completed for Marin, so before the Trinity Force, which is quite scary. Good news story, 4 stacks now on the Dark Seal. Always look for the positives here.
So I trust you for Atlas.
Thank you, thank you. Always the optimism.
It's an LPL thing, isn't it?
Yeah, used to making excuses. Skuro eventually gets the blue buff.
Still need to force Crazy into a side lane to make the Fizz pick work. In a short lane, if it was a long laning phase, or in the one-on-one, absolutely is powerful. But in a team fight, not a lot of AoE, lets you know that the pick doesn't have as much value, and BBQ are just going to keep trying to rotate Zed into the matchup that Fizz is in.
Yeah, I do like Fizz into Jhin, especially if he sets up for a curtain call ever. I mean, that's the easiest fish to land in the world. As Marin getting ganked towards the bottom side, that's a 3 versus 1. A mini shark goes down, but look at the lockdown, and oh my goodness, makes it under the turret. He's fine. Hey, okay.
Still got health. As curtain call.
Oh god. Oh god. Where is he? He lands it! Oh, the last one, and that's the E back up again. Marin's face says, oh yeah, it's easy. It's fine. It was never going to hit me.
I mean, a lot of resources used. So much vision advantage for BBQ on the bot side means those picks should be guaranteed. They're actually being called off because Marin's come back in.
Yeah, teleporting in once more, actually. No fish is going to be available, but there's the Weaver's Wall. Blocks them all off. Ghost dies first. Double knockup. Double bubble from Tucson. And that spells the end of the bottom lane. Now the Elise is going to come down into hell. Here as Marin locks down that kill, and Freecs fight back. Beautiful game.
They turn from 0 to 100 instantly. Not taking down Marin was actually the ticket to victory in the team fight. And they're not happy with a team fight victory. They don't want a turret. They want Baron.
Well, we'll see whether they can pick it up. Tempt is still here. He's got a lot of items. He's got a lot of damage.
Equalizer available too. This is actually really tricky for Afreeca. I think this could be easily disengaged, but the respawn is still 15 seconds for Bless, and they're going to start gambling.
Well, see whether they can spread out enough as Tucson trying to play point, but my god, that damage is silly. Guro's going to get forward. There's the equalizer. They just avoid it, though, as Temp moves in.
Oh.
Just eviscerates Kramer. And now Crazy thinks that it's a go time. Tucson, he's not going to last too long, but good exhaust comes in. Tucson's struggling. The Ignite's ticking down. Ebb and Flow not doing much, but it does enough. Crazy struggling. Marin should be able to lock this one down if he can get the damage in. Oh, my goodness. One more auto ghost. Grabs it with the crit bullet. And thankfully, BBQ, they had enough as far as the death timers were
shooting
concerned.
range.
Oh, Spirit. Oh, Tucson, the next one. Spirit avoids it and gets out on the end. That was an optimistic Baron.
But now it might be a more refined Baron for BBQ. They're going to start it up. Spirit has to recall. Talia has to recall. This should be Baron over to BBQ.
Yeah, teleport comes in from Crazy.
Uh-oh, Spirit's on a one-way mission.
Here it is. Can he get this one? He does have the red buff giving him some health back. Oh, the Q, did that even land? No, it didn't. So it is going to be Ghost, actually, that locks that one down in the end. They knew that Spirit wasn't going to be able to get into the pit. Dangerous times now for Afreeca. That was such an optimistic call. And now BBQ with a 3,000 gold lead. Even things out on the kills.
And you just have to look at who's up. You feel great about 5v2, but it's Equalizer and a Fed Zed who hadn't used his Flash, Ignite, or Ultimate. It takes so damn long to lock him down. He lives comically long in this fight and ends up getting traded for a big advantage. It's Crazy. You thought he would eventually die to all the incidental damage, but Trinity Force wasn't complete yet from Marin, so it took a long time to try and lock down the kill. Burns on enough. Dangerous game. MVP once again, and now Baron's over to BBQ.
Yeah, all too easy. And even now, Marin doesn't have that Trinity Force done. And that's a Zhonya's and Leandri's completed from Crazy. It just feels so dangerous to leave up Rumble almost in any stage, really.
But this is the time you want to take your chances. You want to see, okay, what works?
Game 2.
And this is what's been the trend in Korean solo queues. So they've tried something that, once again, like the Dr. Mundo, can work, but doesn't necessarily reliably work. It's the reliableness of the Rumble pushing everyone in and being the teamfight god that makes it so high priority.
Well, now Marin's actually going to be able to grab a turret against the Tide here as the Baroned up minions are pushing in this inner turret in the mid lane. Kuro's on the bottom side dealing with that minion wave as well, so it should mean that spells one for BBQ, but I don't know whether they'll be able to successfully
Marin's overstaying here as well, and they're taking red buff for some reason. It's 5v3.
Brilliant equalizer down as well, the disengaged wave, but Tempt just destroys Tucson. Now everyone has to run away. Kuro takes a heck of a lot of damage and the inhibitor turret is broken. I eat my words as now Spirit wants to find the kick of destiny. Not going to be able to get it here as Marin backed a little bit too late. That's going to spell inhibitor turret, so base broken on the first Baron of the game for BBQ.
And Afreeca have Marin healing the last few minions with no mana as Spirit takes a red buff against a Baron buff team. You can't have both those things happen and not lose multiple kills and an objective. And again, this is why Afreeca does frustrate us. They make some really large macro mistakes as Marin's going fishing.
Oh my goodness. Is this the genius play? Urchin Strike is going to be there. Ghost taking a lot of damage. Everyone's collapsing though, and Marin, he's going to have to make the run of his life to get out here as Temp gets over. That's an easy kill. That was optimistic, to say well and truly the least.
Unnecessary in many ways, but this is the sort of play, unfortunately, that we've seen Marin do when his team starts to lose. So he's been great in many games when he hasn't got frustrated. When his play and shot calling has been on a level to approximate what he could do in 2015. Afreeca have been very strong, but when we see plays like that, the passage of play where two members are just not understanding the flow of the game, and then Marin's going on a solo mission, it's almost always a consistently bad sign for Afreeca Freecs.
Most certainly is. Well, he's going to be respawning with teleport relatively soon. Afreeca Freecs now going to have to look for that dream team fight if they're going to be able to take down BBQ. But with so many tools in that scenario, BBQ aren't even going to be worried. It's Baron with still a little bit more to go. There's the Chains of Corruption. Teleport is coming in. Good. Tidal Wave as Crazy has been caught out. Has to flash. Blessed flashes as well.
Do they stop or do they keep going?
Oh, Marin. There's the re-engage now as the curtain call opens up. Ghost knows that he's safe. Equalizer didn't do enough, though. They can't actually commit to any engagement here, and the Baron has just about worn off, I believe. Very soon to go.
Redemption, a good answer, as they're looking for a pick, so Afreeca's still feeling it. It's 5,000 gold down, but one pick could be massive.
It does still feel so close, and BBQ do not want to risk it. Oh, no. Canceling the backs here. Maybe going for a cute little Jin Air play, expecting everyone to have gone home, but not the case here.
Marin is tanky and now capped on CDR, so a long extended fight where he can keep going. Those base values are strong on the Fizz.
Yep, double stunned though, so not going to be able to find his way in. Weaver's wall comes down. Kuro wants to start this fight off in earnest. Crazy has been blocked out. Remember, no equalizer is here. Marin wants the flank as Bless doesn't have a flash, but does get out with a well-placed repel. Afreeca, they know that they need a perfect team fight. They can't just fight with anything as Spirit. Oh my goodness, the kick is going to knock at least a few people up, but he's going to get knocked up himself. Cute little fish onto temp, but good shields means that he doesn't take enough damage. Bliss is in trouble. But there is not a lot of commitment from either of these teams.
A shout out to Totoro, whose grasping roots stopped the kick coming through. So he flashed into grasping roots and couldn't actually get the big kick onto a primary target. So Totoro largely unheralded on the side of BBQ.
Yeah.
But a kick onto a primary target could have been finally the first kill and that team fight win for Afreeca. They continue to be frustrated, but you noted it just before. It's not 10,000 gold, it's 5,000 gold. It still is a scenario where Afreeca Freecs can turn around the game, but BBQ are in control, and they're more reliable in their fights. We know what BBQ's comps does in a 5v5. 5v5 is not necessarily ideally where they want to be, but Zed is so powerful and warps the game because even with a Glacial Shroud, you don't want Marin in the same lane as Tempt.
Yeah, and Kramer, I mean, what does he build? You can't build a QSS now to get rid of the death mark. He needs a Guardian Angel or something like that to actually give himself any sort of defense.
Bloodthirster and lifesteal stacking is kind of the way you go. You think back to Deft when he was dealing with Faker Zed, and it was basically a tanky looking build because lifesteal is really the only way you can go. It's lifesteal Guardian Angel, which obviously means your damage output is going to be a lot lower. 15% lifesteal now on the Blade of the Ruin King, so with the Bloodthirster it is at least a lot of lifesteal.
Yep, does have Fury for Battle though, so it doesn't have the Warlords, as Kuro takes a bit of damage there from the Shuriken. Marin is making his way back, but he's not going to be able to save this inner turret. However, only an inner turret. It's not the inhibitor falling just yet. Afreeca still do have opportunities. 6,000 gold is what that lead is extended to. And this is the big test. Can Afreeca keep their heads in this game enough to pull themselves back?
Question
we grasped.
Question we still don't have the answer to. Marin's trying to just be a pest around the map. It's level 16 now to answer. Crazy's level 16. And look, Crazy has to react. He has to go clear the minions. That's why Marin, he understands that, hey, if he's another person standing on a turret while the turret's being auto-attacked by Ghost, doesn't offer much as the Fizz. They're not really in a position to throw out optimistic fishes in 5v5 scenarios, but at least buying time for the scaling to come through by pushing up minion waves is probably the best use of Marin's time.
Fortunately, Marin's going for a 50% CDR build. It's bothering me. Going to close the distance onto Crazy, though. Gets the passive proc. Trades his way out of it.
All right on that, unless he goes for a Zeke's Herald out of the Glacial, out of the Glacial Shroud, but I don't think that's going to happen realistically. There is a way to turn this into 40% CDR, which is already out, of course, by going
Please help me.
Zeke's Randuins.
Yeah, Zeke's Randuins I'm hoping for.
For Fizz, the guy who probably doesn't want to be near anyone on his team.
Yeah.
Just wants to be tussling with Ghost in the backline.
Hey man, but if he needs that extra shield for a death mark in a side lane, maybe. No, he does have ways of dealing with that one. As the red buff, another place that Marin struggled with earlier. Going to clear out that control ward though, and Bless and Totoro at least show themselves in the mid lane. Marin trying to take this, but Ghost going to deal with that one relatively easily. Now Marin and Crazy are fighting. Ghost is there with a fair bit of damage, but Playful Trickster gets him out of the way of any stun. Spirit no longer going to have that Banshee's Veil.
There's no kill pressure onto Marin, so occupying the time of 2 people for a long time is actually pretty good from the side of Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah.
There's 40% CDR, so even with the increase on the cooldown of the Playful Trickster, is still very, very slippery.
Yep. In fact, there you can see 4 and a bit seconds. Not a whole lot of time. Temp doing exactly what Temp wants to do at this stage of the game. 33 minutes in, exactly. He's going to be split pushing on this Zed.
There's still two people that can kind of lane against him. Talia, good wave clear and good pushing, and has Zonians to answer. And
I am very
Fizz
sad.
getting very little kill pressure onto the Fizz with the armor. As yep, that is 50%.
Yep.
Could even be 45% if the mastery was taken.
Missed cannons and too much cooldown reduction.
Actually, couldn't have got the mastery because he went 21 in the rightmost tree.
Yeah.
To get grasp.
Yeah, so not going to be in that cunning tree at all.
Nope.
Well, possibly a little bit, but not enough. Wow. Spirit taking a little bit of damage. Weave as well is going to block off this fight potentially. Ghost and Crazy now stuck over the other side. Totoro and Temp just waiting for that wall, but there's the equalizer. Good placement as well. There's Tucson's getting burnt down. Redemption to help them stay a little bit more healthy.
All alone.
But they're not committing. There's the death mark as Marin actually flashes. Urchin Strike goes down. There's a fish onto Ghost, but Marin will die from this one eventually. And, you know, Temp was taken out of that fight, but Afreeca Freecs did not want to take it. Now 4 versus 5, and they're low on health.
The shot calling went both ways there. Marin put the warning ping out because he couldn't group with the team, didn't want to fight. And then when they started to turn around, when the equalizer was put out, felt like it was forced to teleport and then was all alone. So it was kind of the worst of both worlds for the shot calling of Afreeca. Spirit's trying to just solo a Mountain Drake for some reason.
Yeah, well, knows that he can't defend this open inhibitor, so I guess get something is good.
But if there was a ward there, they just dive and end the game. So I feel like the trade is low reward for medium to high risk, which doesn't read great for me, as Afreeca don't really have many safe places to walk.
Well, that would have been an extra unsafe place to walk, is around that corner.
Sounds like a bad working environment.
Yeah, extra unsafe. Okay, there's the flash. Temp wants to close the distance onto Kramer. Will do so, but good flash from Kramer gets himself out. Temp is going to be bounced back. Redemption comes down, keeps BBQ very, very healthy.
Big kick.
What massive kick, and Kramer's life is actually saved from Spirit. Weave as well comes up in the nick of time. And oh my goodness, that was so close to perfect from BBQ, but then oh so good to disengage from Afreeca.
Well, it's that time again. They need an opportunistic Baron steal. This is to be a game 2 win, I think, Atlas.
Well, Spirit, right place, right time. Has the ward in there, knows that it's down pretty low, lands the Sonic Wave, but they're stopping DPS. No steal to come out from Spirit, who safeguards his way out, but good cocoon. And Spirit's life is over as Temp turns up. And now the fight is off in earnest. Marin trying to kite around the backside, but Kramer, no frontline Varus for you, my friend, as Ghost is now trying to get out of there. Marin secures that kill. Kuro's going to go down, and BBQ need to close onto Marin, who's now just fighting a blue buff.
Marin's such a troll.
He got it. Now he has 70% cooldown reduction. Wait, no he doesn't. 40%. Take it all back. Goes back home. And Tucson's like, guys, come on, I'm defending the base. What are we doing?
So Kuro was able to DPS over the wall, so it actually gave Spirit a chance to go for the steal. Let's watch it. Gets in close. Very nice stuff from Blessed to secure that Baron. Even able to get out was Spirit in that scenario. Look, Marin did his job in terms of occupying space and killing Ghost. The burn eventually on the passive, the bleed, I guess you'd call it, does the job. As they had to recall as well, but the Baron is secured. They still have to deal with super minions and a Baron buff. And if they had found a way to keep the turret up longer for Marin, if the laning phase wasn't ended so early, this Fizz would have got similar results as solo queue, but there's a reason why we see the Cannon and the Fizz being swingy matchups, because Rumble always pushes, and sometimes there's a lot of kill pressure for Fizz and Cannon.
Yep. It's just not happening this time, but Marin was able to steal away the red buff, so Tempt is upset about that. Ghost Blades in annoyance. Kuro's dealing with this bottom
So we have a lot of fun with zoning ultimates. Is there ever a zoning Ghost Blade?
Yeah. When Zed's that fed, anytime you press that button, it's basically
especially against
zoning
80
Ghost
carries,
Blade.
I guess.
Yeah.
If the 80 carries on the screen and you hear a Ghost Blade, like, uh-oh.
Kramer basically Alt F4s when that happens.
Especially if his flash is down.
Yeah, there's not a lot he can do about it. Right now, Tempt is 3 screen widths away. Kramer's not having a great time.
Well, base broken in one spot. BBQ looking to make it 2 during this Baron buff. It's about 40% left on the Baron buff.
Still definitely enough time to break open another portion of this base. Tempt with his Guardian Angel done as well. Blade of the Ruin King almost there for the Zed for his final item.
Marin looking into some more cooldown reduction.
Triggered. Well, Tempt's going to at least augment his build with his own extra addition of up to 20% CDR, which is going to get him to 40%. Perfectly done, as Marin's going to get stunned up. Stranglethorns is there. Tempt gets into the backline, and look at this damage. He's knocked out of the way. Kramer is most certainly dead, but the Guardian Angel has been popped. Marin's in trouble. Urchin Strike and Tempt kept alive with the Lock of the Iron Solari. And he's going to be Spirit dying, and this is going to definitely be the inhibitor, but is it going to be the game for BBQ, because they still have 5 members up, and it's a 5 versus 3 situation in the Afreeca base.
Only wave clear from Kuro, but Baron minions teleport back in. Here's the 5 members. They want to close it now.
Yeah, Kuro, Weaver's Wall is there, but the first inhibitor turret is down. Marin, full health. Tempt in trouble, potentially, as Bless is trying to get some damage down onto this Fizz. And he just gets himself over the Weaver's Wall, using Kuro's terrain to his advantage is Tempt. And now Marin, whoa, Tempt actually flashing forward. But the Zhonya's was there from Kuro. He's going to survive for the moment. Playful Trickster, but this is all she wrote. The Nexus is going to fall down, and BBQ bring it to game 3 against Afreeca. Always the Achilles heel of this team is getting a little bit overly ambitious. It happened once again here for Afreeca Freecs.
And once again, Atlas, you're casting, so we must go to 3 games at every
I'm sorry,
juncture.
Caster John.
He's not going to be happy with you. I'm going to mention this
Don't tell him
curse
it was
after
me.
the cast.
I'm Achilles, please. Keep calling me Achilles.
But look, BBQ, a bigger level of performance. I love the Zed. They were setting up for a physical damager. My first thought was Jace. Modified it with the Zed. The Zed worked really well, but honestly, the unsung heroes here are definitely going to be top lane and jungle, because Crazy and Bless shut down the Fizz counter pick, ended the laning phase early, and while Marin did a lot of creative things, it felt like an on-hit cannon who didn't have a turret. Pretty much the same story for the Fizz. Didn't hit the items fast enough, was delayed in the build, and thus the Fizz never really fulfilled its purpose, and Rumble always does Rumble things.
Yeah, and there was a beautiful strategy here as well. It's shut down the Fizz, make sure he can't split push against the Zed. Tempt is then free to split push against whoever he wants, and in the meantime, Crazy's doing crazy things and getting the equalizer damage that he
And Afreeca
needs.
could never choose their lane matchups. They could choose to lane the right matchups. Fizz into Rumble with Vision, then Fizz is in a great spot, but was always reacting, was always second, because the pressure on the rest of the map was going against them. So Afreeca definitely second to it, and same team that won in game 1 so convincingly brought back down to earth in game 2.
Not necessarily as convincing as Afreeca's win in game number 1, or as cool, I guess you could say. So BBQ still a little bit to work on, but we'll see. Is it going to be the stumbling block here for Afreeca that has happened so many times in the past?
See if it sticks with the blue side as well.
Now, as we hop to our break, we'll have our final game of the night. We'll see whether Afreeca can bounce back, or BBQ Olivers can bring the chicken home.
grab the duffel bag and let's roll. The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll.
Welcome back, LCK fans. It is the Atlas Blessing, so we're up to game number 6 for the night. How incredibly exciting. And look, Crazy has done an incredibly exciting amount of damage this game as well.
And Marin has had 3 games of trying to work out a counter pick to the Rumble. Twice Dr. Mundo.
Do you know
now
what the best
Fizz
counter pick is?
banning the
Yes, Papa.
Rumble. Look at
yes,
us. Our
it is.
Papatless synergy
Oh,
is just
baby.
too good. As the Rumble, once again, predictably did Rumble things. And yeah, specifically Crazy and Bless's link up, stopping the laning phase from being a painful one was so important. So I'd love to see one of those 2 people pick up the MVP, but I'm not allowed to. It's going to be Tempt picking up the MVP. Got a lot of kills, got really fed in that one team fight. Not usually the best amphitheater for Zed to pop off, but 3 kills in a team fight. Goodbye. Lights out Afreeca Freecs, and now it's a best of 1 to see if Afreeca actually does stay level with Longzhu. They cannot make it to 5th. They can only make it to 6th now, which is where they're already at, but at least cement themselves in 6th with a win. Otherwise, it could be BBQ picking up 1 and stopping the 8-match loss streak.
Well, and also stopping the bottom of the table from being able to move up as well, solidifying their place away from those relegations, which is also important. But I do want to talk about Tempt and his MVP because, yes, it was Crazy and Blessed, but they opened the door for Tempt to really wreck that mid-game and make sure that all of these team fights went in the way of BBQ.
This last one wasn't necessarily a highlight for Tempt so much as Marin being all alone, didn't want to teleport, had to.
A highlight for Marin being dumb.
Yep. Hit a couple of moments this game.
He did.
His attempted killing of the 80 carat red buff also was spectacular failure, and you got to say the Fizz pick in general not as reliable as perhaps it needs to be turned into competitive. We'll see it again, that much I'm sure of, but with so many top laners banned away, it wasn't to be the Trundle, we saw it was to be the Fizz, but still victory over the side of BBQ Olivers, and look at that, no substitutions on the Afreeca side, so I
Wow.
believe we're sticking with the same rosters.
I was hoping for a bit of Mowgli to end the night, but no. Jungle Book is most certainly closed. And we shall see, hopping into Champ Select, whether the adaptations are going to be made, because there were definite question marks. I mean, that Elise was 2nd round picked on the blue side after Spirit had locked away the Lee Sin.
And blue side has been the winning side in this series so far. So Afreeca's back on that blue side. First time around, fans of Shen, Malzahar, and Nautilus on blue side, not wanting to pick a top laner first.
In fact, I believe blue side has won all night.
There you go.
Yeah.
Blue side OP. What we're learning on this particular match day. One thing to learn about Afreeca's drafting is that they've changed their drafting style to Taliyah or... that was the first Taliyah loss before I forget my train of thought. But yeah, Taliyah or Talon as the blind pick mid lane, and then trying to get counter pick for Marin. So a bit more to the SKT 2015 strategy. We're looking at some of the power being banned away. Is once again Shen's 3 games in a row. Shen has been banned by the Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, just don't want to deal with it. Marin doesn't want to play it himself. And the Rumble is going to be banned. So BBQ not going to be falling into that trap. Rumble just eliminated. The perfect counter. Just get rid of it.
Camille Rumble Graves were the bans in game 1 for BBQ.
Probably no need to look at the Graves. I mean, we saw it was left open and Spirit decided to go with the Lee Sin. Maybe this time around on blue side they want to pick it, but only time will tell. Zyra is going to be finally taken off the board. Totoro not going to be playing that.
And I think it's going to be Nautilus duty for the Afreeca Freecs this time, given that was the adjustment.
Relegate Marin to the Nautilus.
He's still a playmaker, he still pushes, so he still does Marin things.
And think about the teleport potential as well.
Whenever Marin's playing, I'm always thinking about the teleports. It's interesting, we see a Varus ban.
Yeah.
Not something to be expected. Yeah, it's 100% going to be first pick Nautilus.
Big surprise. Wait, no, not a surprise at all. And it is going to be locked away. So not definitely there for Marin. Unless Tucson wants to play it, but I hope he just hops back on the Nami. I'd like to see something like an Ezreal Nami that we see, you know, Bang & Wolf played at such high success rate.
What about BBQ though? Who maybe want to take away the Elise. That's a possibility given how strong the Elise looked in both game 1 and game 2.
Ghost did look good on the Jhin. I don't know whether it's necessarily a pick-away type champion.
But I mean, 80 carries support jungle is the norm in the first round, so even though it appears like high priority for the Jhin, not in a rush yet. BBQ, they'll probably just take whatever tank is up. They don't have to take a tank in this round. It could just be a lower priority tank in a future round. And interestingly, even though Afreeca has skipped over the Graves in multiple rounds of the draft. Seems like they will just take the Graves here, and if they want the Nautilus and Elise, they can have it. But they very interestingly jump away and will just take the Maokai super early.
That is odd. Well, Spirit does have the opportunity now to go towards the Graves if he wants to, but I want the Elise. I think it'd be so much better for him, and it is going to be locked away. He looked so good in game 1.
It's talent time.
Yeah, there it is. They waste no time. They say, well, this composition's going to be able to do exactly that, so let's do it.
I mean, you've got Elise and Nautilus, so plenty of magic damage between the two. Sure, not a true AP carry, but between the two of them doing enough magic damage to allow the Talon once again. And Cassiopeia. Interesting that that's the choice. Laning phase, super painful.
Yeah.
For Talon pre-level 9. When
Common story, though.
When he hits level 9, though, the ability with just a couple of longsword items to clear the backline instantly does allow the roam, and there is ways this matchup can be turned around. So interesting to see that being the instant answer on the side of BBQ. So both solo lanes taken for both sides means it's going to be interesting set of second draft. It's going to be jungle for once. Jungle and support. I don't think we've ever seen jungle and support as our second round of picks, so Graves banned away already. Jungle and support for the side of BBQ at least.
I feel like Nami would be really smart here from BBQ because we saw that combination of Elise and Nami be so good for Spirit and Tucson.
And double AD bans, of course, coming through.
That's it.
AD taken from Kramer.
But Ezreal is an opportunity, and look, that lane that we spoke about before, and of course Kramer has played it. It's in his top 4 most played this this split. I mean, results aside, it's not exactly hamstringing too much. Lee Sin going to be taken away here as the double jungle bans come through from Afreeca.
I wonder what the bot lane will be for Afreeca, because Ezreal Karma, Ezreal Nami, those are lanes that SKT would play, but what do Afreeca want to play? Because we could see something like a Sivir. Sivir and Nautilus, not quite the Sivir Maokai synergy.
Sivir Karma could even come in to really close distance.
Yeah, Kramer undefeated on the Sivir this season. Well, they need a jungler, and this is Bless, our resident Rek'Sai, so they're just going to take Rek'Sai.
Yeah, there it is. She's going to be locked away, so pretty stalwart in the jungle.
This could be anything, though. Kramer could be going crazy, or he could be going standard, and it's going to be the standard side. I thought maybe we would see a quintessentially Kramer pick at this juncture in the draft, and now we're just waiting for Tucson's support.
You just can't find Nami. He's going to find the Nami soon.
Lulu is also...
That's true, and Lulu was actually banned in the last series, the last game.
Lulu or Nami, I think, are the big ones here.
Well, that's going to be the option here. So Tucson mixing it up. Did love his Nami, but wasn't able to get them the win in the last game, and maybe just wants to mix things this time.
Just support for BBQ. If you're looking for a laning choice against Lulu, Zyra is very powerful, but is banned away. The Nami is very good as well, but doesn't have a lot of synergy with the Jhin. So it might actually be something compositional, and one of Totoro's most played is the Braum. He's been our biggest Braum picker in the league this season, and he will lock it in as last week, even though, you know, you look down the lineup and you're like, okay, against Ezreal, I love it against the ultimate, but apart from the two-shot barrage, not huge value in the Unbreakable.
Can you stop a depth charge?
No.
No. It's under the ground, so that would make some sense. So yeah, not a great pick as far as that Unbreakable is concerned, but does still have all of that sort of up-close and personal teamfight control with the Glacial Fissure. Saw it do some great things earlier today, so it still could be good. But we'll see. One thing I'm excited about, though, is Talon picked up once again for Kuro, so still feeling like he's in the driver's seat and no Zed this time to contend with as far as that sort of snowballed split push potential.
And it's a different game because we've seen a lot of 1-3-1 and side split push pressure, like you say, but we're changing form here. Control top laners, control junglers especially, but tanks and control junglers warps the game to being a lot more about vision. Talon, the only champion that can kind of overtake a game and roam around. The roam isn't really present with the other champions on the Rift, so we'll see if Kuro can have another performance on his to now undefeated Talon. As Ezreal Lulu is not a lane we see so much of in the bot lane, but at least the Lulu will help to push, allow Ezreal to have a safe laning phase. But the other big interesting factor is the Braum. A lot of supports taken away, not many of them great matchups in the Lulu, so he goes for the defensive side, but does have a melee support. And between Rek'Sai, a tank top, and a Braum, so much face checking can happen from BBQ because they're damn tanky.
They most certainly are. We have actually seen the the Nami-Lulu matchup work out for the Nami as well, but decided not to go for it, and we'll see who is going to be able to carry it to game number 3 as we hop onto the Rift.
협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
BBQ Lady is so keen on getting BBQ as many cheers as possible, but Afreeca winning out on that front. Marin and Kuro going to check this brush. It's crazy. He's going to walk away. Totemic Maokai, my favorite skin.
That's not your favorite skin overall, I bet.
No, just of Maokai. And Maokai exists. Just Totemic, man. I'm just an OG fan. That one.
Spending a lot of time invading the top side, so we'll see if there's any reactions on the bot side of the map. Jungler's with them, so they're not looking for starting on the enemy blue. Instead, just looking to contest a camp.
Yeah, well, Kuro's just going to make his way out. Bless spots him with the ward, and in the end, nothing really going to happen from that one.
Oh, the tears after game 2.
Well, what were we expecting? Let's be honest. Afreeca just wanted to give us as much League of Legends as possible, and for that, I thank them.
You know there's someone out there that's like an Afreeca, Jynare, and Team Liquid fan, and they're just like always in perpetual sadness.
And LGD fan.
Oh, baby.
That
the Quadra.
That is the Quadra that you do not want. Very, very sad, boys.
Direwolves for the OPL.
That's digging deep. Nah, Legacy. Legacy's the team that wins all season and then loses in the final every time.
Well, what about the deep cuts here? 6 games into our second 6-game night. Thanks, Atlas.
Yep. Hey, no, it's not. I'm not causing it as a problem.
I mean,
It's
we
a
were doing just
fantastic
fine
thing.
before, and then now we have a consistent trend, and you're the
If you
independent
didn't have
variable.
me, you wouldn't have had the series yesterday, which were fantastic.
You know, I think the schedule was set a little bit before you came over.
Hey, but if like I'm just talking about the 6 games thing. I'm trying to get the positives out here before Carson just fires me.
He has that power, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I believe he's probably got any power. Let's be honest. Oh, we'll see who's going to be able to take this game down. I mean, it's already, we're up to game 3, game 6 of the night, so it's either my last cast or we're going to be okay. But there's nothing I can do about it, so let's just get in there. Bless is just pathing around, farming his jungle as quickly as possible, as Rek'Sai does. And Kramer and Tucson have been able to push forward quite nicely, allowing Tucson to get some decent vision here on this blue buff.
Of course, no surprise when you have another ranged champion to help push.
Yep. Especially when you've got Jin as well, who's not known for his ability to push too quickly.
Oh, that's why he goes for the boots and biscuits to try and have a sustained advantage in the lane, because he will not win the push war. One of the reasons why we don't see him picked as much. And some players still picking the Jin, but you don't see Bang playing Jin anymore, for example. Deft was never a big Jin player, and Prey takes Ashe whenever available, as we've learned recently.
Most certainly. As well, you know, Death by Touch taking a bit of a hit also hurt Jin just a little bit.
Still going to be the keystone of choice from Ghost we should comment on. It isn't going to be Warlord's Bloodlust that you do see some people try now.
Would have liked to see it as well. I do like that interaction with the energized bullets. Was always a you know, rapid fire cannon type fan.
How much are you really auto-attacking in late game team fights against a Nautilus Elise? Probably not so much, so...
Yeah,
in the laning phase.
It does have to change your playstyle as well, you know, much like what we've seen with Darius.
And it's weaker in the laning phase. It's kind of a bit wonky, I think, right now with just where things are at. So still going to stick with the Warlords.
Tried and true.
The Death by Touch, my apologies. BBQ on a lot of comfort. Totoro, Braum has been by far most pick when it comes to melee supports. Bless is the only Rek'Sai we have left. And, you know, Maokai early in the draft also from Crazy, so they're looking for comfort.
And double tank. I mean, we've seen a lot of no tank, but not a lot of sort of double big, well, triple tank, if you're going to include Totoro in there.
I mean, who does consistent damage? Only the Cassiopeia, really, if you think about it.
I've seen this movie before. No, who else is going to get out of there this time? Wasn't looking at the shop. Tucson was stunned, but able to trade back some nice damage.
Yeah, I mean, there is damage concerns, I'd have to say, on both sides to some degree. I'd say the consistent damage on BBQ is from Cassiopeia, and from Afreeca, it's their AD carry.
Yeah.
So that's
what Ezreal can do in later stages.
But when we see Ezreal, it's often unimpeded Ezreal, and he's certainly going to have a lot of tanks in his face, so going to be harder to put out that damage as Ezreal.
Yeah, and if you're talking about guaranteed damage as well, and you're comparing Talon and Jhin, I mean, it's far more likely that Jin's going to be able to stand back and get a curtain call then it is that Kuro's going to find the way in, as the flash has to be used very quickly to get out of the way of Spirit, who'd also flashed on top. So trade, but getting that one off the Cassiopeia is a good idea.
And that's the thing, it's not so much, it is a trade, but it's a trade up for Afreeca because it relieves pressure in a bad matchup. The flash is down for 5 minutes, Tempt is not going to look for as many fishing Qs into E-spam, and thus you get to level 9 safer if you're Kuro. So that's definitely doing a solid for his mid laner and allowing Kuro a much safer path to level 9.
We'll see whether he's going to be able to make that nicely. I mean, we looked at the top lane just for a moment. That is a good news story here for Freecs. Marin, for the first time, looking in the early game to be in the lead, even if it's only by a few CS.
Be concerned if he wasn't on Nautilus, the one champion who will win the tank push war if Rumble is not around to be a jerk.
Yeah. Thank goodness. And wow, that's a very early Ninja Tabi picked up from Ghost. Already wants to make sure that Kuro's not going to evaporate him.
It's interesting because it feels like the other part to the Boots Biscuits is to just rush Boots 2 or Boots 3, depending on if you can afford to get Swiftness Boots, and you just have that extra auto attack because you have the passive and then just being in range for an auto. So it's another way that you can win kind of lopsided trades. It's a very strange build going for Boots 2 or 3, depending on if it's Swiftness or Ninja Tabi, but very common for the Jhin players.
Yeah, and Kramer actually opting in for lane pressure rather than stacking that tier as well. So has a Fairy Charm, but that's a Sheen that he decided to pick up first. There's Bless. Don't let that Grom kill you.
And you go lane pressure because Afreeca want to do the Marin special. Ward behind, push up the lane, turret dive with the Talon and the Nautilus. Hell, throw the Lee Sin, their 5 men in the bot lane. They're not as focused on the fast stacking on the tier. Will be tier next, as you can see from the...
Oh yeah, the Fairy Charm just hanging out.
They have 2 Fairy Charms in the inventory. I don't know we've seen that in like many years.
Brilliant. Always exciting when you catch a Fairy Charm.
Charming.
Oh, no.
There's no Ari in the game, we're fine.
Game 6, Game 6. Oh, Bless looking for Spirit. There's Tempt, turns it around with the ultimate, but Kuro's doing so much damage already though. Tempt just turns around, fadeaway jump shot, and kills the Spider. Freecs starting things off poorly here in the mid lane.
The control ward gave them so much early information that he just surprised Spirit with the catch on the Elise. He thought he was creatively pathing around, but was punished. And then after getting away the flash, a big solid for his mid lane, he gives over a kill. Kuro has no summoners as well, so big advantage over to BBQ.
Disastrous situation, and we know what a snowball Cassiopeia can do, and when it's so important to have the damage coming out of this Snake Lady, given the fact that there are so many tanks on BBQ, not a lot of damage, this is a great news story for them moving into the mid game.
Cassiopeia has to do a lot of heavy lifting, because if you think about it, Nautilus and Elise are going to try and shrug off the frontline damage from the Jhin. It's going to be more about Cassiopeia putting out big damage. Picking up first blood is completely ideal from the side of BBQ.
Certainly is. Kuro, though, has been doing well in lane so far, so picking up the farm that he needs to.
Going even is a win for Talon in the early game against this particular matchup, which is one of the most difficult in laning phase.
Yep. And nails the cannon creep, which is all you need. You can miss 2 of the backline ones. It doesn't bother me at all.
Like I said a couple of times, the reason why level 9 is the breaking point for Talon lanes, that's when he can instant kill the backline instead of leaving them on 1 or 2 HP like you saw in that rake at level 4.
So we'll be hitting that one relatively soon. Storm Raider Surge also picked up, like it. A lot of extra movement speed, but of course it's pretty standard.
The guaranteed crit on the Q when you're in melee range.
Yeah.
Much more likely to be in melee range when you have the Storm Raider Surge, because doing a big chunk of damage is exactly what Talon does.
Yeah, sort of his MO. Tucson makes his way back into this bottom lane. See whether Kramer is going to be able to have the same performance as he did in game number 1 and in the laning phase early in game number 2 on his Varus, now equipped with the Ezreal. So far farming out very, very nicely, much like he did, but is to be expected given the pressure in this lane.
And if Rek'Sai is in sight, then you can just push up very freely. In a long lane, certainly potential punishment from Totoro.
And Bless actually looking for possible counter engage, I guess, if Kuro was to come out, but he's not going to. And just playing up as Marin's going to find Crazy one more time. Titan's Wrath helps him try and even out this trade, but will have to back away. Loses out on the damage.
Lane ward in bot lane is a concern whenever you see Nautilus desperately needing to back, because if Crazy shows up and Braum gets the concussive blows on both of them, high potential of a double kill on bot lane, as Bless will be spotted.
Yep, danger times. There's the Arcane Smash backwards as well as Crazy just being a body in front. Good double knockup with the depth charges. Marin gets the slow, flashes away, and will survive.
Safety first does work out for Marin in that way, but Flash is now down. Kuro going to path his way top lane to try and relieve pressure, but needs to return instantly to mid lane.
Yeah, Honey Fruit, one each. Yeah, Kuro and Bless sharing. It's a very nice thing to do.
How equitable.
Yeah, lovely.
Very hard for us to share play-by-play duties because we have 3 match days.
Hey, that's true.
So we're not as equitable. 2 Honey Fruit to you this week.
Yay! I get the extra Honey Fruit, and I get extra value as well because it's 6 games. Oh, yeah.
Why is Marin doing this?
Well, he's getting knocked up and killed, so that's going to be first blood going over to Crazy. Sorry, second. Going over to Crazy.
He decided to proxy because he saw that Crazy had no mana, but his team was doing the Drake in the bot side, and Bless was just top side, so really didn't need to do that if you're Marin.
He was winning in farm, and he doesn't like it when he's winning. So he just wants to get back to an understandable state.
I like how every description you have of Marin is like effectively like a Nunu character quote. Don't like him when he's angry.
Or an excuse, I think is more accurate. It's also not great.
One-eyed Marin fan, huh?
Yep, absolutely. Not even worried.
Well, Kuro wants to kill someone.
Yeah.
But he'll just have to kill some minions.
Yeah.
And they're sending Nautilus mid lane, so this is the adaptation here, I guess. Ooh, rake here. No. Oh, if only he was to know.
Gets that extra bit of damage in, though. I'm saying, for the graph at the end of the game. Important stuff.
Long lane.
Yeah. Unfortunate times. The third one isn't going to hit, but there it is. Totoro looking for it, but Ghost can't close the gap. So, lot put into this. Glacial Fissure now down. Flash down for Totoro as well. No, actually kept that one up. So it was a stand behind me to a minion that closed that distance.
And the ward wasn't as deep in the brush, so wasn't actually able to get behind if the Maokai was to come. Also, it was only Ninja Tabby and the one serrated Dirk, so the damage lower on Ghost. Doesn't even bother to open up.
Well, not a full commit. Definitely a lot down. Still has the exhaust though, so obviously didn't want to go for a guarantee or anything like that. There's the flash ultimate, just gets the slow. Might be enough though. Spirit is going to fall down. Kuro goes into stealth, but it's all to disengage as the Freecs look to be melting here against BBQ. Now final game of the night.
It feels like Spirit is misjudging both his tankiness and the invader's advantage of being collapsed on multiple times, being squished as far as we could see, as Bless really doesn't want Marin to go and wave clear.
No. Marin actually decides to head back to his inner turret and says, Bless, well, come on, man. Let's do something here. Dredgeline doesn't hit the mark.
Doesn't have teleports. He's going to lose a lot of minions and potentially first brick in the top lane. Can't see the turret HP, but okay, it's still full, so unlikely for it to go down, but nice gamesmanship by Bless to deny Marin the minion wave and potentially the blue buff as well.
Well, Spirit's going to turn up.
2 levels under.
Oh my goodness. Well, this is what happens when you're this hyper farming jungler, as Spirit not able to get his blue buff, and Bless just says, well, do whatever you want. I'm in no danger of dying. Already has the Barmy Cinder and the Tiamat, so farming super fast and has the extra health.
Gotta say, I'm a big fan of jungle substitutes because you can watch the game with your coach, see the enemy's pathing, and then come in a game 3 or a game 2 after a loss and actually have adaptive things you can do to take advantage of the tendencies of the enemy jungler. Great game 1 from Spirit, don't get me wrong, but after game 2, and with so much trust in Mowgli recently in terms of giving him game time, I'm surprised we didn't see it from Afreeca. And sure, if Spirit had done well, this wouldn't be a talking point, but they've trusted Mowgli before and didn't elect to here, and now it's kind of amplifies the fact that Spirit is being outclassed. He was 3 levels under, now 2 full levels, level 11 to level 9 is a big discrepancy.
Yeah, and Bless actually just inside his jungle as well, so that's only going to continue if he loses all of these camps. Not a lot of pressure in the lanes either. 3,000 gold close to is the lead for BBQ. bottom lane seems to be the only real, I guess, saving grace, but it's only going even. And Kuro really needs to find a way to get around this map and try and do something else, because there's no way he's beating Temp now with his Zhonya's already completed. Big CS advantage. Snake Lady is on track.
But item timings for the Ezreal aren't going to be as favorable as basically every other time we've seen a free-farmed Ezreal. Because before, it's 2-item Ezreal with Trinity Force and Muramana doing a lot of damage already. Gets to Blade the Ruin King and it's really popping off. In this game, Trinity Force Muramana is going to be met by things like Sunfire and just huge health soaks in the Braum and Rek'Sai in the front line, not even to mention the Maokai. So it's going to be Blade the Ruin King and also something like a Last Whisper before the damage is really coming out from Kramer, and that's looking a long way away.
Yeah, he's not exactly a tank-busting AD.
With Blade as strong as it is, I think with the Last Whisper he'll get there, but again, we're adding gold and gold and gold.
That's 4 items in,
when
right?
they're 3-0 down, 4 items might be outpaced by more armor items on the side of BBQ.
We're on a dead Nexus. True. Which is also a bit of an outpacing as Bless wants to try and add to this pressure on the bottom side of the map. He may as well.
They can turret dive for so long already.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. True Shot Barrage flies through as Tucson is going to be able to at least get the polymorph off. Bless taking a lot of damage. Teleport comes in. Kramer good positioning. As Tempt is now getting flanked by Spirit and Kuro. 5 members down here. Ghost very low. Bless also very low. This minion wave not going to be enough to take down this turret, but everything has to be invested by Afreeca Freecs to save it. Marin does still have the teleport. Now Crazy does not, so that is a good advantage for Afreeca.
Yeah, I think they were just surprised by how much damage was outputted onto Bless, who quickly was 20% HP, and the hopes to pull off a brute force turret dive died with that health bar disappearing. So, like you say, Marin with a teleport advantage, looking to stabilize the game. If they could get a double kill in bot lane, take first brick, that would be exactly the sort of play Marin would be expected to make, and it's been a down series for him. You know, he tried the Fizz in Game 2. Sure, his Gragas wasn't aggressively bad or anything in Game 1, but was the only sore spot on what was a domination by Afreeca Freecs. And now they're looking to their captain for a big performance, and still a chance for that. Still has good CS, but hasn't been the Marin that's dominated the Rift on multiple occasions this season.
Most certainly a Spirit. Oh, okay, that Winter's Bite not going to find him. Spirit goes home, but they know exactly where the jungler is now and have an opportunity to go towards this dragon, which they do so immediately.
They have a teleport advantage this time.
Yeah, Spirit is going to be scuttling there as quickly as he possibly can. This is not going down necessarily as fast as you want. As Crazy closes the gap with... Oh my god, that was close. Mystic Shot, not going to be able to steal it.
They're going to relent because it's an Ocean Drake is my guess.
Yep.
Teleport's coming back slowly for Crazy though. Less than 3 minutes away, so... And maybe a window that's never exploited by Afreeca Freecs.
Remember, Mountain Drake was already picked up from Afreeca as well, so we might see the 5 dragons this game. Good, Unbreakable actually going to be broken. The True Shot Barrage flies through, but it's going to miss. I understand the thinking. It's like, oh, Unbreakable's down, quickly throw the ult, but you actually have to hit them.
I see where I've been going wrong all these years.
Yeah, I make that mistake all the time.
So getting the turret really low without even the reinforcements from Marin, who had looked to proxy because it gave him a chance to cheat out of lane. And yeah, there's brute force down the turret with a Stinger. With Stinger, he has just more attack speed than they would have realized this early into the game. So Bless isn't even in position to stop them, and Spirit's now only a level behind.
Very close to evening out the gold as well, so 1.5, 1.4, something like that. Marin is going to shove this one up one more time as well. Continues to have, of course, that teleport advantage for the next few minutes. Kuro getting flanked. Bless just tunnel under there if he wants to, but Tempt going to overpress. Asma down. No Qs for you, Kuro. What are you standing on that one?
Well, he has a lot of items, you have to think, in Tempt here. Zonia's and Rylai's.
Wow.
Rylai's not as powerful as it was before on Cassiopeia, no longer the single target, slow to abuse. But still, certainly a nice purchase. A snowball purchase. She's basically a tank in her own right now with Rylai's and Zonia's.
Oh, yeah.
So.
And also perfectly equipped to deal with Kuro as well. So Kuro can't just try and abuse his lane matchup, needs to go elsewhere to try and find kills. As he's well and truly in vision right now on the top side of the map. Multiple pings going off as Kramer's moved to the mid lane, and Marin can pick up bot lane duty if he wants to.
But Talon's down, and now it's not as relevant that Talon has no kill pressure on a Cassiopeia, because Talon's not going to be mid lane anytime soon. Going to be rotating him around the map. For now, Nautilus going to be on the bot side because he still has TP. Still about 35 to 40 seconds where Crazy doesn't have access to that teleport.
And Kramer ever so close to that Trinity Force Muramana power spike. Although that tier was a little bit late, so will be man immune for a little bit longer.
I do want to call out the multi-step process that Afreeca went out when they took that bot lane turret, because we saw the overstatus light tanking of the turret when they brute forced it. Remember, that was with teleport advantage, so it wasn't just reckless abandon. We've seen especially Marin in the previous game, but over the course of this series, Afreeca take unnecessary risks. That was a calculated risk, so got to compliment them when they make a good play. That got them an advantage. Now Bless is caught.
And blocking the tunnel there as well with the depth charge. Pulls him back in, and that's Kuro picking up a kill. No connection from that petrifying gaze. His Tempt can't find it, and that's what they needed. Kuro needed a kill.
And it was walkabout from Marin as well, but didn't even use the teleport still.
The good kind of walkabout from Marin.
Exactly, an Aussie-style walkabout, and they even have the teleport advantage for the full duration. Crazy just got his teleport to waste it instantly, so this is where the Marin buff is starting.
Well, really nice twisted advance to avoid the cocoon there from Crazy, but nothing else to happen. Of course, yeah, this is the Australian walkabout like you're talking about, because it's a coming-of-age thing, you know? He's now a man. Marin's done it successfully.
You know, Marin's actually the only player to do military service, so by Korean standards, it's been a man a while.
Yeah. As Marin all calculated. Sapling wasn't able to get that one done. Kuro's going to get knocked up, and oh my goodness, his chance is not high. Assassin's path is to the death chamber this time. Bless gets it this time.
So, quickly stopping what looked like some momentum going over to the Afreeca Freecs. Gold lead. Still touching distance. Trinity Force available when Kramer backs, and that should be now.
Yep.
But the item timings in terms of tankiness on BBQ are the worry. Because when you look for assassination targets for Kuro, it's Ghost. Ghost only. And there's going to be an Exhaust and the Unbreakable. Probably a Glacial Fissure as well. Ready at the weight of Ghost. So assassinating is very hard. So going to be heavy lifting on the Kramer to soften people up. And we've already outlined that it needs bonus items to do that. Might actually have to be Last Whisper before the Bilgewater into Blade the Ruin King. Because he needs to do damage, and the armor's only going to continue stacking up. Bless doesn't even have his first armor item, but you best believe it's coming soon.
Well, it is a game where lifesteal isn't as important, I guess. I mean, the long-range poke that he's worried about is just Ghost. With all these big tanks and stuff like that, you're not too worried about, you know, having a Jace Shock Blast to deal with and stuff like that.
And so if Cassiopeia gets on top of him, there's other problems already.
Dead. Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
So lifesteal not as relevant, like you say, so perhaps he'll go there. I mean, you can understand both schools of thought, because health stacking, Blade of Ruin King, happy times.
Situation.
But he needs both. So that's 3,300 gold plus the Last Whisper, so we're talking 4,600 gold before Kramer's truly online.
Odd item choice here from Ghost as he picks up the Edge of Night. It's his second item.
Heavily nerfed on this patch, but trying to deal with Elise and Nautilus, I guess.
Yeah, and I guess some of Lulu and Ezreal, perhaps. Odd one, but also being able to, I guess, calculate when you stop some of that magic damage. So a cocoon, things like that, just going to get jumped on. Could be good.
Yeah, the big change, the hot fix was on 7.4, but on 7.5, the duration of the shield from 10 seconds to 5. So no longer wait for the minion waves to push up, pop Edge of Night, or basically, if there's any sign of danger, pop Edge of Night and BK for the entirety of a minion wave. Now it is only the 5 seconds. Need to be a lot more situationally aware to get the maximum value out of the shield.
Yeah, which is a good change because, of course, that is what the item's intended for. It's like, I plan to be in harm's way now. I'm going to use it. But still, not as useful this time around, and not a lot of magic damage that he wants to be dealing with. So, Freecs going to go grab an Ocean Drake of their own. In the meantime, BBQ Oliver's moving towards the top side of the map, trying to pressure down that outer turret. So,
still going to be Blade. Still going to be Blade coming through from Kramer.
Unless Mercurial's Scimitar. But yeah, you're right. It looks like Blade, and I like that as well.
Again, Mercurial's Scimitar makes sense, right? You're like, wow, that's a lot of CC, but if you're Ezreal buying a Mercurial Scimitar third, when you need to be doing damage, when only Kuro is a big damage dealer, you need to be going for these builds. Like when we saw a lot of first item QSSs when losing laning phase with a tier, like you need to understand the scenario, and Kramer needs to be the damage carry. He's the only consistent damage on his team. So, no attitude to go for a defensive item build for him.
Yeah. Marin is at least doing his best. I mean, he's got himself an Iceborne Gauntlet, which is cool as Totoro. Unbreakable's there, so Mystic Shot not doing too much and stands behind Ghost, gets over the wall, should be fine. It's Archangel Staff completed for the third item here for Tempt.
More of a tank.
Yeah.
Just the most tanky Cassiopeia you could ever ask for.
Just gets the Seraph's change there as well, so there's the shield that you were talking about.
No magic resist, only the 4 magic resist from the glyphs. There's a word you don't say on the stream very much.
Yeah.
Marks, seals, and glyphs, and some quints. We never talk about runes. One day runes will be interesting.
One day, maybe.
Now runes are just like, what did Faker run? Okay,
yeah,
copy paste.
It's probably that. Or what did I screw up this game? Why did nothing happen here? Oh dear, I've got the same runes as my Rumble page.
So I played a solo queue game earlier, I think it was 2 days ago, and unironically, my support had no Keystone Mastery.
Ah.
Actually went...
Going for the full spread.
Yeah, it was a support. Just didn't decide to get anything.
Does that show that you're indecisive?
I think so.
I can't commit to a full tree.
His girlfriend knows all about it.
Yeah, not good. So we're judging you. No Keystone Mastery people. I'm not going to marry you.
Damn. Atlas completely putting down the gauntlet.
Or maybe I am, because it's exciting, you know?
You never know what you might get. So nice mix of everything. It's truly a...
maybe I'll be the one to change you. Whoa, was that picked up? It was from Kramer.
Does sound like
set
Atlas now that you mention it.
From Marin. Hey. Well, Dro's going to continue farming here in the mid lane. Probably not where he wants to be. Up against this Cassiopeia. Still 4 kills to 1 as Spirit does land the cocoon.
Banshee Veil himself hoping to get in position for the cocoon.
Yeah. Edge of Night blocked by the Mystic Shot. It's Kramer just being annoying. Doing so effectively as well.
A little bit of respect paid to Marin because he has that Iceborne Gauntlet that you noticed before, so his split push is not just completely wet noodle.
Yeah. Certainly able to lock people down as well, so if Ghost is approached by the Nautilus, not only all of his innate CC with his kit, but also that slow forever.
So it does no damage at all to the Maokai.
Yeah, true. No one really does. Not even the Ezreal, which is part of the problem.
Good point. Getting closer and closer to the Blade of the Ruin King. Cheaper on this patch by 100 gold and buffed in multiple different ways. I know some people are like, I don't know if it's better. I'm like, no, it's really, really good now.
It's really, really better.
Before, see, when they nerfed it, they nerfed so many things about it. You remember, first the Bilgewater became really bad to buy because it was 1650 gold. And then, oh, now he's going to just kill Ghost.
Yep, Ghost should die here as Kramer does have the red buff. Landing Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot. Now Bless says, nope, I'm out of here. Stand behind me from Totoro, but might have got himself into bed. Oh, that was very cute. Double Blast plant in exactly the right place, but they're still surrounded. Totoro in trouble. Oh. That's going to be another pick. Kuro grabs another kill, and Marin dredge lines his way towards Bless. And is this going to be Baron? As there are 2 dead. Bless is still there.
It's going to be Baron, Atlas, but who is it going to be Baron for? Because remember, Bless is still over-leveled, super tanky, and Afreeca haven't always had the best goaltending when it comes to rushing this objective.
Well, True Shot Barrage flies through. He's not going to get too much as, oh, Bless is going to be in. He's got the biggest smite. They're trying to kill him. He gets one of the kills already, but it is Spirit that locks it down and gets the kill. Afreeca Freecs needed that so bad, but that was way closer than it should have been.
It only just came true for Afreeca. Game could have been lost on a poor call there. Ended up being the 50-50 smite. Too tanky. Too much damage over the wall from Thames. They had to rush it down in the end. But Afreeca stick the landing only just.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess you've got the Execute with the Venomous Bite on Spirit's side helping him out when he has the lower smite there, but I feel like that was still too much left into the hands of fate for Afreeca Freecs, but they now do have the Baron, which is good news. 2,000 gold now in the lead, and a lot of standing gold to now be taken. 2 turrets, of course, to 0, in fact, as BBQ, despite getting kills, haven't been able to translate.
And it's not long now. Longsword in the inventory. Last Whisper to come in just about 1,000 gold. So Kramer will start doing that relevant damage. Actually a buff if you think about it, because it's less attack damage than before, but 45% bonus armor penetration is more current HP damage for the Blade of the Ruin King. And as I was saying, Bilgewater being buffed by being cheaper, the minimum damage meaning you do more damage to squishies, and the whole item being cheaper by 100 means that Blade is very, very powerful. We even see it on Ashe of all champions to let you know the power level is high.
And also just so good in this composition because it's still Blade of the Ruin King, still good at eating through high health targets, and there are 3 of them now on BBQ's side. Make it 4, actually. Tempter's got a heck of a lot of health as well.
I kind of think it's fun that Riot made a point in their most recent patch to say, no, we're happy with Ninja Tabi, we're not going to nerf them, because this is going to be League of Blade of the Ruin King, and Blade is already a soft answer to tanks in one way, so if they did both at the same time, I think it would have been pretty damn oppressive for the tanks in particular.
Yeah, very true, very true.
You can't buff Last Whisper and nerf Ninja Tabi and buff Blade of the Ruin King, because then tanks are just, you know, they're just being cut like butter.
Yeah, making tanks irrelevant is a very scary time in League of Legends history. Have seen it before. This team fight's very difficult to call, so thankfully.
They did you a solid, Atlas.
Yes, cheers guys. My last request. Ghost going to be able to clear out these minions. Inner turret going to fall on the top side of the map, and constant pressure here. Kramer looking like he can just split push against anyone as the AD carry. And Marin is being just left to his own devices, which is bad news for BBQ.
And the accuracy on the Mystic shots was Bang-esque when he was chasing down Ghost, the first pick that led to the Baron buff. So Kramer and Tucson, 2 out of 3 times. They've been doing the business, largely Kramer in this game. It hasn't really been about Tucson.
It wasn't Kramer and Tucson's fault in game number 2 as well. I feel like they've had a really good series for Afreeca Freecs. It's not the barometer being Marin, which we like to talk about a lot.
Good. I mean, Marin will get there. You know, form is temporary, class is permanent, and the class will shine through from Marin eventually. But you're right, he hasn't been in any way the main man for Afreeca today. Yeah,
he's not the carry. That doesn't matter, because carries are supposed to be the attack damage carry on the bottom side of the map. It's in the name. That's how it works. And look at this. Pressure everywhere, even in that mid lane as well, as we saw top and bottom. Curtain call has been raised, but it's more of a frustration thing as the wild growth comes down. Tucson probably will die here, but that's likely to be all she wrote as Bless locks that one down. And Marin just wants to take this inhibitor. Baron up minions. Baron is actually going to wear off as Dredgeline's going to have to be used, I think, to get himself out. No. No one's going to try and commit to that one, and Kramer's going to take down this blue buff.
Yeah,
so
if you're
nicely
a Freecs,
played.
Whatever. You know, at the end of the day, sure, you give up the Lulu, but she didn't flash. There was no reason. She didn't have flash up either, but you back away. You broke the base in 2 spots you can return to. Still a big item timing for Kramer to back and get the Last Whisper, and things still looking pretty rosy for Afreeca Freecs.
Certainly is. An Ardent Sensor actually gathered for Tucson as well, so all of the eggs. Oh god, I'm sick of saying that. But it's in the Kramer basket right now.
All right, I'm going to give you a do-over. Now give me a new version of that.
All of the carrots in the Kramer carrot bag.
You didn't have... I'm going to give you another do-over. Find another way to say that they're going to protect the Kramer.
Kramer needs to be doing a lot of the damage.
Hey, you did it, Alice.
I don't want to say stuff that's normal. I want carrot bags. On brand. Well, anyway, does also have the Aegis of the Legion as well. We'll see what he decides to build that into. I'd like Banner of Command, just given the lack of damage here on BBQ's side. Because Maokai trying to take down a Banner of Command minion, hilarious to watch.
They also have a Locket already on the side of Tucson.
Very true.
So, would not be the worst purchase.
Well, actually, he only just built that one up. He was what I was talking about. But thankfully, Spirit also has that opportunity.
Diminishing returns.
He won't let me down.
Diminishing returns with the shield versus the situation there, but I digress. Let's focus back on what's happening around the map. As base broken in 2 spots, they're being smart. They're bringing up the minions and allowing there to be true pressure in 2 lanes, rather than if there's no minions. It doesn't matter if the inhibitor turret is down. There's just not a lot of implied pressure across the map.
Precisely. Well, 1-3-1 most certainly in full effect. So whether Marin can do it, or whether it's going to be Kuro getting some time with this inhibitor, which has had some moments of regen time, but will still be somewhat low, about half health, you can imagine at this stage. No, it actually regen all the way back up. Don't worry about it.
Kramer is an absolute monster. Actually completed the Mortal Reminder, not just the Last Whisper.
Oh my goodness. Full build, if you include Doran's
Well,
Blade.
it's time for the deep engage. That's a really deep Maokai coming down the back.
Yeah, Home Garden in, but Home Garden into nothing. Just didn't quite catch him on that retreat. And Marin has been sitting next to that inhibitor for a long time. And the flank from the Ezreal's come in here. Unbreakable's looking relatively breakable as well, as Ghost is flanked by his big tanky members. But is that going to be enough? Kuro and Spirit now working on this top inhibitor. And Inhibitor falls on the bottom side of the map. Somewhere had to break his Ghost, has the focus. Kramer gets exhausted, but still at full health. Marin as well, very tanky. Wild Growth on him as well. True Shot Barrage doesn't do enough to the Jhin, who wants to open with this curtain call. He can get back far enough, but doesn't decide to pull the trigger. And in the meantime, another Inhibitor falls down, and it's just pressure after pressure here. Assassin Path will be able to get Kuro out as well, as this is all about Kramer. This guy is so big.
But the amusing thing is that despite how big he is, he probably goes out of mana trying to kill the front line because it still takes so many damn auto attacks.
Yeah,
that he was just basically going in that fight with no blue buff.
Curtain Call being used to try and kill Tucson, who just skippies away. Takes the last bullet for fun by the looks of things. That's all right. Kramer was there.
They're going to turn on to Baron.
Yeah, wow. Is that going to be enough here? They've got a lot of damage on the Baron, but
their
no
ability to
Mountain
turn
Drakes.
is really powerful. So this is the only way they're going to get the fight they've been looking for.
Well, we'll see whether they can do it. Assassin's Path, it's going to be creatively used from Kuro, but look at this. It's going down very, very quickly. Kramer's in here as well. Big knockups are landing, and look at how spread Freecs are. There's no good Petrifying Gaze target. Marin's in there. Spirit's in the pit as well. Kuro's taken down.
Kramer's cleaning out.
Oh my god, Freecs wipe the floor with BBQ Olivers, and Crazy's going to die as well. That's the close to quadra kill for Kramer, but Spirit had stolen that one away. I got excited. I believe that was even close to a full house there. Kramer's full of spirits. But it wasn't. It was Kuro getting the first kill.
Never change.
So not even great for the poker player. Let's be real.
Never change hours.
But that is going to be the ace, and that is going to be the game for Afreeca Freecs. They turn it around against what could have been some pretty tough opposition, given what history has said against the BBQ Olivers.
And it wasn't quite a straight flush, but a royal flush coming through for the Afreeca Freecs. It actually puts them level on game score with Longzhu, but losing the head-to-head. So currently going to stay in 6th spot. But the excitement is we actually get Afreeca versus Longzhu. That should be, in many ways, the wildcard match to the wildcard match, the decider to see who will go through the gauntlet and who will be left unhappy in 6th spot where you're secure, but watching the rest of the teams that you could have been close to finish out the game. Really fun series where Afreeca were only the Afreeca Freecs that we come to really run down in Game 2. The Game 1 and Game 3 was a big improvement, and Game 3 was a come-from-behind victory.
It was.
There wasn't a lot of guarantees about Afreeca after Game 2 was a real flop from them that they'd be able to get over some of the mental anguish. Even the early game went really good for the side of BBQ, but in both cases they weathered the storm, they got going, and once Kramer got as massive as he did, it looked like the fights would only go one way, but you can see BBQ on your screen, frustrated.
Yeah, most certainly are. But it was a good performance in the early game, and I liked how Afreeca won this as well. It's behind Kramer. It's a different way of Afreeca getting the victories. It means now that those bans aren't necessarily going to be all focused on the top side of the map. Not all focused, you know, in the jungle, on Kuro, things like that. Maybe Kramer needs to be given some more respect, and that could change how teams approach fighting against Afreeca Freecs.
But I think if you're an opponent of the Afreeca Freecs, especially one coming towards the gauntlet, you're still like, okay, they did have to toil to beat BBQ.
Yeah.
Now, does that mean much when this is the team that has a positive win rate against Samsung, KT, and SKT, and a negative win rate against the rest? Maybe not, but in a vacuum, it was a toil for Afreeca against a BBQ lineup that is now 0-9 in match score. Afreeca toiled, they got the victory. I think Afreeca only have one, I mean, of course they only have one goal. It's to make it to the gauntlet, but it's still a lot of work to get there, and the Longzhu match is all eyes on that one to see if they can actually beat Longzhu and put themselves in the best possible spot, basically the destiny in their own hands, if they can beat Longzhu later this week.
Yeah, and it's so fantastic that they do have the opportunity to get themselves to that wildcard match, to that gauntlet as well, because this is what we all want to see, is when it's all on the line, can Afreeca Freecs step up and possibly just ride that gauntlet train, get themselves as far up as they can, because we just don't know. And look at that. What? Okay. It's a lot of damage.
That is.
More than double everyone.
He actually did more than...
Triple the damage.
He did about 2,000 less than the entire team of the opponents combined. He did 35,000 damage. The entire enemy team did approximately 38,000 damage.
That's a massively quick mathematics there.
Thank you. I was a Hearthstone caster before. He did lethal damage, Atlas. He did lethal damage.
Well, yes, he most certainly did. And whether you got the maths right or not, that's ludicrous, irrespective. So I haven't seen a graph like that, honestly, with an Ezreal since Deft back in China.
And there were all the tanks, so we knew the poke damage would mean the numbers would be high, but hitting the numbers early enough. You know, we talked about, man, he's going to need 4 items. Well, when you get a turbo 4 items, then you end up looking really good. So it'd be a large surprise if Kramer wasn't to win MVP this game.
Yeah, he got my vote. I mean, it's spoiler alert. Certainly thought he did a fantastic job. And there he is, 4-0-3. Does not dictate just how much he rolled over in the later stages of the game, the members of BBQ Olivers. This Ezreal was pretty silly. And
days where he can be the KDA player that he is. He is definitely a bit of a clean-up AD carry. He very often goes deathless in games, win or lose. But also, when you can see the aggression, a champion like Ezreal can dart in and dart out, that's where Kramer actually looks like a star. His 5.7 KDA is, I believe, 3rd in the league, maybe even 2nd, depending on the day. And it's only going to get better after this series. So when he's hot, he's real hot. And when he's hitting every Mystic shot and doing his best bang impression, that's very good company to be in.
Most certainly is, and that was exactly the kill that turned things around here for Freecs as well, because we said come from behind victory. That was exactly the moment that led to this, and led to this, and led to basically the end of the game.
You're a play-by-play caster. So much plays.
I was going to talk about these particular moments, but they were on the screen, so...
I mean, Kramer was just free hitting in this particular fight. Kuro softened everyone up, and the tanks couldn't get to Ezreal firing over the wall of the Baron pit, so Freecs do it. You didn't know if they had it in them. It certainly was close at times, but...
I was very scared, I have to say. But did feel like a day for a 2-1 victory for someone.
I like the creative cameras here.
Yeah, this is exciting, but that is going to be the Nexus falling down. And Kramer, brilliant performance, and I'm so glad that we are seeing some bottom lane focus here for Afreeca Freecs. And Tucson once again needs to have an honorable mention because just following Kramer around. But we are going to throw it to Joel for the MVP interview with Kramer and Spirit.
Thank you very much, guys. It was a back and forth action between the two teams, but Afreeca Freecs pick up a 2-1 victory against BBQ Olivers. And we are here with today's MVP, Spirit and Kramer, for the interview. Congratulations on the win, guys. How do you guys feel? I'm really thankful for my teammates, first of all. I have to say that first. And I think, I really should mention how well my teammates did today. And Kramer, he just seemed like that superstar that comes back when your teammates are struggling. You just come out like that closing pitcher and really close out the game for your team. Yeah, I think it was very unfortunate how the laning phase went, and it snowballed to my victory. In the first game, you really played really well and not giving up any one death, and you just playing pretty consistently throughout. And I think Tucson gets a very honorable mention on that because his Nami really saved me in many circumstances, and that deathless game was really due to him. But that was all me, just trying to help out the team. And it seems like we saw that Rengar kind of having a daydream in one of those circumstances where it seems like he was recalling and that's one of the situation. But yeah, I think that was a situation where we started a snowball. His mistake really started us off. And right now the talk is about Mowgli also, competing against your position in the jungle role. But right now, does that improve your competition to work that much harder? Yeah, I think having Mowgli in the same team, really allows me to work harder because I have to continue to compete to get that starting position. And since, as you know, my plays and performances overall hasn't been the most consistent, so I do need to work harder to maintain this role. And we have a video highlight that we can look at. And this was very close between both teams. That one tick could have changed it all. Yeah, I already told him that I was faster than Ghost getting into the team fight, and that allowed us to be more aggressive in joining the team fight.
사실 BBQ가 두 번째 세트에서는 또 거세게 반격을 하면서
And, you know, we thought Talon was an important aspect in, you know, losing the game 2, not picking the Talon, and you guys picked it up against in the game 3. Yeah, I think we really relied on the aggressiveness that Kuro can bring out with the Talon. And we were trying to focus a lot, but game 2, you know, a series of mistakes, you know, really translated that aggressiveness to a much more snowball against us. So yeah, that allowed us to focus more on game 3.
뭐 그렇게 좋다고 볼 수는 없었는데 투신이 아예 노골적으로 거의 크레이머 선수 옆에만 있었던 것 같아요.
And Tucson was really focused on the laning phase, sticking to Kramer like glue the whole time. Yeah, I think Tucson's priority was trying to keep the bottom lane safe and keep that going, try to snowball from there.
그런 콜을 직접 하신 건가요?
네, 그래서 결국에는 진이 한번 무리하게 나와 있었어요.
Yeah, I think, you know, that was a situation that allowed Jin to over-aggress, and that allowed us to get a good cutoff and, you know, develop that into the win.
혹시 그런 장면이 준비되어 있을까요? 네, 한번 보죠.
We have another video highlight.
같이 다니는 이지연 룰루. 둘이 합법처럼 움직이더라고요.
And this is a situation that you're talking about where Jin overextended and Tucson sticking to Kramer like glue, and you guys were able to get that kill off.
미드를 먼저 붙은 상황이어서
Yeah, the action was really around the mid lane at that time, and I think Jin was pretty off focus on that one, and that allowed us to get the cutoff right there.
네, 그런 플레이가 있었기 때문에 또 좋은 장면이 나왔죠. 그리고 확실히 3세트에서 돋보였던 운영이 상대가 꽝 붙었을 때는 나름 위협적인 조합이라서 그런지.
And the third game was also significant in the fact that, you know, the opposition team composition was really do or die, where, you know, if they get ahead, it was gonna be really tough for you guys. But
실적으로도 계속 이제 저희가 한타하면 이건 절대 이길 수 없다 생각해서
yeah, we were really aware that, you know, if we were be able to involve in a team fight, that we would never be able to win. So we had to cut off, you know, one member at a time, and that's kind of what we did.
끝까지 좋은 운영으로 이어졌다는 생각이 듭니다. 자, 그러면 마지막으로 남은 경기가 롱주 진에어 KT전 맞죠?
Lastly, you have those 3 games left, and they are not easy opponents whatsoever. And do you want to tell your fans, you know, your thoughts on going into those games? The last 3 games are really position is on the line with those games, and we really want to work hard so we can make it to the playoffs and really, you know, fall back to your grace that you guys always give us through your support. And that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel, and it's great to hear from both Kramer and Spirit. Hasn't been many times that Kramer's been up there, so good to see him able to get his words out.
Yeah, he pushed out the damage and needed to on the Ezreal, but hit his items at a nice timing, and Afreeca Freecs hitting a win at just the right time. If they could have beaten Rox Tigers earlier this week, they would have been a lot more entrenched in the top 5. Actually find themselves just head-to-head behind Longzhu, who they play on Sunday this week. So we'll get a bit of resolution on that particular storyline very soon. So same game score because both teams actually have a -1 due to out-of-game issues.
Yeah,
8 and 7 on both, but Longzhu 2-0'd Afreeca in the first round. So for now, Afreeca on the outside of the window, banging it a little bit, hoping to get in and close, but we'll have to see on Sunday which team gets the advantage going into last week.
And we have to remember what happened to Longzhu last time we saw them as well. SKT, it was a 2-1 victory. SKT looking incredibly dominant this season, but when Longzhu took them down, was an impressive performance. So, I mean, certainly a good thing, and we are going to see a massive matchup. Second versus first, Samsung versus SK Telecom T1. Whew, Saturday's going to be some big games.
That's right. Kilios will be back for the rematch of the 2016 World Finals, and then MVP versus Rox Tigers. MVP keep pushing up the standings. KT keep faltering. I think it's still going to be MVP in 4th and playing in the wild card, but there's a chance that KT will have to play in that first stage of the gauntlet.
Yeah, and then we are going to have that aforementioned game. So Afreeca Freecs taking on Longzhu is going to be our final matchup, or sorry, final day of this week over at the Gangnam Stadium. As KT Rolster then going to close out the week against Kongdoo Monster. Hopefully they can win that game.
They're probably not going to have an 11:30 p.m. night, Atlas. That's probably going to be a bit faster.
That is my realm, Papa Smithy.
It's
I
true.
am the 11:30 finish kind of guy. Just like it long, you know? Just give me as many games of League of Legends as possible.
Well, so far,
to
so
correct
good.
Those potentially bad thoughts.
12 matches
Yeah.
out of 12.
Exactly.
100% win rate in terms of going to 3 games for us.
Looking forward to making it 18 next time we sit down, Pop Smithy. Most certainly am.
I have to do that schedule for next week. I don't know how many games you get next week, Atlas.
You just have to have a look at the schedule and say, oh, where do we want to have the extra games? And maybe don't do it in a Kongdoo Monster versus Jin Air type game. Who knows?
It's going to be the night for us, I think, Atlas. It's been a good day of games. Some of them are not so good, but let's throw it. We'll see you guys Saturday.
I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let them break us down, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody. Just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down.
In a world so shallow, we got a shot at some by us ain't gotta be explained. Bring the hook in and make it plain. Say,
I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break